The man who broke reality. What if one thinker quietly shattered everything you believed about truth, morality, and reality itself? This chapter introduces Friedrich Nietzsche as the mind capable of breaking the comfortable illusions that society calls reality. The narrative opens in 19th-century Europe, a world of quiet order, cobblestone streets, and predictable routines, where morality and religion are considered absolute truths. Within this calm, Nietzsche emerges not as a radical shouting from podiums but as a solitary observer, walking alone through city streets, absorbing every detail, noting the unspoken tensions, and quietly questioning the assumptions of those around him. The chapter immerses viewers in his inner life, his private study illuminated by flickering candlelight, the soft scratching of pen across paper, and the distant echo of church bells reminding him of society's strict temporal and moral order. Nietzsche's observations are meticulous. He notices the disparity between what people preach and what they do, the cracks in societal belief, the fragility of moral absolutes. He records his thoughts in notebooks filled with aphorisms and reflections, each line designed to provoke, unsettle, and spark introspection. His early writings are portrayed as psychological experiments disguised as philosophical musings, meant not to comfort but to awaken the reader to hidden truths. The narrative explores how he perceived morality as a structure imposed on the mind, faith as a tool of control, and societal norms as invisible chains. Subtle contrasts are drawn between the calm of daily life and the turbulence of thought Nietzsche experiences, setting a tone of quiet unease for the audience. The chapter emphasizes the power of solitude in shaping a dangerous mind. Nietzsche's isolation, both voluntary and circumstantial, becomes a crucible for observation and reflection. Through illness, moments of intense introspection, and solitary walks in the countryside, he hones his ability to see beyond surface reality. Viewers are drawn into intimate vignettes, the rustle of leaves underfoot, the fleeting glance of a stranger, the way human behavior repeats in patterns unnoticed by ordinary observers. Every observation is a window into the subtle machinery of society and the mind. Through storytelling, the audience begins to understand that Nietzsche's philosophy is not abstract theory but a psychological lens. It exposes the unconscious motives that govern human behavior, the illusions that comfort the masses, and the unexamined assumptions that underpin belief systems. Curiosity hooks arise naturally as viewers consider their own perception of morality, faith, and societal order. What if the truths you've accepted without question are only shadows of a deeper, more unsettling reality? What if human nature is less noble and more complex than society allows? The chapter also explores Nietzsche's early struggles with illness, familial loss, and intellectual isolation, showing how suffering sharpened his perception. Each personal hardship becomes a lens through which he examines human fragility, resilience, and the capacity for self-deception. His acute observations are contrasted with the ordinary assumptions of the people around him, revealing how his mind operates on a different frequency, alert, probing, and unafraid to confront uncomfortable truths. Scenes of quiet study, reflection in libraries, and long walks through empty streets and forests immerse viewers in the sensory and psychological world of Nietzsche. Through these narrative details, the audience senses that the philosopher is not only breaking external illusions but also deconstructing the very architecture of human thought. The chapter subtly introduces his fascination with power, morality, and truth, framing these as lenses for understanding both society and the self. The psychological depth of the chapter comes from contrast framing, what people are told to believe versus what Nietzsche quietly perceives, the comforting illusions of religion, tradition, and social expectation versus the unsettling realities he observes. Viewers are drawn into the tension between appearance and essence, safety and risk, conformity and insight. Suspense is layered as the audience begins to see the mind of a man who will challenge everything they take for granted. By the end of the chapter, Nietzsche emerges as a figure whose thought is both beautiful and dangerous, a solitary mind capable of seeing through reality's comforting veneer to expose its hidden structures. The audience is left with a sense of intimate discovery, a quiet unease, and the anticipation of deeper insights to come. The narrative primes viewers for the next chapter, which will examine the formative experiences of Nietzsche's life, showing how isolation, suffering, and early intellectual exploration forged the mind that could break reality and challenge the very foundations of human belief. The birth of a dangerous mind. What if the mind that questioned everything was shaped by loneliness, illness, and a childhood that felt strangely unreal? Friedrich Nietzsche did not arrive in the world as a storm. He arrived quietly, almost unnoticed, in a small town where the rhythm of life moved slowly, guided by church bells and strict routines. His early surroundings were calm, orderly, and deeply religious. To the outside world, it seemed like the perfect place to grow into a disciplined and obedient citizen. Yet beneath this calm surface, a different story was unfolding, one that would shape a mind capable of unsettling generations. His father, a gentle Lutheran pastor, died when Nietzsche was still a child. The loss was sudden and confusing, leaving a silence that never quite lifted. His mother and sister surrounded him with care, but something in him remained distant, as though he were observing life from behind a glass wall. In the quiet rooms of his childhood home, he learned early that the world could change without warning, that certainty could dissolve into absence. This realization settled deep inside him, not as fear, but as a quiet question that would follow him for the rest of his life. Nietzsche was a solitary child, drawn more to books and thoughts than to play. While others ran through fields, he lingered with words, ideas, and music. He read ancient texts, poetry, and philosophy, often feeling as though he were communicating with voices from distant times rather than with the people around him. In these moments, he began to sense that the present world was only a thin layer over something much older and stranger. The more he read, the more he felt that human beliefs were not eternal truths but fragile constructions shaped by history and habit. School sharpened his mind but deepened his sense of separation. He excelled academically, praised for his intelligence, yet felt increasingly detached from his peers. He observed their behaviors, their rituals, their unquestioned beliefs, and quietly noted the patterns. Where others saw tradition, he saw repetition. Where others saw faith, he sensed habit and fear. These early observations were not yet philosophical doctrines, they were silent impressions, seeds planted in the soil of a restless mind. As he grew older, illness became a constant companion. Headaches, digestive troubles, and episodes of near blindness forced him into long periods of solitude. While others lived outwardly, he turned inward. Confined to dimly lit rooms, he listened to the world from a distance. Each moment of pain became a moment of reflection. Each day of isolation became a day of observation. He began to see suffering not as an enemy but as a lens, one that sharpened perception and stripped away comforting illusions. University life expanded his world but intensified his sense of being an outsider. He studied classical philology, immersing himself in ancient Greek and Roman texts. The voices of long-dead thinkers became his companions. He felt closer to Homer and Heraclitus than to his contemporaries. Through these ancient texts, he began to notice how civilizations rise, decay, and forget their origins. He saw how myths harden into dogmas and how dogmas shape minds. The past, to him, was not a distant story but a mirror reflecting the present. Music played a profound role in his early intellectual life. He admired Richard Wagner, seeing in his compositions a powerful expression of human emotion and myth. For a time, he believed that art could awaken humanity from its slumber. Yet even in admiration, he sensed something darker, the ability of art to manipulate, to seduce, to shape collective emotion. These reflections planted the early roots of his later ideas about power, culture, and psychological influence. Nietzsche's teaching career began early, and with it came a deeper awareness of human conformity. Standing before students, he noticed how knowledge was transmitted as unquestionable truth, how curiosity was quietly discouraged by rigid systems. He felt that education was not merely the transfer of knowledge but the molding of minds, often into predictable shapes. This realization disturbed him and fueled his growing desire to break through intellectual boundaries. Loneliness became both a burden and gift. He traveled frequently, seeking climates that eased his health problems, moving through Switzerland, Italy, and beyond. Each journey was marked by solitude, quiet walks, and endless reflection. He observed cities and landscapes with the eye of someone both inside and outside humanity. In crowded streets, he felt alone. In remote mountains, he felt strangely connected to something vast and timeless. During these years, Nietzsche began writing with increasing intensity. His notebooks are filled with aphorisms, fragments, and daring thoughts. He did not seek to build a system, he sought to explode one. His writing style mirrored his mind, sharp, poetic, fragmented, and provocative. Each line was a spark meant to ignite thought. He questioned morality, religion, truth, and identity, not with the goal of destruction alone, but with the hope of awakening a deeper form of understanding. The world around him appeared stable, guided by religion, tradition, and scientific optimism. Nietzsche, however, sensed cracks in this structure. He saw that faith often masked fear, that morality often concealed power dynamics, and that reason could become another form of dogma. His mind moved through layers of perception, stripping away appearances to reveal underlying drives. He began to suspect that human behavior was governed less by rational choice and more by hidden instincts, desires, and fears. Isolation intensified these insights. Without a strong circle of friends, he became his own companion, critic, and audience. His thoughts grew increasingly bold, untethered by social approval. He began to envision a philosophy that would confront humanity with uncomfortable truths, that would challenge the foundations of belief, and that would demand a new way of thinking. In this solitude, his mind became both laboratory and battleground. Nietzsche's relationship with women and intimacy was marked by distance and complexity. He admired strength, intellect, and independence, yet struggled with connection. This tension deepened his reflections on love, power, and human relationships. He began to see relationships not just as emotional bonds but as subtle arenas of influence and vulnerability. These ideas would later evolve into his darker observations about human nature and psychological dynamics. As the years passed, Nietzsche's health declined further, but his intellect burned brighter. He resigned from his university position, freeing himself from institutional constraints. This freedom allowed him to write with unprecedented intensity. His works began to challenge the very pillars of Western thought. Yet during his lifetime, he remained largely misunderstood, his ideas too strange, too unsettling for mainstream acceptance. He began to feel that he was writing for a future audience, for minds not yet ready to exist. This sense of being out of time deepened his isolation but also fueled his ambition. He imagined readers who would discover his works long after his death, who would see what he saw, who would feel the tremor beneath reality's surface. This vision gave his writing a prophetic quality, as though he were sending messages across time. Nietzsche's early philosophical explorations were not systematic treatises but psychological probes. He experimented with ideas as one might experiment with mirrors, angles, and shadows. He wanted to see how thought could bend, how belief could fracture, how identity could dissolve and reform. His philosophy was less about answers and more about destabilizing questions. The contrast between his quiet external life and his intense inner world created a sense of duality. To strangers, he was a polite professor, a reserved traveler, a quiet writer. Inside, he was a storm of ideas, doubts, and visions. This duality shaped his understanding of human psychology, that the surface rarely reveals the depths, that the calmest exterior may hide the most turbulent interior. He began to suspect that society itself was built on similar dualities. Public morality masked private desires. Social order concealed chaos. Religion offered comfort while suppressing inquiry. Truth was celebrated while myths persisted. Nietzsche felt compelled to expose these contradictions, not with anger, but with a calm, almost surgical clarity. The birth of his dangerous mind was not a single event but a slow, relentless process. Childhood loss, chronic illness, academic isolation, artistic obsession, and philosophical curiosity all converged to shape a thinker who could not accept reality as it was presented. Each experience sharpened his perception, each moment of solitude deepened his introspection. By the time he began publishing his most provocative works, his mind had already traveled far beyond conventional boundaries. He had learned to see morality as a historical artifact, truth as a human construction, and identity as a fluid process. These insights did not come from rebellion alone but from a lifetime of observation, suffering, and reflection. In the quiet of his study, surrounded by books and notes, Nietzsche felt both exhilarated and alone. He sensed that he was dismantling the architecture of belief, piece by piece. He wondered whether humanity was ready to face the implications of his thoughts. He suspected it was not. Yet he continued, driven by a commitment to honesty and a fascination with the depths of the human mind. This chapter reveals that Nietzsche's dangerous philosophy was not born from arrogance or nihilism alone, but from a profound engagement with life's fragility and complexity. His experiences shaped a mind that refused to accept comforting illusions, that sought truth even when it was unsettling, and that believed human potential lay beyond conventional boundaries. As the chapter closes, the audience senses that Nietzsche's early life was not merely a prelude but a crucible. The solitude, suffering, and relentless curiosity that shaped him would soon crystallize into ideas that would shake the foundations of Western thought. The stage is set for the moment when he would declare that one of humanity's most sacred beliefs had quietly collapsed, ushering in a new era of uncertainty and possibility. God is dead, the hidden meaning. Night had a way of revealing thoughts that daylight tried to hide. In the quiet hours, when the world softened and certainty faded, Friedrich Nietzsche began to shape the idea that would echo through centuries. It was not a scream of rebellion, nor a declaration meant to shock for attention. It was a calm observation, written like a message slipped into the future. The words were simple, yet dangerous. God is dead. To many, it sounded like an attack on faith. To others, it felt like madness. But for Nietzsche, it was something else entirely. It was a diagnosis. He believed that the old structures of meaning were slowly dissolving, not because people had suddenly become evil or rebellious, but because belief itself had quietly weakened. Science, industry, and modern thought were replacing the sacred stories that once gave life direction. People still went to church, still spoke of morality, still used religious language, but something deep had shifted. Nietzsche imagined humanity standing in a vast, open space, realizing that the familiar sky had vanished. For centuries, religion had provided a framework for meaning, identity, and morality. With its decline, people would feel both free and lost. He believed that modern humans had killed God not with violence, but with indifference. The old certainties were fading, and nothing had fully replaced them. In his writings, Nietzsche often spoke through characters and metaphors. One of his most famous images was that of a madman running into a marketplace with a lantern in broad daylight, announcing that God is dead. The crowd laughed, not understanding the weight of what had been said. The madman was not insane. He was the only one who understood the magnitude of the moment. Humanity had severed itself from its deepest source of meaning, yet continued to act as if nothing had changed. Nietzsche saw this as both a tragedy and an opportunity. Without divine authority, humans would have to create their own values. Morality would no longer be handed down from the heavens, it would be crafted by human minds. This freedom, he believed, was terrifying. Most people preferred certainty, even if it was false. Few were ready to face the responsibility of shaping their own meaning. He observed that societies often cling to old structures long after they have lost their power. People continue rituals, traditions, and moral codes because they provide comfort, not because they are true. Nietzsche believed that this created a dangerous gap between appearance and reality. Beneath the surface of modern life, he sensed a growing emptiness, a silent crisis of meaning. The phrase, "God is dead," was not a celebration. It was a warning. Nietzsche feared that without a new framework of values, humanity might drift into nihilism, where nothing matters and everything feels hollow. He believed that people needed a new source of purpose, something rooted in life itself rather than in distant metaphysical promises. Nietzsche's tone was often poetic, sometimes unsettling, always reflective. He imagined a future where humans would look back on religion as a childhood story, both beautiful and limiting. He did not hate faith. He questioned its role in a world that was rapidly changing. He believed that humanity was standing on the edge of a transformation, uncertain of what would come next. He asked uncomfortable questions. If there is no divine lawgiver, who decides what is right and wrong? If morality is not absolute, is everything permitted? If meaning is not given, must it be created? These questions were not meant to destroy, they were meant to awaken. Nietzsche believed that many people were already living as if God were dead, even if they did not admit it. They followed habits, social norms, and personal desires, often without reflecting on their origins. He saw modern life as a kind of sleepwalking, where individuals move through routines without confronting the deeper implications of their beliefs. He feared that without awareness, humanity might fall into despair or manipulation. Without shared values, people could become vulnerable to ideologies that promised certainty. Nietzsche sensed that the death of God could lead to both great creativity and great danger. In his quiet rooms, he reflected on how civilizations had always relied on myths. These myths provided structure, identity, and purpose. With the decline of religious belief, Nietzsche believed that new myths would emerge. The question was whether these new myths would elevate humanity or enslave it. He imagined a future where individuals would have to become creators of meaning. He believed that some would rise to this challenge, while many would retreat into comfort, distraction, or obedience. This division fascinated and disturbed him. He saw humanity at a crossroads, unsure whether it would grow stronger or weaker. Nietzsche's declaration was also deeply personal. He had lost his own faith early in life, not in anger but in reflection. His experiences with suffering, illness, and isolation had made simplistic answers feel insufficient. He wanted a philosophy that faced life honestly, without relying on comforting illusions. He did not claim to have all the answers. Instead, he offered a challenge. If God is dead, what comes next? Who becomes the author of meaning? How does one live in a world without absolute certainty? These questions were meant to linger, to echo in the listener's mind, to unfold slowly over time. The idea of the death of God was not meant to end spirituality, but to transform it. Nietzsche believed that humans could find meaning in creativity, self-overcoming, and the affirmation of life. He believed that life itself, with all its suffering and beauty, could become a source of value. Yet he also recognized the danger. Without a guiding structure, people could feel lost. They could become cynical, detached, or destructive. Nietzsche's writings often carried a sense of urgency, as though he were speaking to future generations, warning them of a coming crisis. He believed that humanity had reached a point where it could no longer rely on inherited beliefs. The old world was fading, and a new one was not yet fully formed. This liminal state, between belief and disbelief, tradition and innovation, fascinated him. In the quiet of his study, Nietzsche wrote with intensity, aware that his words might be misunderstood. He knew that "God is dead" would be taken literally, sensationally, and often inaccurately. But he also believed that the phrase carried a deeper truth that could not be ignored. He saw modern humans as both liberated and burdened. Freedom without direction could become a new form of imprisonment. He believed that only those willing to confront uncertainty could truly thrive in the new world. As the chapter unfolds, the audience is invited to feel the weight of Nietzsche's observation. The familiar structures of belief begin to feel less solid. The listener is encouraged to consider their own sources of meaning, their own assumptions about morality, purpose, and truth. In this new world, Nietzsche believed a new type of human would be needed. Not a follower, not a believer, but a creator. He envisioned individuals who could shape their own values, who could say yes to life without relying on external authority. This idea would later evolve into his concept of the Übermensch, the one who overcomes inherited beliefs and builds meaning from within. The death of God was not the end of spirituality, it was the beginning of a more dangerous freedom. Nietzsche saw nihilism as a shadow following the death of God. If nothing is inherently meaningful, why strive, why suffer, why create? He feared that without new values, people might fall into despair, boredom, or destruction. He described this as a quiet sickness, spreading through societies that no longer believed in anything deeply. The world might appear productive and busy, yet feel strangely hollow beneath the surface. He believed that modern humans were already experiencing this emptiness, though few recognized it. People chased success, comfort, and entertainment, yet felt restless and dissatisfied. Nietzsche saw this as a symptom of a deeper loss of meaning. The old stories that once gave life direction had faded, but no new stories had fully replaced them. In his reflections, Nietzsche suggested that the death of God would reshape psychology itself. Without divine judgment, guilt and morality would change. People would have to confront their instincts, desires, and fears directly. This confrontation could lead to growth or collapse. Nietzsche believed that most moral systems were attempts to control human instincts, to tame chaos, and to create predictability. With these systems weakened, human nature would become more visible. He imagined societies experimenting with new forms of identity, morality, and power. Some experiments would be creative and life-affirming. Others would be dangerous and oppressive. Nietzsche sensed that the vacuum left by religion could be filled by political ideologies, nationalism, or mass movements. These new belief systems could become just as rigid and controlling as the old ones, perhaps even more so. Nietzsche did not present himself as a prophet of doom. He was a philosopher of transformation. He believed that the death of God was part of a larger evolution of consciousness. Humanity, in his view, was still young, still learning to think beyond myths and traditions. The collapse of old beliefs was painful but necessary for growth. He wrote of the need for individuals who could dance on the edge of uncertainty, who could find joy in creating meaning rather than receiving it. These individuals would not seek comfort in dogma, they would seek strength in self-understanding. Nietzsche believed that true freedom required courage, introspection, and the willingness to stand alone. Yet he also recognized the loneliness of such a path. Without shared beliefs, individuals might feel disconnected from others. Nietzsche himself felt this isolation deeply. He understood that questioning everything comes with a cost. When one steps outside collective beliefs, one often steps outside collective comfort. He imagined conversations with future readers, people who would feel the same unease, the same curiosity, the same desire to understand the hidden mechanisms of belief. He believed that his words would find those who were ready, those who sensed that reality was more complex than it appeared. Nietzsche's vision of a world after the death of God was neither purely dark nor purely hopeful. It was a landscape of possibility, danger, and transformation. He believed that humanity stood at a threshold, capable of creating new forms of meaning, but also capable of losing itself entirely. He often returned to the idea that humans are storytellers by nature. When old stories die, new ones must be born. The question was who would write these new stories, and whose interests they would serve. Nietzsche feared that without conscious creators, stories would be written by those seeking control. In quiet moments, he reflected on his own role in this transformation. Was he a destroyer, a creator, or both? He believed that destruction was sometimes necessary for creation. Old structures had to be dismantled for new ones to emerge. His philosophy was a hammer and a chisel, breaking and shaping at the same time. He imagined future generations studying his words, debating their meaning, and living in the world he foresaw. He wondered whether humanity would rise to the challenge or retreat into new illusions. He believed that the death of God was not an endpoint, but a beginning, a doorway into a more conscious and demanding existence. The calm tone of his writing often masked the radical nature of his ideas. He was not shouting, he was whispering across time. His message was subtle yet profound. Reality is not fixed, meaning is not given, and the mind is capable of reshaping itself. As listeners absorb these ideas, they are invited to question their own assumptions. What gives your life meaning? Are your beliefs inherited, chosen, or examined? What would happen if the structures you rely on quietly faded? These questions linger, not as threats, but as invitations to deeper awareness. Nietzsche believed that the death of God would force humanity to confront itself. Without divine mirrors, humans would see their own reflections more clearly. They would recognize their instincts, their fears, their potential. This recognition could lead to growth, or to avoidance. Nietzsche hoped for growth, but he knew avoidance was easier. He saw the modern world as a transition, a bridge between old myths and new forms of consciousness. He believed that those who crossed this bridge would become something new, something stronger, something more aware. Those who refused might cling to illusions or fall into despair. In the stillness of night, Nietzsche's thoughts echo like distant footsteps in an empty hall. His declaration that God is dead is not a shout, but a quiet statement of fact, a description of a world already changing. The listener is guided to feel the weight of this change, to sense the silence where certainty once lived. As this chapter concludes, the audience senses that Nietzsche's philosophy is not merely historical. It is a mirror held up to the present. The death of God is not just a 19th-century idea, it is a continuing process, a shifting landscape of belief, identity, and meaning. The stage is set for the next exploration. If God is dead, and meaning must be created, who has the power to shape values? Who decides what is strong, what is weak, what is good, and what is evil? These questions lead directly into the next chapter, where Nietzsche's radical ideas about morality and power begin to unfold. The calm narration invites reflection rather than fear. Nietzsche's words are presented not as an attack, but as an invitation to think more deeply. The listener is guided through the emotional landscape of a world where old certainties fade and new possibilities emerge. The idea that God is dead is not presented as a conclusion, but as a beginning. It opens a door to questions that cannot be easily answered. It challenges the listener to step into uncertainty with curiosity rather than dread. As this part of the chapter closes, the audience senses that Nietzsche's declaration is only the surface of a deeper philosophy. Beneath the shocking phrase lies a complex vision of humanity's future, filled with both risk and potential. The next part will explore how Nietzsche believed humans must rebuild meaning, and what kind of mind would be capable of living in a world without divine guarantees. Nietzsche believed that when the old idea of God faded, humanity would not simply become atheistic. Instead, it would become something far more uncertain. Without a divine center, people would search desperately for new anchors of meaning. Some would find purpose in art, science, power, or self-mastery. Others would cling to ideologies, leaders, or collective identities. Nietzsche sensed that the human mind cannot exist without meaning, and when meaning disappears, it rushes to create substitutes. He imagined a future filled with individuals who felt free yet strangely empty. Without sacred rules, every choice would feel heavier. Each person would become responsible for their own values, their own purpose, their own moral compass. Nietzsche believed this responsibility would be too much for many. People might retreat into comfort, distraction, or obedience, rather than face the silent space where certainty once lived. Morality as a weapon. Morality often feels like something gentle, a quiet guide that helps people choose between right and wrong. Friedrich Nietzsche saw something very different beneath that surface. He believed morality was not simply a set of rules handed down from the heavens or discovered by reason. He believed it was a tool, shaped by human hands, and often used to control others. In the quiet hours, he imagined morality as an invisible language spoken by power. Those who shaped moral rules shaped how people thought, acted, and judged themselves. To Nietzsche, moral systems were not neutral, they were expressions of dominance, fear, and survival strategies. Behind every moral command, he believed, there was a psychological motive. He observed that societies often praise humility, obedience, and kindness, while condemning pride, ambition, and strength. These values appeared noble on the surface, but Nietzsche wondered who benefited from them. He suspected that moral systems were often designed by the weak to restrain the strong, by the many to control the few, by those who feared power to tame those who possessed it. Nietzsche traced morality back to ancient human instincts. He imagined early communities struggling to survive, forming rules to maintain order. Over time, these rules hardened into moral laws. What began as practical guidelines slowly transformed into sacred commandments. People forgot that these values were created by humans and began to treat them as eternal truths. He believed that morality evolved not from divine wisdom, but from psychological battles. Those without physical power developed moral frameworks that condemned strength as evil and weakness as virtuous. In this way, morality became a subtle weapon. It could shame, guilt, and restrain individuals without physical force. Nietzsche described two broad types of morality, master morality and slave morality. Master morality, in his view, emerged from those who felt strong and confident. They valued courage, creativity, and self-assertion. Slave morality, he believed, emerged from those who felt powerless. It valued humility, obedience, and self-denial. Neither system was purely good or evil, both were expressions of human psychology. He believed that modern morality was largely shaped by slave morality. Societies praised modesty, condemned ambition, and treated power with suspicion. Nietzsche saw this as a psychological inversion, where traits associated with strength were rebranded as dangerous or immoral. He believed this inversion shaped how people thought about themselves and others. Nietzsche did not argue that kindness or compassion were bad. Instead, he questioned why certain traits were elevated above others. He believed that moral systems often suppressed individuality, creativity, and excellence in favor of conformity. In his eyes, morality could become a cage, limiting human potential. He imagined morality as a silent teacher, whispering into the mind from childhood. It taught people what to desire, what to fear, what to admire, and what to despise. Over time, these teachings became internalized, turning into guilt, shame, and self-judgment. Nietzsche believed that much of human suffering came not from reality itself, but from moral interpretations imposed on reality. He observed that people often use morality to judge others. Moral language became a way to assert superiority, to label opponents as evil, to justify punishment. Nietzsche saw morality as a battlefield of values, where groups competed for dominance through definitions of good and bad. He reflected on religion's role in shaping morality. Religious systems often promised rewards and punishments beyond this world. Nietzsche believed this created powerful psychological incentives. People internalized moral rules not only out of fear of social consequences, but out of fear of eternal judgment. He saw this as one of the most effective control mechanisms in human history. Nietzsche believed that when God died, morality would not simply disappear. Instead, moral habits would linger, detached from their original foundations. People would continue judging, shaming, and conforming, even when the metaphysical justification had faded. Morality, he believed, would survive as a psychological structure long after its sacred roots were forgotten. He asked unsettling questions. If morality is a human creation, who gets to create it? Who benefits from its rules? Who is constrained by its judgments? These questions were meant to make listeners uneasy, to reveal that morality is not just a guide, but a force shaping consciousness. Nietzsche saw modern societies enforcing morality through education, media, and social norms. Children learned what was acceptable long before they could question it. Adults reinforced these norms unconsciously. Moral values became self-replicating patterns, passed down through generations. He believed that true freedom required questioning morality itself. This did not mean becoming cruel or chaotic. It meant understanding the origins of values, recognizing their psychological roots, and choosing consciously rather than blindly. Nietzsche believed that most people never reach this level of reflection. He imagined a future where individuals would craft their own values, grounded in life, creativity, and strength. This was not selfishness, but self-creation. He believed that humanity's next evolution depended on individuals who could transcend inherited morality and create new ways of living. Yet he also recognized the danger. Without shared moral frameworks, societies could fracture. Power struggles could intensify. Nietzsche did not offer easy solutions. He offered a lens to see morality as a human phenomenon, shaped by history, psychology, and power dynamics. In his writing, he often used sharp, poetic language to cut through complacency. He wanted readers to feel the shock of realizing that their moral beliefs were not eternal truths but cultural artifacts. This realization could be liberating or terrifying, depending on how one responded. Nietzsche believed that morality was both a product of fear and a tool of control. It helped societies function, but also limited human potential. He saw it as a double-edged sword, capable of protecting and imprisoning at the same time. As the night deepens, the listener is guided through this unsettling landscape. Morality begins to feel less like a divine compass and more like a human invention. The calm narration invites reflection rather than rebellion, encouraging listeners to observe their own beliefs with quiet curiosity. Nietzsche's ideas unfold slowly, like a curtain lifting on a hidden stage. The audience is not told what to think, but invited to see the machinery behind moral judgments. The familiar world of right and wrong becomes layered with shadows and questions. As this part of the chapter closes, the listener senses that morality is not just a personal matter, but a psychological force shaping civilizations. Nietzsche's insights feel both ancient and modern, relevant to any era where humans seek to define good and evil. The next part will explore how morality ties directly into power, how values become instruments of influence, and how Nietzsche believed that understanding this dynamic was key to mastering the human mind. Morality, Nietzsche believed, was never just an abstract code written in dusty books. It lived in gestures, in tones of voice, in the quiet approval of a crowd and the silent disapproval of a raised eyebrow. Power moved through these signals, shaping minds long before laws or weapons were needed. He saw that the strongest rulers were often invisible, hidden inside shared values that people defended as if they were their own. He thought about kings and priests, teachers and parents, writers and leaders. Each carried moral narratives that guided behavior. Those narratives decided who was praised and who was punished, who was celebrated and who was shamed. Nietzsche believed that behind every moral story stood a struggle for influence, a quiet contest over the direction of human thought. He suggested that moral language could soften violence while achieving the same result. Instead of chains, there were expectations. Instead of prisons, there was social exile. Instead of whips, there was guilt. People learned to police themselves, to feel shame for thoughts that did not fit accepted values. In this way, morality became one of the most efficient tools of power ever invented. Nietzsche watched how crowds reacted to those who challenged norms. A single dissenter could be labeled immoral, dangerous, or insane. These labels protected the group from disruption and discouraged others from questioning. He believed that societies instinctively defend their moral structures because those structures maintain stability and predictability. He also believed that individuals used morality as a personal weapon. By presenting themselves as virtuous, they gained influence, trust, and authority. Moral superiority could become a subtle form of domination. People listened to those who appeared morally elevated, even when their intentions were hidden. He noticed that moral outrage often felt righteous but could mask deeper motives. Anger could be justified through moral language, envy could be reframed as justice, and resentment could be celebrated as virtue. Nietzsche saw these patterns as psychological transformations that allowed uncomfortable emotions to feel noble. In his quiet reflections, he wondered how many personal conflicts were actually moral conflicts in disguise. People argued over principles, but beneath those debates were struggles for recognition, control, and security. Morality provided a stage where these struggles could appear elevated and impersonal. Nietzsche believed that understanding morality was essential for understanding the mind. Values shaped perception, memory, desire, and fear. A person raised in strict moral systems might experience guilt for natural impulses, while another raised differently might feel pride. Morality sculpted the inner landscape of the psyche. He imagined a future where individuals would study morality like scientists study nature, observing its patterns without worshipping them. This detachment, he believed, was the first step toward psychological freedom. When morality is seen as a human creation, it becomes something that can be examined, adjusted, and even redesigned. He also sensed that such freedom could be unsettling. Without inherited values, people might feel groundless. Nietzsche believed that many preferred the safety of familiar moral rules to the risk of creating their own. This preference, he thought, explained why moral systems persist even when their origins are forgotten. In his writings, he invited readers to perform a kind of moral archaeology, digging beneath values to uncover their historical and psychological roots. He believed that by tracing the origin of a value, one could see whose interests it served and how it shaped behavior. This process could feel like uncovering hidden mechanisms inside the mind. Nietzsche's calm yet piercing style encouraged reflection rather than rebellion. He did not demand that people abandon morality overnight. He asked them to look at it with open eyes. He believed that awareness itself was a form of power, and that understanding morality could free individuals from unconscious control. As listeners absorb these ideas, morality begins to feel less fixed and more fluid. The familiar sense of certainty softens into curiosity. Nietzsche's words invite a gentle questioning, a quiet exploration of why certain values feel natural and others feel forbidden. He believed that those who understood morality could also understand power. Values were levers that moved societies and individuals alike. Whoever defined good and evil shaped the direction of culture, politics, and personal identity. This insight led him toward a deeper exploration of power itself. In the stillness of night, his reflections feel like a quiet revelation. Morality is no longer just a guide, it is a hidden architecture shaping thought and behavior. The listener senses that by understanding this architecture, one could navigate the world with greater clarity and autonomy. As this chapter draws to a close, the audience is gently led toward the next idea. If morality is a weapon and power flows through values, then understanding power becomes essential. Nietzsche's next exploration moves directly into the psychology of power, where he dissects how individuals and groups seek dominance, influence, and self-assertion. His calm narrative does not accuse the listener, but invites them into a private conversation across time. The night feels quieter, the questions feel deeper, and the boundaries between belief and observation begin to blur. Nietzsche's exploration of morality becomes a doorway into understanding how the mind is guided, constrained, and sometimes liberated by invisible rules. He believed that once a person sees morality clearly, they can choose which values to embrace and which to question. This choice is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet, internal, and deeply personal. It happens in moments of reflection, when the world slows and thoughts become clear. Nietzsche imagined listeners centuries later, hearing these ideas in their own quiet rooms, feeling the same mix of curiosity and unease. He believed that understanding morality was a step toward understanding oneself, and that self-understanding was the beginning of genuine freedom. The chapter fades with a sense that morality is not a fixed star, but a constellation shaped by human hands. The listener is left with a gentle awareness that values can be observed, questioned, and even transformed. This awareness flows naturally into the next exploration, where power itself becomes the subject, and the hidden forces that drive human ambition are revealed with the same calm, penetrating light. Night settles deeper as these thoughts linger, encouraging the mind to wander gently through questions of influence and control. The world outside remains unchanged, yet the inner landscape feels wider, as if a door has quietly opened to a new way of seeing human behavior and the subtle currents that move it. These currents guide the story forward, carrying the listener toward Nietzsche's deeper study of power and the minds that seek it in the chapters that follow. The psychology of power. Power was never just something Nietzsche read about in books or observed in politics. To him, power was a pulse running through every human thought, every desire, every quiet decision. He believed that beneath the surface of kindness, ambition, fear, and love, there was a deeper force shaping behavior. He called this the will to power, not as a hunger for domination, but as a fundamental drive to grow, express, and assert oneself. In the stillness of his reflections, Nietzsche imagined power as a quiet current flowing through life itself. A plant reaching for sunlight, an artist creating a painting, a child learning to speak, a thinker questioning reality, all were expressions of this inner drive. Power, in his view, was not merely political authority or physical strength. It was the desire to expand, to overcome resistance, to become more than what one is. He believed that every organism seeks to assert itself in some way. Humans, with their complex minds, express this drive through ideas, creativity, relationships, and social structures. Nietzsche saw power in the teacher shaping minds, in the writer influencing readers, in the leader inspiring followers, and even in the quiet individual who refuses to conform. Power, for him, was everywhere, subtle and pervasive. Nietzsche observed that societies often misunderstand power. They associate it with tyranny, violence, and domination. Yet he believed that power could also be gentle, creative, and life-affirming. A person who masters their fears, who transforms suffering into insight, who creates beauty from chaos is also exercising power. This broader view of power challenged the simplistic moral judgments of his time. He noticed that people often deny their desire for power, hiding it behind moral language. Someone might claim to seek justice, but also enjoy the influence it brings. Another might preach humility, yet feel superior for doing so. Nietzsche believed that power often disguises itself as virtue, making it difficult to recognize. In his solitude, he reflected on how power shapes identity. People define themselves through achievements, relationships, beliefs, and values. Each definition is an expression of the will to power, a way of saying, "This is who I am." Even self-denial can be a form of power, a way of exerting control over impulses and environment. Nietzsche believed that the struggle for power begins within the mind. Thoughts compete for dominance, emotions clash, instincts pull in different directions. The self is not a unified entity, but a battlefield of drives. Power, in this sense, is the ability to organize these drives into a coherent direction. A strong individual, he believed, is one who can shape their inner chaos into a creative force. He saw weakness not as a moral failing, but as a lack of integration. When instincts conflict without resolution, the mind becomes fragmented. Nietzsche believed that developing inner strength required embracing conflict, understanding instincts, and channeling them toward meaningful goals. Power, then, was not repression, but transformation. Nietzsche's reflections on power extended to relationships. He believed that every interaction contains subtle negotiations of influence. Who listens, who speaks, who decides, who follows, these dynamics reveal power structures, even in the most intimate settings. He did not see this as inherently negative. He saw it as a natural aspect of human connection. He observed that people often seek power unconsciously. They want recognition, respect, love, and security. These desires drive behavior, shape choices, and influence emotions. Nietzsche believed that understanding these motives could lead to greater self-awareness and authenticity. In his writings, he described power as a creative force. Artists, philosophers, and innovators express their will to power by reshaping reality through ideas and creations. Nietzsche admired those who dared to think differently, who challenged conventions, who created new possibilities. He believed that such individuals advanced humanity by expanding the boundaries of thought and experience. He also warned that power could become destructive when misunderstood. When individuals or groups seek domination without self-awareness, they can suppress others and stifle creativity. Nietzsche believed that power without reflection could lead to tyranny, while power with insight could lead to transformation. He imagined a future where individuals would consciously cultivate their will to power, using it to create meaningful lives rather than seeking control over others. This vision was not utopian, it was demanding. It required courage, discipline, and self-knowledge. Nietzsche believed that most people would avoid this challenge, preferring comfort and conformity. In the quiet of his study, Nietzsche considered how cultures express collective will to power. Nations, religions, and movements seek influence, territory, and recognition. He saw history as a series of power struggles, not just between armies, but between ideas. Philosophies, moral systems, and myths compete for dominance in the human mind. He believed that the most powerful ideas are those that shape how people see themselves and the world. These ideas can inspire, control, liberate, or constrain. Nietzsche wanted to understand how such ideas emerge and why they endure. He believed that examining power at the level of thought was more important than studying power in politics alone. Nietzsche's concept of power was deeply personal. He struggled with illness, isolation, and misunderstanding, yet continued to write, think, and create. His own life was an expression of the will to power, a refusal to surrender to circumstances. He transformed suffering into insight, solitude into reflection, and alienation into originality. He believed that power is most profound when it is quiet. A person who changes their own thinking, who overcomes fear, who creates new values exercises a form of power that does not require applause. Nietzsche admired this internal strength, seeing it as the foundation of genuine freedom. As listeners absorb these ideas, power begins to feel less like domination and more like vitality. Nietzsche's calm narrative invites reflection on personal drives, ambitions, and fears. The listener is encouraged to observe their own will to power, not with judgment, but with curiosity. He believed that understanding power could reveal hidden patterns in behavior, relationships, and society. Once seen, these patterns could not be unseen. Power becomes a lens through which reality appears layered and dynamic, rather than static and simple. The chapter slowly unfolds like a night walk through unfamiliar territory. Each idea is a step into deeper understanding, guided by Nietzsche's quiet voice across time. Power is no longer a distant concept, but a living force within and around the listener. As this part of the chapter draws to a close, the audience senses that power is not only something to observe, but something to cultivate. Nietzsche's exploration prepares the ground for a deeper inquiry into how power shapes history, identity, and the future of humanity. The next part will explore how the will to power influences morality, culture, and personal transformation, revealing how Nietzsche believed power could become the engine of human evolution. Power, Nietzsche believed, is not simply exercised outwardly, it flows inward first. The mind is its primary battlefield. Before anyone can influence others, they must first confront themselves. Every thought, every desire, every hesitation carries the potential for dominance or submission. The strongest individuals are those who recognize this hidden terrain, who can direct their impulses rather than be swept along by them. For Nietzsche, this internal mastery is the foundation of all true influence. He observed that human societies, at every level, mirror this dynamic. Nations, organizations, and even small groups of friends operate according to invisible hierarchies of influence. Rules, traditions, and norms serve as conduits of power, silently steering behavior. Yet these conduits are rarely questioned, they are accepted as natural, even sacred. Nietzsche wanted people to see them as constructs, human-made structures designed to shape thought and limit freedom. The subtlety of power fascinated him. It is rarely a blunt instrument. A word, a look, a gesture, or even silence can assert authority more effectively than force. Nietzsche believed that those who perceive these subtleties possess an advantage unseen by most. Power thrives in nuance, in the spaces between action and observation, in the gaps of understanding where others fail to see the influence shaping their lives. He reflected on the ways in which power is often hidden beneath morality, ideology, and social expectation. People think they act freely, yet their choices are framed by values and beliefs instilled from birth. Power operates quietly, like a river beneath the ice, shaping paths and currents that remain invisible until examined. Nietzsche's insight was that recognizing this hidden current allows one to navigate life with precision, to choose when to yield and when to assert. He explored the interplay between power and culture. Collective beliefs, rituals, and laws are not neutral, they are expressions of a society's underlying will. These structures amplify certain forms of power while suppressing others. Religion, tradition, and social norms act as both scaffold and shackle, providing stability while limiting creativity and freedom. Nietzsche urged reflection: who benefits from these structures? Who is constrained by them? The philosopher also turned his gaze inward, examining personal ambition and the desire for recognition. Power manifests in subtle competitions: who is admired, who is respected, who is followed. Human beings unconsciously negotiate these dynamics daily, often without realizing it. Even acts of self-sacrifice, humility, or kindness can carry undertones of influence, a quiet assertion of moral authority or social position. Nietzsche considered the paradox of power: it is both necessary and dangerous. Without it, life stagnates; with it, life can be corrupted. Mastery over oneself, rather than domination over others, is the path to sustainable influence. He believed that individuals who understand this can transform their internal drives into creative force, building a life that radiates strength without coercion. He envisioned the Übermensch, the human who embodies power in its fullest sense. This figure does not seek to dominate blindly, but to shape life itself through self-mastery and the creation of values. The Übermensch emerges when the mind recognizes that true influence begins with the self, that personal excellence is the foundation for any meaningful interaction with the world. Nietzsche warned, however, that the path to power is perilous. Many are content to imitate authority rather than create it. They follow inherited rules, embrace conventional morality, and seek approval from others rather than cultivating their inner strength. The result is a society where superficial power flourishes while genuine self-mastery remains rare. He observed that suffering is intimately tied to power. To grow stronger, to assert oneself authentically, one must confront fear, doubt, and resistance. Pain, in Nietzsche's view, is not merely an obstacle, it is the raw material for transformation. Those who endure and integrate suffering gain insight, resilience, and clarity, becoming capable of wielding power consciously rather than unconsciously. Nietzsche examined power in relationships, noting the subtle psychological games humans play. Influence is exchanged through language, gestures, and social positioning. People often compete for emotional, moral, and intellectual dominance, sometimes without awareness. Understanding these dynamics allows one to navigate social environments with subtlety and intention. He reflected on the ethical ambiguity of power. Influence can uplift or crush, enlighten or manipulate. Nietzsche did not shy away from uncomfortable truths. The same mechanisms that elevate can also enslave. Recognizing this duality, he suggested, is essential for anyone seeking mastery over themselves and their surroundings. He described historical figures who embodied these principles. Leaders, artists, philosophers, and innovators often achieved greatness by bending power toward creation rather than destruction. Yet even the most brilliant individuals risked corruption if they lacked self-awareness. Nietzsche's analysis is both a warning and an invitation. Understand the forces that shape the mind, and one can navigate life with intention. The philosopher also explored the hidden interplay of fear and desire in power. People often seek control to avoid vulnerability, projecting strength to mask insecurity. Nietzsche urged acknowledgement of these motives, claiming that only by seeing them clearly can one transform them into genuine influence. The mind becomes a laboratory where impulses are examined, refined, and directed. He imagined the quiet moments of reflection where one confronts the illusions of power. In these moments, the superficial forms of authority dissolve, revealing the underlying dynamics of control, influence, and self-mastery. Awareness of these currents allows the individual to move through life strategically, balancing strength with wisdom, ambition with reflection. Nietzsche's vision of power was deeply psychological. Societies, he argued, are composed of individuals negotiating influence constantly. Morality, education, and culture act as intermediaries, channeling power into socially acceptable forms. By observing these channels, one can discern both the mechanics of control and the opportunities for autonomous action. He also emphasized that power is not only a personal pursuit but a force that shapes civilization. Innovations, revolutions, and artistic breakthroughs are expressions of the collective will to power. Nations rise and fall not solely through armies, but through ideas, beliefs, and cultural influence. Nietzsche saw these forces as subtle yet decisive in shaping history. The calm narration guides the listener to perceive power as an intimate and pervasive force. It is neither wholly good nor wholly evil. It is a neutral energy that can be harnessed for creation or destruction. Understanding this allows one to navigate life with greater clarity, recognizing the hidden currents that shape behavior, relationships, and society. By the end of this part, the listener begins to feel the weight and depth of Nietzsche's insight. Power is everywhere, shaping every thought, every decision, every emotion. The quiet mind holds as much influence as the public figure. Mastery over self is a precondition for meaningful impact on the world. The chapter closes by preparing the audience for the next exploration, the Übermensch, the embodiment of Nietzsche's understanding of power, creativity, and moral independence. From here, the narrative will move into a detailed examination of how individuals can transcend inherited values and realize the full potential of their minds. The Übermensch myth. The term Übermensch has haunted the imagination of thinkers, scholars, and dreamers for more than a century. Yet Nietzsche did not conceive it as a simple label, nor as a distant figure to idolize. For him, the Übermensch represented a philosophical experiment in human potential, a symbol of what a mind freed from inherited values could accomplish. It was a myth, but one rooted in the very psychology of evolution, power, and self-overcoming. Nietzsche imagined the world as a stage of continuous struggle, a place where inherited beliefs, moral chains, and societal expectations constrain the mind. The Übermensch is the being who rises above these constraints, who fashions life according to self-determined values. This is not a call to tyranny or domination, it is a call to personal transformation. It is the quiet mastery of one's desires, fears, and instincts, reshaped into creativity and strength. He often contrasted the Übermensch with ordinary humanity. The majority, Nietzsche observed, drifted through life as passive participants, guided by morality, convention, and habit. They accepted inherited truths without question, rarely pausing to consider who created these rules or why. The Übermensch, by contrast, interrogates every assumption, observes every impulse, and chooses consciously which values to embrace. This conscious choice, he believed, distinguishes the exceptional from the ordinary. Nietzsche's myth is subtle and layered. The Übermensch is not a fixed template but a process, a lifelong journey of self-overcoming. Each obstacle, each experience of suffering, each confrontation with fear is an opportunity to refine the self. The myth is a psychological guide, a framework for navigating the tension between human instinct and the desire for meaning, between limitation and potential. He explored the role of creativity in the formation of the Übermensch. Creation, whether in art, thought, or action, is the expression of the will to power. By shaping the world, individuals shape themselves. Nietzsche believed that the ability to create, to transform raw experience into something meaningful, is at the heart of human evolution. The Übermensch is, therefore, both artist and philosopher, sculptor of life and observer of self. Nietzsche emphasized the importance of independence. The Übermensch is not merely a reflection of society or tradition. He does not seek validation from others, nor does he bow to inherited norms. Independence, in this sense, is not isolation but the capacity to define one's own values, to act in harmony with inner principles rather than external expectations. He also acknowledged the paradoxical nature of this path. To transcend inherited morality and achieve self-mastery requires confronting profound solitude. The journey can be lonely, as most of humanity clings to familiar frameworks. Yet Nietzsche framed this solitude as a crucible, a space where the mind is tested, purified, and strengthened. The discomfort of isolation becomes a tool of transformation rather than a punishment. Nietzsche's reflections extended to morality itself. The Übermensch must navigate the tension between inherited ethical systems and self-created values. He cannot reject morality wholesale, nor can he accept it blindly. Instead, he observes, evaluates, and reconstructs moral principles according to personal insight. This process is neither easy nor comforting, but it is essential for intellectual and emotional autonomy. He considered the cultural implications of the myth. Societies that stifle individuality, creativity, or critical thought inhibit the emergence of the Übermensch. Nietzsche warned that conformity, when celebrated as virtue, could suffocate potential. The Übermensch, in contrast, thrives in a space of challenge, uncertainty, and transformation, turning adversity into fuel for growth. Nietzsche also linked the Übermensch to the concept of eternal recurrence. To embrace one's life fully, with all its suffering and joy, as if one would relive it eternally, is to approach the mindset of the Übermensch. This radical acceptance transforms perspective, imbuing ordinary actions with meaning and intentionality. The myth becomes a lens through which even mundane choices gain weight and significance. He examined fear as a companion of the journey. Most individuals seek comfort, security, and predictability. The Übermensch, however, confronts fear directly. By acknowledging the limits of understanding, by facing uncertainty without avoidance, the individual cultivates courage. Nietzsche believed that courage is not the absence of fear, but the conscious engagement with it, a willingness to act despite internal resistance. Nietzsche saw the Übermensch as a living contradiction, strong yet reflective, creative yet disciplined, independent yet aware of interconnectedness. These paradoxes are not flaws but defining characteristics, illustrating that human potential is not linear or simple. Each dimension of the psyche must be engaged, refined, and integrated into a coherent whole. He also considered the societal misinterpretations of the Übermensch. Critics often assumed it was a figure of ruthless domination or elitism. Nietzsche's version, however, is psychological and personal, not political. The focus is on internal transformation, the mastery of impulses, and the creation of a life that embodies chosen values. External recognition is secondary, even irrelevant. Nietzsche reflected on failure as an essential aspect of the journey. Not all attempts at self-overcoming succeed. Pain, doubt, and error are unavoidable companions. Yet even in failure, the process strengthens the mind. The Übermensch emerges not because life is smooth, but because one has confronted, endured, and learned from adversity. The narrative style draws the listener into this quiet, contemplative journey. The night deepens, and each concept unfolds with deliberate care. The mind is invited to wander, to consider personal potential, to feel the tension between inherited norms and self-created life. The story does not lecture, it observes, suggests, and entices curiosity. Nietzsche also emphasized reflection. The Übermensch must engage in continuous self-examination, observing thoughts, desires, and motivations. Self-knowledge is not self-indulgence, it is the primary tool for shaping behavior, refining values, and navigating complex human dynamics. Each moment of insight, however subtle, becomes a step toward mastery. He imagined the listener in their own private space, reflecting on the constraints they inherit, the values they follow unconsciously, and the potential for self-directed transformation. The quiet voice of the narrative encourages contemplation rather than action, yet the ideas resonate deeply, planting seeds of long-term insight. Nietzsche's myth is ultimately an invitation, not a command. The Übermensch is a horizon, a possibility, a psychological framework for understanding human potential. It is a mirror that reflects both the limitations of ordinary life and the latent capacities within each mind. The chapter lingers in this reflective space, allowing the listener to inhabit the tension between what is and what could be. As Part A closes, the audience is left with a growing awareness. The Übermensch is not a distant legend but a lens through which to examine personal power, moral independence, and creative potential. The narrative sets the stage for Part B, where Nietzsche's myth will be explored further in its social, cultural, and philosophical dimensions, linking self-mastery to historical impact and human evolution. The Übermensch is not born in solitude alone, Nietzsche insisted, but emerges at the intersection of mind and world. Society, culture, and history are not mere backdrops, they are the forces that test and refine the individual. While many drift passively, following inherited values, the Übermensch actively engages, observing, questioning, and selectively incorporating elements that resonate with their inner vision. This is not rebellion for spectacle, but a careful calibration of life according to self-determined principles. Nietzsche emphasized the danger of misinterpretation. Many imagine the Übermensch as a figure of arrogance, ruthless ambition, or social dominance. Yet the truth lies elsewhere. The Übermensch seeks mastery over self, not over others. It is the cultivation of inner power, the ability to transform suffering, desire, and fear into insight and action. External conquest is secondary, a byproduct of internal clarity rather than its goal. He explored the connection between creativity and transcendence. A mind that has freed itself from inherited morality begins to create new patterns, new art, new philosophy, new ways of understanding existence. Every action, every choice, every reflection becomes an opportunity to sculpt the self. The Übermensch is, in essence, an artist of life, aware that each day, each decision, is a brushstroke on the canvas of one's own being. Nietzsche also considered the role of solitude in this process. Isolation is not punishment, it is a laboratory for the mind. Away from the cacophony of societal expectation, the individual can observe the inner world, confront instinct, and cultivate judgment. In these moments of quiet reflection, the foundations of the Übermensch are laid. The mind learns to distinguish between external pressures and authentic desire, between superficial approval and genuine purpose. Yet the journey is not without peril. The path toward the Übermensch exposes one to doubt, loneliness, and fear. Most humans seek comfort and certainty. Those who deviate often encounter resistance, misunderstanding, or ridicule. Nietzsche framed these challenges as essential trials. Each obstacle is an opportunity to strengthen resolve, to refine values, and to confront the raw materials of human nature that most avoid. He considered the interplay of morality and creativity in this pursuit. By transcending conventional moral systems, the individual gains freedom to establish new principles aligned with personal insight. Yet this is delicate work. The absence of inherited rules can feel destabilizing. Nietzsche suggested that courage and reflection are required to navigate this uncertainty, transforming discomfort into opportunity for growth. The concept of eternal recurrence emerges as a companion to the Übermensch. Imagine living the same life repeatedly, every joy, every pain, every decision repeated infinitely. Nietzsche proposed that embracing this reality without resentment or avoidance is a measure of strength. To accept life fully, in all its chaos and suffering, is to align with the mindset of the Übermensch. Each action gains weight, each choice becomes deliberate, and the mind learns to live intentionally rather than habitually. He explored social and cultural dimensions, noting that human progress depends on exceptional individuals who transcend norms. History is shaped not only by armies and rulers but by those who question, create, and redefine the values of their age. The Übermensch, by acting as a catalyst for transformation, allows societies to evolve, not merely replicate inherited structures. Creativity, insight, and courage ripple outward, influencing others in subtle but profound ways. Nietzsche also warned of the dangers of misunderstanding the myth. Those who seek the Übermensch as a model of domination or aggression misunderstand its psychological purpose. True mastery is quiet, deliberate, and internal. It does not require external recognition or the suppression of others. By focusing solely on external power, one misses the deeper work of self-transformation, the foundation of all meaningful influence. He reflected on the role of suffering in shaping greatness. The Übermensch does not avoid pain, rather, they engage with it, observing its lessons and integrating its insights. Every struggle, loss, and challenge becomes a tool for refining judgment, tempering desire, and cultivating resilience. Nietzsche saw suffering as a sculptor, carving away weakness, revealing the potential for strength, clarity, and creative expression. In personal terms, Nietzsche's myth offers a framework for psychological autonomy. Each listener is invited to reflect: which inherited values serve me? Which constrain me? Which fears and desires can I confront and transform? The journey toward the Übermensch is inward first, outward second. It begins with awareness, reflection, and courage, then extends into action that embodies self-created principles. He also considered the paradox of influence. The Übermensch does not seek to impose values on others, yet their existence inevitably challenges norms. By living authentically and creatively, they become a mirror for society, exposing limitations, contradictions, and possibilities. Influence arises naturally from integrity, not from coercion or rhetoric. In this way, personal mastery becomes a subtle force in cultural evolution. Nietzsche's reflections on the Übermensch extend to relationships and social dynamics. Power is expressed not in control over others, but in the ability to navigate influence, assert independence, and cultivate authenticity. Interactions are opportunities to observe, learn, and apply insight, transforming ordinary exchanges into acts of psychological sophistication. The Übermensch thrives in complexity, where clarity and intention guide engagement rather than impulse. He examined fear as both an obstacle and a catalyst. Most humans avoid risk, confrontation, and uncertainty. The Übermensch, however, embraces these challenges, understanding that growth emerges from navigating difficulty. Fear becomes a measure, a teacher, and a tool. By integrating these experiences, the individual transforms vulnerability into strength, chaos into structure, and doubt into clarity. Nietzsche also explored time and legacy. The Übermensch does not act for immediate reward or recognition. Their actions are deliberate, informed by long-term vision and the pursuit of personal excellence. Each decision is both an expression of self and a contribution to the unfolding of culture. The myth emphasizes patience, discipline, and reflection as prerequisites for meaningful impact. The chapter's narrative style encourages quiet contemplation. The listener is invited to inhabit the tension between potential and limitation, between inherited structures and self-determined values. The night deepens, and each idea unfolds gently, creating a sense of immersion that blends curiosity with introspection. Nietzsche's voice across time becomes a companion in this meditative exploration. As Part B progresses, the audience begins to feel the psychological weight of the Übermensch myth. It is not a distant legend but a blueprint for the mind, a challenge to confront fear, doubt, and inherited assumptions. The listener senses the subtle power in self-mastery, the quiet authority that emerges from deliberate reflection, and the creative potential that arises from confronting life fully. By the end of this part, the stage is set for deeper philosophical implications. The Übermensch is not merely an individual phenomenon, it is connected to the broader understanding of human evolution, culture, and the cycles of history. The myth invites reflection on how personal mastery interacts with society, how creativity shapes civilization, and how courage transforms both mind and world. The transition toward the next chapter is seamless, from the internal mastery of the Übermensch to the cosmic and temporal dimensions of Nietzsche's thought. The idea of eternal return, time loops, and cyclical patterns of existence naturally follows, extending the exploration from personal transformation to a broader meditation on the universe and our place within it. The listener is left in quiet anticipation. Understanding power and mastery within oneself leads inevitably to questions about time, existence, and repetition. Nietzsche's myth is both a psychological framework and a philosophical bridge, guiding the mind gently yet insistently toward the next revelation. Eternal return and time loops. Nietzsche's concept of eternal return is perhaps his most unsettling idea. He asked his audience to imagine living the same life, with every joy, every sorrow, every trivial moment, not once but infinitely, repeating forever. It is not a metaphor, it is a philosophical and psychological test. How would one react if every decision, every impulse, every failure and triumph were destined to recur endlessly? Would life feel unbearable, or would it gain new depth and significance? The thought experiment strikes at the core of human experience. Most of us live as though each moment is fleeting, insignificant, or disposable. We comfort ourselves with hope for the future, regret from the past, and distractions in the present. Yet Nietzsche challenges this complacency. By imagining eternal recurrence, he forces the mind to confront the weight of every choice. Every action matters infinitely, no detail is trivial, no regret can be ignored. He framed the idea as both a blessing and a curse. For the ordinary individual, eternal return can provoke terror. The thought of repeating mistakes, enduring suffering repeatedly, or witnessing mundane events ad infinitum is overwhelming. Yet for the Übermensch, it is a tool of liberation. To embrace eternal return is to affirm life fully, accepting both pleasure and pain without avoidance. It transforms existence into a canvas for intentional action, where every choice carries profound meaning. Nietzsche observed that humans are rarely conscious of time's full psychological implications. We tend to fragment experience into past, present, and future, losing the continuity and pattern that give life shape. Eternal return collapses this linear perspective, presenting time as a loop, a cycle of infinite repetition. This forces reflection. What patterns in behavior, thought, and desire are worth perpetuating, and which must be altered? He encouraged the listener to imagine a single day replaying endlessly. The trivial moments, the morning coffee, the brief glance from a stranger, the hesitation before a decision, become monumental. Each action, no matter how small, gains eternal weight. The psychological effect is both sobering and enlightening. It compels individuals to act deliberately, to cultivate awareness, and to embrace responsibility for their choices. Nietzsche linked eternal return to human psychology in subtle ways. Most people unconsciously avoid responsibility, seeking to justify actions, suppress impulses, or escape consequences. The idea of eternal recurrence exposes this avoidance. There is no escape from repetition, there is no place to hide. Awareness of eternal patterns demands honesty, courage, and reflection, qualities that Nietzsche believed are essential for psychological evolution. He also explored the existential implications. If life repeats infinitely, traditional ideas of reward, punishment, or divine judgment are insufficient. The individual must confront the raw reality of existence itself. Meaning is not inherited from external authorities but created in the mind through conscious choice. Eternal return reframes morality, desire, and ambition as internal phenomena rather than societal constructs, placing the responsibility for significance squarely on the individual. Nietzsche's concept is closely tied to the will to power. Each repetition is an opportunity to refine thought, behavior, and character. Strength is not measured by external conquest alone but by the ability to act deliberately, to integrate suffering, and to cultivate self-mastery. The mind that embraces recurrence learns to shape reality through insight and intentionality rather than passivity and habit. He considered the interplay between fear and acceptance. Many dread the idea of infinite repetition because it forces confrontation with limitations, regrets, and unfulfilled desires. Yet Nietzsche suggested that fear itself can become a catalyst for growth. By observing and integrating fear, the mind develops resilience, creativity, and perspective. Eternal return becomes a psychological tool, not a philosophical abstraction, a mechanism for cultivating courage and intentional living. Nietzsche also explored temporal loops as mirrors for consciousness. Just as events repeat, so too do thoughts, patterns, and emotions. Humans often fall into repetitive mental cycles, revisiting anxieties, desires, and regrets. Eternal return magnifies this tendency, making the mind aware of the patterns it perpetuates. Recognition of these loops allows for conscious intervention, transforming automatic reactions into deliberate actions, and habit into mastery. He examined the implications for moral and ethical reflection. Traditional morality is predicated on linear progression, right and wrong, reward and punishment, beginning and end. Eternal return disrupts this narrative. Individuals must evaluate their lives not in terms of singular outcomes but in terms of infinite repetition. What choices, values, and actions could one affirm eternally? Which habits would become unbearable if repeated endlessly? Nietzsche tied the idea to existential joy. Affirming eternal recurrence is not about blind optimism but about embracing reality as it is, without illusion or avoidance. Each moment, no matter how painful or trivial, is embraced as part of an eternal pattern. This radical acceptance transforms perception of life, infusing ordinary experience with significance and deliberate meaning. He also considered the psychological challenge of imagining repetition. The human mind craves novelty, escape, and forward momentum. Eternal return denies this escape, demanding presence, awareness, and engagement. Nietzsche framed this as a form of mental training, to endure, to integrate, and to act consciously, cultivating resilience, clarity, and depth of perception. The chapter's narrative immerses the listener in reflective observation. Night deepens, and ideas unfold slowly, like a quiet meditation. The listener is encouraged to imagine personal experiences, decisions, and regrets as part of infinite loops. Subtle curiosity builds. Which aspects of life would one embrace if forced to live them forever? Which patterns require transformation? Nietzsche extended the concept to cultural and historical patterns. Societies, like individuals, tend to repeat mistakes, conflicts, and triumphs. Eternal recurrence offers a lens for understanding the cyclical nature of human behavior. Recognizing these cycles allows for insight, strategic action, and creative adaptation. It is not fatalism, it is conscious observation, the foundation for wisdom and transformation. He reflected on the psychological intersection of eternal return and the Übermensch. The figure of the Übermensch embodies acceptance, mastery, and creative engagement. To embrace eternal recurrence fully is to approach the mindset of the Übermensch, living intentionally, transforming suffering into insight, and shaping the self with conscious awareness. The narrative evokes subtle tension and curiosity. The listener senses the challenge and the promise. Confronting the weight of infinite repetition is both daunting and liberating. Each idea builds upon the last, layering reflection and engagement, preparing the mind for deeper understanding of Nietzsche's philosophy, its psychological mechanics, and its implications for personal and cultural transformation. Finally, Nietzsche suggested that the mind's confrontation with eternal recurrence is a test of authenticity. To face repetition without despair is to affirm life fully, to integrate chaos, suffering, and joy into coherent selfhood. The audience is invited to internalize this framework, to examine personal choices, values, and patterns in the quiet of their own awareness. As Part A closes, the stage is set for Part B, where these ideas will be expanded further. The listener will explore time loops, cyclical existence, and practical applications of eternal recurrence, linking it to morality, personal transformation, and the ongoing psychological journey of the mind. Nietzsche's concept of eternal return extends far beyond individual psychology. It is a lens for understanding history, culture, and human behavior. Societies, like individuals, are trapped in cycles, repeating triumphs and failures across generations. Wars echo the conflicts of the past, empires rise and crumble, and moral fads return in endless iterations. Observing these patterns, the mind begins to recognize that time is not a straight line but a spiral, looping back on itself, offering lessons often ignored by those who live unconsciously. He suggested that awareness of these cycles allows the individual to act with foresight, to anticipate patterns and make choices informed by repetition rather than habit. Most humans live as if history is linear, failing to notice the recurring forces that shape societies. Eternal return challenges this assumption, revealing hidden dynamics beneath the apparent chaos of events. By embracing this perspective, one gains subtle power, the ability to navigate life not reactively, but strategically, understanding the recurrence of opportunity and risk. Nietzsche explored the psychological dimension of repetition further. The mind naturally develops habits, routines, and patterns of thought. Eternal recurrence magnifies these internal cycles, asking the individual to reflect on whether these patterns are desirable or destructive. What thoughts would you embrace if they recurred forever? Which impulses must be refined or relinquished? In this way, eternal return is not merely cosmic speculation but a tool for self-mastery, a mechanism to examine and shape one's mental and emotional life. The philosopher also examined morality in the context of recurrence. Traditional ethical frameworks are often designed for linear progression, reward and punishment, beginning and end. Eternal return dissolves this linearity, demanding that moral actions withstand infinite repetition. The ethical question becomes intensely personal. Would one affirm every choice eternally? Would kindness, honesty, courage, or cruelty endure under infinite recurrence? Nietzsche challenges the listener to confront the moral weight of every act, however small or unnoticed, transforming ordinary decisions into deliberate reflections of character. History, Nietzsche observed, provides countless examples of cyclical patterns. Civilizations rise, flourish, decay, and are replaced. Human ambitions, pride, and folly repeat endlessly, producing cycles of innovation and destruction. The mind that recognizes this can navigate social and cultural dynamics with insight. Eternal return becomes a lens for observing the mechanisms of power, conformity, and rebellion. The Übermensch, having embraced personal mastery, can apply these insights to understand and influence the broader patterns of human existence. He also considered the interplay of fear, desire, and anticipation. Knowing that experiences may recur infinitely forces a confrontation with latent anxieties. Would one repeat mistakes endlessly? Would joys lose their sweetness when relived forever? Nietzsche suggested that embracing this challenge cultivates courage, resilience, and clarity. The individual learns to act intentionally, to refine behavior and values, and to navigate life with heightened awareness of consequences, both immediate and infinite. The chapter examines practical applications of eternal return in daily life. By internalizing the concept, ordinary moments gain significance. Decisions about relationships, work, creative pursuits, or personal habits acquire weight. Each conversation, gesture, and thought becomes a potential act to be affirmed eternally. In this framework, mindfulness transforms from a fleeting practice into a lifelong discipline, where intentionality and reflection govern thought and action. Nietzsche also analyzed the psychological tension between repetition and novelty. Humans crave change, yet eternal return removes the escape of linear time. This tension, he proposed, is a crucible for self-reflection. By confronting it, the individual learns to distinguish between superficial novelty and meaningful transformation. True growth is not found in endless distraction but in deliberate engagement with life, repeated infinitely until refined into mastery. The listener is drawn into reflection on personal patterns. Which moments, habits, and choices would you embrace eternally? Which aspects of life feel unbearable when imagined as repeating forever? This meditation cultivates awareness, prompting the mind to question inherited values, unconscious habits, and unexamined impulses. Eternal return is thus a tool of psychological excavation, revealing the contours of character that lie beneath the surface of daily life. Nietzsche also explored the social consequences of recurrence. Societies that fail to recognize cyclical patterns are doomed to repeat mistakes. Corruption, conformity, and folly recur like shadows across centuries. Awareness of these cycles fosters strategic action and cultural insight. The Übermensch, having mastered self, can also observe society with clarity, discerning patterns of influence, mass behavior, and moral weakness. Power, creativity, and foresight emerge from the alignment of internal mastery with recognition of external recurrence. He considered the emotional challenge of embracing eternal return. Most humans avoid reflection, seeking comfort in distraction, novelty, or rationalization. Nietzsche challenges the listener to inhabit discomfort, to confront fear, regret, and longing without avoidance. Through repeated reflection and engagement, the mind learns resilience, courage, and depth. Pain, desire, and uncertainty become instruments of transformation, shaping the psyche for mastery rather than paralysis. The chapter weaves subtle suspense and revelation. By contemplating infinite repetition, the audience begins to sense the weight of their choices and the patterns they perpetuate. The calm, immersive narrative style guides reflection without lecturing, allowing curiosity and introspection to grow naturally. Listeners are led to inhabit the tension between fate and freedom, habit and intention, repetition and novelty. Nietzsche also emphasized the relationship between eternal return and creativity. By recognizing repetition, the individual is freed to innovate within patterns rather than be trapped by them. Original thought and action emerge from deliberate engagement with recurring structures. Life becomes a laboratory, where experiments in behavior, art, morality, and thought are repeated, refined, and integrated. Creativity is not escape but mastery applied within the loops of existence. Finally, the chapter highlights the psychological and existential reward of embracing eternal return. The mind that accepts infinite recurrence without resentment achieves alignment with life's rhythms. Ordinary existence gains extraordinary significance. The listener begins to perceive the world as layered, cyclical, and intentional, where each moment is both fleeting and eternal. This prepares the audience for the next chapter, which examines herd mentality and mass control, showing how collective repetition shapes societies and constrains human freedom, and how the mind can navigate these forces consciously. Herd mentality and mass control. Humans are, by nature, social creatures, and in their social instinct lies both comfort and vulnerability. Nietzsche observed early on that the masses follow patterns that are not always rational, conscious, or voluntary. The herd, as he called it, moves as a single organism, guided by invisible forces of conformity, fear, and habit. Individuals within it often surrender their critical faculties, trading autonomy for safety, predictability, and the illusion of belonging. This is the paradox of civilization. Cooperation ensures survival, yet it can erode the very mind that enabled it. The psychology of the herd is subtle but powerful. From childhood, humans are conditioned to accept authority, norms, and moral codes without question. Education, religion, culture, and family all reinforce patterns of obedience. Yet beneath this structure lies a tension. The mind that accepts without reflection becomes passive, susceptible to manipulation. Nietzsche described this passivity as a quiet surrender of freedom, where instinct and imagination are subjugated to the expectations of others. He illustrated the concept with vivid imagery. Picture a crowded street in 19th-century Europe, men and women moving with purpose, faces blank yet directed by collective rhythm. No one questions why they walk this way or that, yet the invisible current of habit and custom directs them. This is the herd in motion, a psychological phenomenon replicated across centuries and societies. It demonstrates how individual perception and judgment can be overridden by group dynamics, shaping behavior on a scale far larger than the individual mind. The mechanisms of herd behavior extend into morality, opinion, and belief. Nietzsche argued that morality itself is a tool of the herd, a method of regulating behavior and reinforcing conformity. What is deemed good, right, or virtuous often reflects the collective need for stability rather than absolute truth. The individual who deviates risks ostracism, ridicule, or even persecution, ensuring that the herd's norms persist across generations. Psychological compliance becomes a quiet but effective form of control. He also explored the role of fear in maintaining herd behavior. Fear of judgment, fear of exclusion, and fear of uncertainty drive individuals to conform. Even when conscious reasoning suggests otherwise, the instinct to belong often overrides critical thought. Nietzsche described this as a subtle, almost invisible form of manipulation, where power is maintained not through coercion alone but through internalized norms, habit, and the human desire for acceptance. The herd is not inherently evil, but it is limiting. Its structure favors predictability over innovation, safety over exploration, and collective reassurance over personal insight. Nietzsche's work highlights the tension between the potential of the individual and the inertia of the collective. The exceptional mind, the future Übermensch, must navigate this tension, learning to observe without being absorbed, to participate without surrendering independence, and to shape life consciously rather than unconsciously. Mass control extends beyond simple conformity. Nietzsche recognized that political, religious, and cultural institutions exploit herd instincts to consolidate power. Rituals, symbols, and narratives anchor collective identity while subtly guiding thought. The individual within this system is often unaware of the mechanisms shaping perception, desire, and behavior. Here lies the danger. When humans surrender critical awareness to the herd, they become conduits for ideas, intentions, and actions not their own. He illustrated this with historical examples. From monarchies to emerging democracies, rulers have relied on predictable patterns of human behavior to maintain order. Religion and law codify obedience, while education and social expectation reinforce habit. Rebellion, innovation, or critical thought is tolerated only to the extent that it does not threaten the collective stability. Nietzsche saw the herd as both the engine of culture and the cage of the mind, capable of extraordinary cooperation yet prone to stagnation and manipulation. The psychological allure of the herd is profound. It offers identity, purpose, and reassurance. Individuals gain a sense of meaning by merging with the collective, feeling that they are part of something larger than themselves. Yet Nietzsche warned that this comfort comes at a cost: the loss of autonomy, the suppression of curiosity, and the diminishing of self-awareness. The mind that conforms without reflection forfeits both freedom and the capacity for true insight. He also examined the mechanisms of suggestion and imitation. Humans unconsciously absorb the behaviors, beliefs, and emotions of those around them. Laughter, fear, or enthusiasm spreads like contagion, shaping perception and action. This phenomenon explains why entire populations can adopt ideas or behaviors without deliberate choice, illustrating the subtle power of herd dynamics. It is a force as quiet as it is effective, guiding entire societies. Nietzsche's reflections extended to moral judgment. The herd often defines good and evil, right and wrong, based on collective preference rather than reason. Values are inherited rather than chosen, creating a psychological pressure to align with accepted norms. The individual who questions these standards experiences discomfort, alienation, and social friction. Nietzsche framed this discomfort as a necessary test for personal development. Only by confronting herd pressure can one cultivate independence, insight, and self-mastery. The chapter invites listeners to reflect on personal experience. Which choices, behaviors, or beliefs are genuinely yours? Which are absorbed from family, culture, or society? By contemplating the invisible forces shaping thought and action, the audience begins to recognize the subtle mechanisms of influence that operate continuously. Awareness is the first step toward liberation, and Nietzsche's work provides the tools to navigate the currents of conformity deliberately. He explored the intersection of herd mentality with power structures. Leaders, whether political, religious, or cultural, exploit herd behavior not through brute force alone but through psychological insight. Symbols, rituals, and shared narratives synchronize collective thought, creating obedience and cohesion. The individual within this system must cultivate discernment, recognizing when alignment is strategic and when it becomes surrender. Mastery over herd influence is essential for self-directed thought. Nietzsche also examined the psychological effects of isolation from the herd. The mind that resists conformity experiences solitude, often accompanied by doubt, anxiety, or alienation. Yet solitude is a crucible for the development of insight, reflection, and creativity. The exceptional individual learns to balance participation and independence, engaging with the world without succumbing to its collective pressures. In this tension, the foundations of the Übermensch are forged. The narrative style is immersive, encouraging reflection without pressure. The listener is guided to observe patterns in their own life, noticing where conformity, fear, and habit influence decisions. Small moments, social approval, everyday routine, shared beliefs, become tools for exploration. Nietzsche's calm, deliberate storytelling allows curiosity to grow naturally, creating subtle suspense and anticipation. Finally, Part A sets the stage for Part B, where herd mentality will be examined in its most extreme forms: mass control, propaganda, and psychological manipulation on a societal scale. The listener will explore how collective behavior can be shaped consciously and unconsciously, how power exploits conformity, and how exceptional minds navigate these currents. The transition is seamless, from understanding the psychology of the herd in personal life to observing it in broader cultural, historical, and political contexts. Widens from individual conformity to the mechanics of mass control. Nietzsche observed that when the herd becomes organized, patterns of obedience and suggestion are amplified, creating societies that operate almost like living organisms. Within these structures, the individual's freedom is constrained not by overt force alone but by subtle psychological mechanisms. Symbols, rituals, laws, and repeated narratives synchronize thought, emotions, and behavior, often without conscious recognition. The mind becomes both participant and prisoner in these cycles. History offers countless examples of this phenomenon. Monarchies, religious institutions, and even emerging democratic states have relied on predictable patterns of human behavior to maintain authority. Fear, hope, and collective belief are manipulated to guide populations. Repetition solidifies acceptance. The more a principle is taught, celebrated, or ritualized, the more it becomes internalized. Nietzsche noted that few recognize how deeply their values are shaped by forces beyond their awareness. The herd thrives on this subtle direction. Propaganda is a natural extension of herd psychology. When information is controlled, filtered, or amplified strategically, masses adopt beliefs without individual evaluation. Emotional triggers, fear, desire, envy, loyalty, become levers of influence. The individual within this system is rarely aware of how thoughts and reactions are subtly guided. Nietzsche's insight was that freedom is not merely the absence of chains but the presence of awareness. To recognize manipulation is to regain a degree of autonomy, even within oppressive or coercive structures. He explored the psychological dimensions of obedience. Humans are wired to imitate, follow, and conform, especially when uncertainty or danger arises. Leaders exploit this by projecting authority, demonstrating certainty, and creating visible patterns of collective approval. Those who deviate are often marginalized, punished, or silenced, reinforcing conformity. Nietzsche described this as a quiet, persistent force shaping entire societies, as effective in its subtlety as brute coercion would be in its violence. The narrative invites the listener to consider personal experience within these frameworks. Every social norm, shared value, or widely held belief carries echoes of herd influence. Even seemingly trivial habits, fashion, opinion, rituals, reflect unconscious alignment with collective expectations. By observing these patterns, one begins to notice the invisible architecture of thought, where choice is often an illusion and suggestion a constant presence. Awareness of this dynamic is the first step toward self-mastery. Nietzsche also examined the role of culture in amplifying herd dynamics. Language, stories, myths, and art all transmit values, often unconsciously. A proverb, a popular tale, or a song can reinforce obedience, loyalty, or fear, guiding collective behavior across generations. The individual, immersed in these narratives, absorbs patterns that seem innate but are carefully cultivated by society over time. Understanding these mechanisms allows the mind to navigate, challenge, or transcend them. He considered extremes, where herd behavior becomes totalitarian in nature. Mass movements, ideological zeal, and social hysteria demonstrate the power of collective thought when aligned toward a single goal. Individuals often lose awareness of personal judgment, becoming conduits for ideas they may not fully comprehend. Nietzsche saw this as a cautionary tale. When consciousness is subsumed by the herd, morality, reason, and creativity are vulnerable to distortion, manipulation, or destruction. The chapter also highlights subtle forms of control in everyday life. Peer pressure, media influence, and institutional expectations operate on the same principles as mass control but in quieter, less dramatic forms. Even free societies are subject to these pressures, as conformity and repetition shape values, priorities, and choices. Nietzsche's insight is clear: mastery begins with observation, recognizing where one is guided, and discerning where autonomy is maintained. Psychological manipulation often exploits emotional vulnerability. Fear, hope, desire, and social longing are powerful tools. Nietzsche illustrated how populations can be motivated by promises of reward or the threat of punishment, even when neither is absolute. Ritualized approval, applause, recognition, or inclusion becomes a subtle reward reinforcing compliance. Similarly, shame, ridicule, or isolation reinforces avoidance. The herd is thus guided less by logic than by finely tuned psychological levers, operating across centuries and societies. He examined the tension between individual insight and collective pressure. The mind that recognizes mass influence experiences isolation, uncertainty, and even anxiety. Yet this tension is fertile ground for development. Solitude, reflection, and critical observation allow the individual to cultivate self-mastery, resisting unconscious absorption into the herd. Nietzsche framed these moments as crucibles, where courage, creativity, and clarity are forged. The exceptional mind emerges by navigating this delicate balance. The narrative emphasizes subtle suspense, drawing the listener into reflection without overt pressure. Examples of mass control, historical repetition, and social conformity evoke curiosity and quiet unease. The audience begins to question personal patterns of thought, awareness of influence, and the ease with which society guides perception. Nietzsche's calm, almost hypnotic storytelling allows these ideas to settle deeply, planting seeds of insight that will unfold throughout subsequent chapters. He also analyzed the role of knowledge and ignorance in herd behavior. Societies often maintain control by limiting awareness, shaping perception of truth, or filtering access to information. Individuals who question, investigate, or reflect critically disrupt these patterns, embodying Nietzsche's ideal of independent thought. Understanding the mechanisms of knowledge manipulation is crucial for those seeking autonomy within mass society. Awareness itself becomes a form of power. The chapter explores the intersection of herd mentality and morality once more. Collective ethics often serve survival and stability rather than truth. Nietzsche emphasized that those who accept morality uncritically risk surrendering autonomy. Yet reflection allows individuals to differentiate between inherited norms and consciously chosen values, cultivating freedom even within structured societies. This distinction underpins the psychological foundation for the Übermensch, who acts intentionally rather than by default. Finally, Chapter 9, Intelligence, Madness, and Isolation. The listener is prepared to explore the consequences of resisting the herd, solitude, alienation, and the blurred line between genius and madness. The narrative transitions smoothly from observing collective patterns to understanding the exceptional individual, the risks and rewards of mental independence, and the profound psychological challenges that accompany freedom from mass control. Intelligence, madness, and isolation. Intelligence, Nietzsche suggested, is often both a gift and a curse. The more deeply one perceives the world, the more one becomes aware of its contradictions, hypocrisies, and hidden patterns. Ordinary life, with its predictable routines and comforting illusions, offers little to challenge the mind of exceptional perception. Yet this heightened awareness isolates the thinker, separating them from the herd, from collective thought, and even from shared experience. Solitude becomes both sanctuary and crucible, a place where insight emerges, but only at the cost of social ease and emotional comfort. Nietzsche observed that the same mind capable of profound insight is often misunderstood, even feared, by those who adhere to conventional norms. Ideas that disrupt morality, question faith, or expose hidden human motives are rarely welcomed. The intelligent individual may appear eccentric, paranoid, or even insane to the unreflective observer. History is filled with figures who were mocked or marginalized for perceiving truths that society was not ready to confront. This is not mere anecdote, it is a recurring psychological pattern, one that illustrates the tension between cognition and conformity. The philosopher framed madness not as an illness alone but as a consequence of extreme awareness. The individual who perceives patterns, contradictions, and hidden motives cannot easily inhabit the collective mindset. The herd, conditioned to seek comfort and affirmation, finds such insight disquieting, even threatening. Nietzsche proposed that the mind must bear the weight of understanding alone, navigating isolation as both punishment and opportunity. In this space, reflection, creativity, and self-mastery are forged. Isolation is further intensified by societal mechanisms. Intellectuals, visionaries, and critics often face ridicule, marginalization, or indifference. Even friends and family, bound by herd norms, may fail to understand the depth of perception. Yet Nietzsche saw value in this separation. It allows the individual to cultivate independence of thought, refine judgment, and develop psychological resilience. Solitude is not merely endured, it becomes a deliberate tool, a space where the mind sharpens itself against the friction of collective ignorance. The narrative guides the listener into reflection. Consider moments when perception diverged from the crowd, when insight clashed with convention. The discomfort, the subtle alienation, the quiet unease, these are echoes of the same processes Nietzsche described. By contemplating these experiences, the audience begins to sense the paradoxical relationship between intelligence and isolation. Understanding deeply comes at a price, yet it enables mastery of self and awareness of hidden truths. Nietzsche examined the link between intelligence and existential tension. Awareness brings the ability to perceive the futility of many social constructs, the impermanence of status, and the illusions of morality and progress. The intelligent mind sees the fragility of belief systems and the contingency of human achievement. While this perception is liberating, it can also lead to anxiety, alienation, and profound solitude. The very capacity for insight that elevates the individual also separates them from the reassuring rhythm of collective thought. He also explored the seductive nature of self-deception. Many attempt to shield themselves from reality through conformity, distraction, or rationalization. The intelligent mind, unwilling to ignore contradictions or suppress awareness, experiences cognitive tension constantly. Madness, in Nietzsche's framing, emerges when insight overwhelms the capacity to integrate reality into a coherent worldview. It is not a deficiency of mind but a consequence of heightened perception encountering an unreflective society. Creativity, Nietzsche argued, is inseparable from this tension. The mind that dwells in solitude, perceives hidden patterns, and confronts uncomfortable truths often produces insights, innovations, and art that the herd cannot comprehend. Yet the price of creation is continual negotiation with isolation. The thinker must learn to exist in the liminal space between recognition and rejection, between brilliance and misunderstanding, where the mind tests its limits and refines its capabilities. The philosopher examined historical examples of this dynamic. Poets, scientists, philosophers, and artists who challenged conventional understanding frequently endured alienation, ridicule, or persecution. Their intelligence isolated them, yet the same isolation produced works and ideas that altered society. Nietzsche suggested that the psychological structure of genius often requires both detachment from collective opinion and integration of individual perception. This delicate balance is the foundation for insight, influence, and personal power. Isolation also offers the opportunity for self-reflection and self-overcoming. Nietzsche emphasized that the mind must confront its own fears, biases, and instincts without reliance on external validation. Solitude magnifies thought, exposing patterns that remain hidden in social distraction. The intelligent individual learns to navigate inner landscapes of desire, fear, and ambition with clarity, turning isolation into a laboratory for psychological refinement. In this crucible, madness and insight coexist, each sharpening the other. The narrative introduces subtle suspense and tension. The listener is encouraged to imagine the psychological weight of extreme awareness. Each insight carries a cost, each revelation exposes hidden fractures, and each moment of comprehension creates a quiet distance from the familiar world. This tension is not destructive, it is the condition for transformation. Nietzsche framed the interplay between intelligence, isolation, and perceived madness as a test of endurance and a pathway to mastery. He explored the paradoxical social consequences. While society fears or misunderstands genius, it simultaneously depends on it. Innovations, breakthroughs, and cultural evolution rely on minds that perceive beyond the herd. Yet these minds often operate in solitude, unnoticed, or even derided. Nietzsche's observations highlight the psychological and existential challenge, to bear the burden of perception while navigating the pressures of collective expectation. The chapter also examines the relationship between intelligence and emotional depth. The isolated mind experiences feelings more intensely, perceiving subtle shades of human behavior, motivation, and desire. Joy and suffering are amplified, creating both psychological richness and vulnerability. Nietzsche suggested that this intensity is part of the transformative potential of isolation. It forces reflection, cultivates resilience, and deepens understanding of human nature. The narrative style is immersive, encouraging the listener to inhabit the space of quiet reflection. Examples of alienation, cognitive tension, and extraordinary insight evoke curiosity and subtle unease. The audience is invited to recognize echoes of these patterns in their own experience, cultivating empathy for exceptional minds and understanding the psychological cost of perceiving reality deeply. Nietzsche also examined the intersection of intelligence and ethical responsibility. The mind that sees hidden truths must navigate choices with care, as awareness amplifies both potential and consequence. Isolation provides space for reflection, allowing the individual to discern which truths to act upon and which to integrate internally. The exceptional mind learns that mastery requires not only perception but also ethical and psychological discipline. Finally, where the narrative will examine the extreme edges of intelligence and isolation. The listener will explore madness as both risk and insight, the tension between brilliance and social rejection, and how solitude shapes the psychological foundations of exceptional thought. This sets the stage for Chapter 10, Dark Human Instincts, connecting the internal struggle of intelligence to the primal forces that drive all human behavior. Nietzsche's exploration of the mind turns to the fine line between genius and madness. Exceptional intelligence, he suggested, often pushes the mind into realms the average consciousness cannot endure. The awareness of hidden patterns, contradictions, and unsettling truths can create inner turbulence, a mental pressure that isolates the thinker from ordinary life. Madness, in this context, is not merely a disorder but a natural consequence of perceiving realities that defy common understanding. The more deeply one grasps the fabric of existence, the lonelier one may become. Nietzsche observed that the perception of madness is largely a social construct. Ideas that challenge conventional morality, faith, or societal norms are frequently labeled as dangerous, irrational, or insane. The herd, uncomfortable with disruption, reacts defensively to protect its equilibrium. Those who perceive life with uncommon clarity often find themselves misunderstood, marginalized, or ridiculed. Yet within this apparent social punishment lies a hidden opportunity. Isolation grants the mind space to explore, to experiment, and to develop insights unavailable to those bound by collective expectation. He examined how extreme solitude can heighten both creativity and suffering. The intelligent mind, free from distraction, begins to notice the subtle patterns of thought, emotion, and human behavior that govern everyday life. Small gestures, fleeting expressions, and unspoken dynamics reveal complex truths about society, morality, and power. Yet solitude magnifies the intensity of experience. Emotions, once tempered by social interaction, become vivid and sometimes overwhelming. Nietzsche framed this amplification not as a flaw but as a crucible, where insight and psychological resilience are forged simultaneously. The chapter explores how evolutionary instincts intersect with intelligence. The mind that perceives deeply cannot fully suppress the raw forces of fear, desire, and aggression. Isolation magnifies awareness of these instincts, forcing confrontation with impulses that society usually mitigates through conformity or distraction. Nietzsche suggested that mastering these forces requires both courage and self-reflection. Madness, then, is a form of heightened awareness, where instinct, insight, and imagination collide, revealing both danger and potential for extraordinary psychological development. Historical examples illuminate this dynamic. Visionaries across science, art, and philosophy often endured social misunderstanding or mental strain. Their genius was inseparable from periods of isolation and inner turmoil. Nietzsche interpreted these experiences as the necessary environment for profound insight. Solitude and apparent madness are not defects but the psychological conditions under which exceptional perception and creative output emerge. The individual who can navigate this space without succumbing to despair attains a form of mastery rarely achieved in the comfortable rhythm of collective life. The narrative draws the listener into contemplation. Consider moments when your own mind has glimpsed truths that felt too unsettling to share, when curiosity led to insight that isolated you from peers, or when intense reflection produced both clarity and discomfort. These experiences echo the patterns Nietzsche observed, reinforcing the tension between intelligence and social integration. The audience is invited to inhabit this delicate space, experiencing the quiet suspense of awareness without the pressure of judgment. Nietzsche also examined the role of mental discipline in mitigating the risks of isolation and madness. The exceptional mind must cultivate structure, reflection, and intentionality. Daily practices, intellectual rigor, and deliberate engagement with challenging ideas prevent the pressure of insight from fracturing the psyche. Madness, when understood, can become a signal, a warning that the mind is expanding beyond conventional frameworks, requiring careful integration rather than avoidance. The chapter explores how perception shapes identity. The thinker who resists herd influence experiences a tension between self-definition and social expectation. Identity is no longer inherited or assumed but consciously constructed through reflection, experience, and psychological trial. Isolation intensifies this process, forcing the individual to reconcile inner truths with the external world. Nietzsche's insights suggest that mastery of self depends on navigating this balance, integrating perception, creativity, and instinct without succumbing to the alienation that accompanies deep awareness. The narrative also addresses the interplay of fear and courage. Isolation magnifies the awareness of danger, both real and imagined. The mind perceives threats from within and without, from instinctual drives and social misunderstanding alike. Nietzsche suggested that courage is not the absence of fear but the disciplined confrontation with it. The isolated thinker, aware of both inner and external forces, must develop resilience, learning to act deliberately rather than reactively, embracing the tension between vulnerability and empowerment. He considered the psychological rewards of enduring solitude. The mind that navigates isolation without surrender gains insight into the hidden structures of thought, behavior, and culture. Perception becomes sharper, creativity more profound, and moral and intellectual judgment more refined. The apparent cost of loneliness is offset by the extraordinary capacity for self-mastery and awareness. The audience is drawn into this quiet revelation, sensing the power that emerges when insight is cultivated in the space between genius and misunderstanding. Nietzsche also reflected on the role of imagination. The isolated mind often inhabits a space where reality and abstraction blend, where hypothetical scenarios, moral dilemmas, and hidden patterns converge. This imaginative capacity allows the thinker to explore possibilities beyond immediate perception, to simulate outcomes, and to envision alternative structures for self and society. Madness, then, is not merely chaos but the unbounded expansion of perception into realms that ordinary consciousness cannot traverse. The chapter concludes by preparing the transition to Chapter 10, Dark Human Instincts. Having examined the internal landscape of intelligence, isolation, and the fine line between genius and madness, the narrative moves outward to explore the primal forces that drive all human behavior. The audience is positioned to consider how instinct interacts with cognition, shaping decisions, morality, and the delicate balance between reason and impulse. Nietzsche's insights into the solitary mind serve as a foundation for understanding the darker aspects of human nature that the next chapter will reveal. Finally, subtle suspense and reflection linger. The listener is left considering the extraordinary demands of perception, the psychological cost of insight, and the potential rewards of navigating solitude consciously. Madness, intelligence, and isolation are presented not as tragedies but as pathways to awareness, self-mastery, and profound understanding of the human condition. The calm, hypnotic narration ensures that curiosity and reflection flow naturally, creating anticipation for the exploration of primal instincts, moral ambiguity, and the shadow side of human psychology in the following chapter. Dark Human Instincts. Beneath the veneer of civilization lies a shadow world, a realm where primal instincts shape thought, desire, and action in ways we rarely acknowledge. Nietzsche suggested that human nature is not purely rational, not entirely moral, and certainly not fully conscious. Deep within, forces of aggression, lust, greed, and fear swirl silently, influencing choices before reason intervenes. Civilization constructs rules, rituals, and norms to temper these instincts, yet their power persists, persistent and often invisible. Awareness of these forces is both unsettling and liberating, revealing truths the herd prefers to ignore. The philosopher framed human instincts as a double-edged sword. They are survival mechanisms, evolved over millennia to protect the species, navigate danger, and assert dominance. Yet unexamined, they manifest destructively. Jealousy, cruelty, and obsession arise when these impulses go unchecked. Nietzsche observed that the herd, through moral codes and social expectation, suppresses instinct, producing a form of compliance that comforts but also constrains. The mind that confronts these impulses, however, gains insight, learning to channel energy constructively rather than repressing or denying it. He explored the psychological tension between instinct and intellect. The conscious mind, influenced by education, culture, and morality, often stands at odds with deeper drives. This friction generates both creativity and conflict, shaping behavior and thought. Nietzsche proposed that mastery of self requires recognition of these impulses, not their elimination. Only by understanding the hidden forces within can one navigate the complexities of desire, ambition, and moral decision-making. Suppression leads to frustration, distraction, or projection. Acknowledgement enables control, insight, and transformation. The narrative draws the listener into reflection. Consider subtle impulses you feel yet rarely articulate, the surge of envy, the quiet urge for dominance, the instinctual fear that shapes hesitation. These are not flaws but evolutionary tools, signaling patterns the mind may overlook. Nietzsche invites contemplation, showing that self-awareness begins by observing internal rhythms, even though society discourages acknowledging. Such reflection awakens curiosity, fostering psychological sophistication and resilience. Nietzsche also examined the social consequences of instinct. In groups, primal drives manifest in imitation, competition, and conflict. Herd dynamics amplify aggression, desire, and fear, producing patterns of behavior that often appear irrational. History offers countless examples. Riots, wars, and social hysteria emerge when instincts override reason, yet these patterns repeat cyclically. Recognizing this interplay between individual drives and collective behavior allows insight into both personal psychology and broader societal dynamics. He considered suppressed desire as a source of tension and creativity. Humans frequently mask instinct to maintain social cohesion, yet repressed energy seeks outlets. Art, philosophy, invention, and even moral exploration often arise from sublimated impulses. Nietzsche suggested that understanding these channels allows individuals to transform instinct into purposeful action, turning potentially destructive forces into instruments of growth. Awareness, then, becomes both protection and liberation. The philosopher examined fear as a foundational instinct. Fear shapes perception, biases judgment, and governs decisions, often unconsciously. Civilization encourages rationalization and moral framing to control fear, but deep instincts remain potent. Nietzsche emphasized that conscious engagement with fear, acknowledging its origins, patterns, and consequences, empowers the mind. By confronting innate anxieties directly, individuals gain clarity, courage, and freedom, even as they navigate the moral and social constraints imposed by the herd. He explored aggression and dominance, not merely as physical phenomena but as psychological forces. Human ambition, competitiveness, and territoriality emerge from these impulses. When channeled consciously, they drive achievement, creativity, and leadership. When denied or ignored, they fester in resentment, envy, or projection, subtly influencing relationships, decisions, and social dynamics. Nietzsche urged recognition of these instincts as essential to mastery of self and strategic interaction with others. The chapter also addresses desire and sexuality, instinctual forces often obscured by morality, culture, or social expectation. Suppressed impulses can distort perception, complicate relationships, and influence decisions in hidden ways. Nietzsche highlighted that acknowledgement, rather than denial, enables conscious choice, refining instinct into expression aligned with long-term goals rather than fleeting gratification. The mind that observes and channels desire gains both autonomy and insight. Nietzsche emphasized the moral implications of instinct. Society often labels natural impulses as sinful, immoral, or dangerous, creating guilt and repression. Yet morality imposed externally can obscure internal truth, producing tension between instinct and social expectation. Awareness of primal drives, and the ability to integrate them responsibly, allows the individual to navigate ethical dilemmas consciously. Suppression yields projection and hypocrisy, understanding fosters deliberate choice and psychological harmony. The narrative guides the audience toward subtle reflection. Which impulses shape behavior unnoticed? Which desires, fears, or drives influence decisions in quiet ways? Nietzsche's perspective encourages curiosity without judgment, fostering insight into the mind's hidden mechanisms. The listener is drawn to observe instinct not as shameful or dangerous alone, but as a signal of human complexity, a force to be understood and navigated intentionally. He explored the intersection of instinct with suffering. Pain, desire, fear, and aggression are entwined, influencing emotion, thought, and behavior. Nietzsche suggested that mastery involves not avoidance of these experiences but deliberate engagement. Suffering becomes a mirror, revealing hidden patterns of thought, unacknowledged drives, and the deep architecture of human motivation. The intelligent mind uses these revelations to refine action, emotion, and morality, turning instinct into a tool for insight rather than a source of conflict. The chapter also considers the evolutionary dimension. Primal drives are not relics but adaptive mechanisms shaped by survival pressures. Aggression ensured protection, desire ensured reproduction, and fear preserved life. Civilization, however, overlays these instincts with rules, expectations, and suppression. Nietzsche's insight is that understanding the evolutionary roots of instinct enables conscious alignment with both personal goals and societal navigation, offering a form of mastery otherwise obscured by cultural morality. Nietzsche's exploration of dark human instincts continues. The narrative will examine how these impulses manifest collectively, in social, political, and cultural behavior. The listener is primed to explore the tension between internal drives and external expectation, the subtle psychological levers of control, and the strategies the exceptional mind can employ to navigate primal forces consciously. The calm, hypnotic storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on their own instincts, the quiet undercurrents of behavior that often go unnoticed, and the transformative potential of observing, understanding, and integrating these forces. The tension between instinct and intellect, fear and courage, suppression and expression is established as both a psychological challenge and an opportunity for self-mastery. How primal instincts, once internalized, shape society, culture, and the subtle mechanisms of control that guide collective behavior. Nietzsche observed that aggression, desire, fear, and envy do not remain private, they radiate through social structures, amplified and manipulated. Institutions, traditions, and rituals harness these forces, often unconsciously, creating predictable patterns that ensure compliance, hierarchy, and stability. The herd, while superficially rational, is largely guided by instincts it may not even recognize, and the individual who understands this gains a profound insight into human nature. Fear remains one of the most potent drivers. In communities, fear is both a shield and a lever. Leaders, religious authorities, and political systems exploit anxiety, uncertainty, and existential dread to shape behavior. Warnings, taboos, and moral codes anchor the psyche, producing obedience without overt coercion. Nietzsche suggested that most humans follow instinctively because they have been trained to respond to threats before evaluating reality consciously. The mind that observes this dynamic becomes capable of predicting, navigating, and even influencing social patterns. Desire functions in tandem with fear. Social ambition, longing for recognition, and the pursuit of pleasure guide decisions and interactions. Nietzsche noted that what appears as rational choice is often an instinctive reaction, shaped by the promise of reward or avoidance of discomfort. These drives are rarely conscious, they operate below the surface, influencing careers, alliances, friendships, and cultural trends. Recognizing this subtle current allows the mind to act strategically, distinguishing authentic motivation from habitual or socially conditioned response. Aggression, both overt and latent, fuels competition and hierarchy. Nietzsche observed that humans instinctively seek status, dominance, and security. Even in societies that valorize cooperation and equality, the underlying struggle for advantage persists. Rivalry may be concealed behind polite etiquette, structured rules, or professional norms, yet it continues to shape decisions and relationships. The perceptive mind discerns these patterns, understanding that collective calm often masks primal tension, and mastery requires navigating both visible and invisible currents. The chapter explores envy and resentment as quiet yet pervasive forces. Nietzsche called this resentment the hidden, simmering desire for what others possess combined with a moral rationalization for one's own lack. In communities, this drives conformity, denigration, and even social sabotage. Institutions can exploit resentment to maintain control, directing energy toward sanctioned targets rather than allowing unstructured disruption. Awareness of these dynamics equips the individual to navigate social landscapes, avoiding unconscious entanglement while leveraging understanding to maintain autonomy. The chapter also explores how suppressed instincts manifest in unconscious behavior. Subtle aggression, projection, and passive resistance are common outcomes. Desire unacknowledged may appear as obsession or distraction. Fear unexamined may become avoidance or overcompensation. Nietzsche emphasized that unobserved instincts accumulate, shaping behavior more effectively than conscious reasoning. By observing these currents, the perceptive mind can regain control, transforming instinct from silent driver into deliberate instrument. Nietzsche connected the understanding of human instinct to power dynamics. Leaders, influencers, and institutions that recognize these forces can manipulate masses with subtle precision. From ancient rituals to modern propaganda, the ability to harness unconscious drives allows predictable outcomes with minimal force. The listener is invited to reflect, how often is behavior shaped by unseen impulses, and how might awareness alter the balance between autonomy and submission? This observation primes the audience for the psychological depth explored in subsequent chapters. The narrative emphasizes the tension between autonomy and influence. Awareness of instinctual forces allows individuals to resist unconscious guidance, yet it also magnifies responsibility. Understanding fear, desire, and aggression is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a psychological imperative. Nietzsche suggested that the mind that masters these dynamics navigates both internal and external complexity with clarity, avoiding pitfalls of projection, manipulation, and unexamined impulse. How seemingly rational societies are deeply shaped by primal currents. History, politics, and social movements are reinterpreted through this lens. The listener begins to perceive that civilization's achievements, stability, and morality are fragile constructs resting atop instinctual patterns. Recognizing this instability does not induce despair but curiosity, prompting reflection on the forces that quietly govern thought, behavior, and collective life. The chapter concludes by preparing the transition to Chapter 11, Consciousness as Illusion. Having explored the interplay of internal instincts and social amplification, the narrative moves inward, examining how perception, awareness, and the mind structure influence both experience and reality. The audience is guided to question the reliability of consciousness itself, exploring the subtle ways instincts, culture, and cognition shape subjective experience. This sets the stage for a deeper exploration of self, perception, and hidden psychological mechanisms in the next chapter. The hypnotic, immersive tone leaves the listener reflecting on the hidden architecture of human behavior. Fear, desire, aggression, and envy are no longer abstract concepts, they are visible threads weaving through social life and personal psychology. Nietzsche's calm storytelling transforms curiosity into awareness, preparing the mind for the next stage of discovery, the illusions, limits, and architecture of consciousness itself. Consciousness as illusion. Nietzsche suggested that what we call consciousness is not a transparent window onto reality but a carefully constructed interface shaped by instinct, culture, and perception. From birth, the mind filters, interprets, and organizes experience, presenting a simplified narrative that feels coherent and continuous. The conscious self, as most perceive it, is a fragile construct, a stage on which instincts, memories, desires, and social conditioning perform unseen dramas. The clarity we assume in thought is often a veneer over complex, automatic processes we barely recognize. The philosopher observed that the conscious mind imposes order on chaos. Memory is selective, perception biased, and attention limited, producing a sense of linear continuity that rarely exists in reality. Decisions appear deliberate, yet they are often responses to unconscious drives, learned patterns, and instinctive reactions. Nietzsche framed consciousness as an evolved illusion, a tool for survival rather than an accurate reflection of the world. Awareness of this illusion allows insight, granting the mind a rare vantage point from which to navigate both self and society. The narrative draws the listener into reflection. Consider moments when intuition overrides reason, when habits emerge automatically, or when social pressures shape judgments without awareness. These everyday experiences hint at the hidden architecture of the mind. By observing these patterns, the audience begins to see that conscious experience is a selective, interpretive construct, a subtle theater orchestrated by instincts, memory, and social input. Nietzsche explored the tension between instinct and conscious awareness. The mind is not a passive receiver of information, it actively edits, prioritizes, and interprets. Some experiences are amplified, others suppressed, shaping perception in ways that often escape scrutiny. Fear, desire, and aggression color interpretation, producing judgments and reactions that appear rational but are deeply instinctual. Consciousness, in this sense, is a filter, a mediator that translates raw sensory and emotional input into manageable narratives. He also examined memory's role in shaping self-perception. Memory is not a faithful archive, it is reconstructed continuously, influenced by emotion, bias, and cultural expectation. The self that reflects on the past is often recalling a version crafted to make sense rather than to preserve accuracy. Nietzsche suggested that understanding the malleability of memory is crucial to understanding consciousness itself. The mind that recognizes this illusion begins to question assumptions, perceive hidden patterns, and explore the limits of subjective experience. Language, Nietzsche argued, further constructs the illusion of consciousness. Words impose categories, labels, and interpretations, shaping both thought and perception. Concepts like good, truth, and self carry embedded social and historical meanings that guide cognition. The mind interprets experience through linguistic frameworks, often without awareness of their influence. By observing language's shaping power, the individual gains insight into the subtle mechanisms that create perceived reality. The narrative emphasizes suspense by suggesting that even decisions we consider free are shaped by hidden forces. Prioritization, evaluation, and choice often operate unconsciously, guided by instinct, memory, and culturally transmitted expectations. Nietzsche framed consciousness as both powerful and limited. It enables reflection, creativity, and planning, yet it is constrained by invisible levers that structure perception and thought. Awareness of these constraints becomes a tool for mastery, allowing deliberate navigation of instinct and social influence. Nietzsche also explored the interface between perception and morality. Ethical judgments, he observed, are filtered through consciousness, which itself is shaped by instinct and social expectation. What appears as deliberate moral reasoning is often a reconstruction of instinctive drives and culturally learned patterns. Understanding this process does not undermine ethics but highlights the complexity of human behavior and the subtle layers that influence choice. The conscious mind mediates instinct, yet often assumes authority over forces it merely interprets. The chapter invites reflection on creativity and insight. Artists, philosophers, and thinkers operate at the edge of consciousness, navigating between perception, instinct, and imagination. In these liminal spaces, intuition and unconscious processes generate insights that defy rational explanation. Nietzsche suggested that understanding the illusory nature of consciousness allows individuals to harness these hidden currents, using the mind's construction of reality as a tool rather than a limitation. He examined the subtle illusions embedded in social perception. Humans constantly interpret the behavior, intentions, and emotions of others, yet these interpretations are filtered through individual biases, memory, and cultural context. Misunderstanding and projection are common, yet the mind rarely recognizes them. Nietzsche framed this as both a psychological challenge and an opportunity. By understanding that perception is inherently subjective, the individual can navigate social dynamics with greater awareness, reducing susceptibility to manipulation and projection. The narrative emphasizes the quiet tension of awareness. The listener is encouraged to consider how much of their experience is truly observed versus constructed, how instinct, memory, and social coding shape understanding, and how the mind continually edits reality for coherence and survival. This reflection is subtle, immersive, and almost hypnotic, fostering both curiosity and a sense of introspective calm. Nietzsche also explored the psychological consequences of recognizing consciousness as an illusion. The realization can produce unease, alienation, or existential tension, as the familiar sense of self and certainty is disrupted. Yet this discomfort is productive. Awareness of the mind's architecture cultivates psychological flexibility, resilience, and clarity. The intelligent individual learns to navigate perception consciously, integrating insight without succumbing to paralysis or despair. The chapter concludes by setting the stage for Part B, where the narrative will delve deeper into the implications of consciousness as an illusion. The listener will explore how perception mediates morality, desire, and fear, how subjective reality interacts with instinct and society, and how understanding these processes enables both personal autonomy and psychological mastery. Nietzsche's exploration of consciousness prepares the mind for a journey into the ethical, existential, and social consequences of human awareness. Finally, the calm, immersive tone leaves the audience reflecting on the delicate architecture of thought. Consciousness, instinct, and perception are no longer abstract concepts, they are interactive, living processes that govern experience, shape behavior, and construct reality itself. The listener is prepared to move forward into Part B, where the exploration of the mind's hidden mechanisms, moral architecture, and existential implications deepens, connecting perception to action and introspection to mastery. How consciousness shapes morality, perception of others, and the subtle ways society guides thought and behavior. Nietzsche proposed that the mind, while seemingly autonomous, is constantly filtered through instinct, memory, and cultural expectation. We experience reality not as it exists, but as it is interpreted by layers of perception, habit, and social coding. The conscious self, confident in its clarity, often navigates a world built as much on illusion as on fact. He observed that morality itself is mediated by consciousness. Ethical judgments, decisions, and feelings of right or wrong are not purely rational, they are filtered by instinct and social conditioning. What feels like deliberate moral reasoning may merely reconstruct socially sanctioned patterns to align behavior with expectation. Nietzsche framed this not as failure but as a natural consequence of human architecture. Consciousness mediates instinct and societal norms, presenting them as coherent and personal, even when their origin lies elsewhere. The narrative draws the listener inward, encouraging reflection on how perception of others is shaped by internal filters. Every interaction is filtered through memory, bias, and instinct. We interpret motives, emotions, and behaviors through a lens that is never neutral. Projection, misjudgment, and selective attention shape understanding without our awareness. Nietzsche suggested that these distortions are fundamental, and that awareness of them allows conscious correction, insight, and deeper social understanding. The philosopher examined the tension between instinct and conscious reflection. The mind must balance the raw energy of drives with the interpretive work of consciousness. Suppression, ignorance, or denial of instinct produces subtle distortions in thought, emotion, and behavior, often manifesting as projection, guilt, or obsession. Recognizing the mind's filtering processes allows integration. Instinct is neither ignored nor blindly followed but observed, analyzed, and harmonized with deliberate action. Language, again, plays a critical role. Nietzsche noted that words structure thought, create categories, and impose coherence on a world that is inherently chaotic. Labels such as truth, justice, or self carry embedded assumptions that guide perception, often without recognition. Consciousness interprets experience through linguistic frameworks, which can both illuminate and distort. The perceptive mind sees the subtle architecture behind language, uncovering hidden biases, social levers, and cognitive shortcuts that shape perception of reality. He explored the illusions of choice and autonomy. Humans believe themselves free agents, yet choices are constrained by instinct, memory, and social context. Even deliberation is influenced by unconscious drives, accumulated experience, and culturally ingrained priorities. Nietzsche framed consciousness as a mediator. It gives the sense of agency while negotiating forces beyond direct awareness. Recognition of this duality does not diminish autonomy, rather, it allows more deliberate, informed, and strategic action, revealing paths of influence previously hidden. The narrative introduces subtle suspense, highlighting the fragility of perceived reality. Everyday experience, the judgments we trust, the choices we celebrate, the moral certainty we cling to, is constantly filtered. Consciousness presents a narrative of coherence, yet behind this facade lie instinctual forces, memory distortions, and social conditioning. The listener is encouraged to perceive this delicate architecture, cultivating awareness of the mind's mechanisms and the tension between perceived and actual reality. Nietzsche also considered social implications. Institutions, traditions, and authority figures shape consciousness to align instinct and perception with collective stability. Rituals, laws, and moral instruction filter experience, subtly guiding thought and behavior. This social mediation ensures cohesion but can obscure insight, suppress creativity, and mask self-interest. Awareness of these forces allows the individual to discern influence, navigate social expectation, and act with clarity, even when the herd remains oblivious to the mechanisms shaping collective behavior. The chapter examines the interplay between fear, desire, and consciousness. Emotional currents shape perception of risk, opportunity, and morality. Fear magnifies threat, desire colors judgment, and instinctive drives direct attention toward survival and advantage. Consciousness filters, interprets, and edits these signals, producing the sense of rational choice. Nietzsche emphasized that understanding these mechanisms enables mastery. The perceptive mind can act strategically, channeling instinct rather than being controlled by it, and observing emotion without surrendering to its unexamined sway. Illusion also governs social perception. Humans assume they understand others, yet interpretation is inherently subjective. Projection, bias, and expectation distort reality, producing misunderstandings, conflict, and subtle social control. Nietzsche observed that the mind unconsciously navigates these distortions, yet rarely with full awareness. Conscious reflection, he argued, is the tool that reveals the invisible architecture of influence, allowing navigation of interpersonal and cultural currents with clarity and foresight. The chapter emphasizes the paradoxical tension between clarity and deception. Awareness of the mind's illusions brings discomfort, as familiar certainties are disrupted. The self, once assumed coherent and autonomous, is revealed as a complex interface between instinct, perception, memory, and social influence. Yet this tension is productive. By observing and understanding these layers, the individual gains freedom not to escape perception, but to navigate it consciously, deliberately, and insightfully. Finally, the narrative prepares the transition to Chapter 12, Free Will is a Lie. Having examined the architecture of consciousness, its filtering of instinct, memory, and social expectation, the next chapter explores the limits of autonomy, the tension between perceived freedom and deterministic influence, and the implications for morality, choice, and self-mastery. Nietzsche's observations set the stage for a profound interrogation of agency, exposing the subtle ways the mind is guided while offering tools for deliberate action. The immersive, hypnotic tone leaves the listener reflecting on the invisible currents shaping perception and decision-making. Consciousness is no longer a passive observer, it is a complex, layered mediator of instinct, memory, and social input. Understanding this structure cultivates insight, psychological resilience, and curiosity, preparing the mind for deeper exploration of free will, determinism, and the architecture of choice. Free will is a lie. He considered the influence of memory and psychology. Past experiences, trauma, and reinforcement patterns condition responses and shape priorities. The mind recalls selectively, edits events, and reconstructs narratives to maintain coherence, creating the illusion of conscious deliberation. Instinct and memory converge in decision-making, forming automated pathways that masquerade as free choice. Nietzsche suggested that recognizing this architecture allows the individual to intervene deliberately, redirecting behavior and integrating conscious insight with instinctive drives. The chapter examines moral and ethical consequences of constrained autonomy. Society assumes responsibility is linked to deliberate choice, yet if decisions are influenced by unseen forces, moral accountability becomes a complex question. Nietzsche did not argue for irresponsibility but for awareness. Understanding the mechanisms shaping choice enables reflection on true intention, uncovering where action originates from instinct, habit, or conscious reasoning. This insight empowers ethical discernment rather than eroding it, allowing more deliberate and informed engagement with the world. The narrative introduces suspense through paradox. Humans act as if autonomous yet are continuously influenced by factors beyond awareness. Biological drives, unconscious desires, social pressures, and cognitive biases converge to guide thought and behavior. Nietzsche framed free will not as an absolute truth but as a perception necessary for social cohesion, personal identity, and psychological stability. The listener is encouraged to question the foundations of decision-making while maintaining a calm, reflective awareness of the subtle orchestration shaping action. He considered the influence of memory and psychology. Past experiences, trauma, and reinforcement patterns condition responses and shape priorities. The mind recalls selectively, edits events, and reconstructs narratives to maintain coherence, creating the illusion of conscious deliberation. Instinct and memory converge in decision-making, forming automated pathways that masquerade as free choice. Nietzsche suggested that recognizing this architecture allows the individual to intervene deliberately, redirecting behavior and integrating conscious insight with instinctive drives. The chapter examines moral and ethical consequences of constrained autonomy. Society assumes responsibility is linked to deliberate choice, yet if decisions are influenced by unseen forces, moral accountability becomes a complex question. Nietzsche did not argue for irresponsibility but for awareness. Understanding the mechanisms shaping choice enables reflection on true intention, uncovering where action originates from instinct, habit, or conscious reasoning. This insight empowers ethical discernment rather than eroding it, allowing more deliberate and informed engagement with the world. The narrative introduces suspense through paradox. Humans act as if autonomous yet are continuously influenced by factors beyond awareness. Biological drives, unconscious desires, social pressures, and cognitive biases converge to guide thought and behavior. Nietzsche framed free will not as an absolute truth but as a perception necessary for social cohesion, personal identity, and psychological stability. The listener is encouraged to question the foundations of decision-making while maintaining a calm, reflective awareness of the subtle orchestration shaping action. He explored the tension between determinism and creativity. While many factors shape behavior, the mind retains the capacity to observe, interpret, and act strategically. Awareness of constraints enables innovation, choice, and self-mastery within apparent limits. Freedom, then, is not absolute. It is exercised through consciousness's capacity to reflect, adapt, and align action with intention. Nietzsche positioned this subtle autonomy as a form of power, an insight into the invisible forces guiding behavior that allows navigation of life with foresight. The philosopher analyzed societal reinforcement mechanisms. Institutions, laws, and norms structure behavior by shaping expectations and rewarding conformity. Punishment, praise, and ritual train responses, subtly embedding patterns that operate unconsciously. Even those who believe themselves independent are often responding to invisible social coding. Nietzsche suggested that insight into these mechanisms illuminates the interplay between personal desire and collective influence, revealing the intricate architecture of action and the boundaries of perceived freedom. The narrative emphasizes the psychological implications of recognizing constrained will. Awareness produces both discomfort and opportunity. The listener confronts the tension between perceived autonomy and actual influence while observing the hidden levers that shape emotion, thought, and choice. Recognition does not lead to helplessness but to empowerment. By seeing the unseen forces at work, the mind gains the ability to act deliberately, consciously navigating instinct, habit, and social expectation rather than surrendering to them unconsciously. Nietzsche also considered instinct as a boundary on freedom. Biological drives, fear, aggression, desire, operate below conscious awareness, shaping priorities and response patterns. Conscious reflection mediates these forces, yet instinct sets limits. The mind that understands these boundaries can align action strategically, harmonizing instinct and intention rather than experiencing conflict or denial. This alignment produces a nuanced form of autonomy that respects the power of unconscious influence while asserting conscious insight. He examined choice under emotional influence. Passion, fear, and desire subtly bias decision-making, producing predictable responses. Conscious deliberation often merely rationalizes action already guided by affective currents. Nietzsche suggested that observing these emotional forces and their subtle influence on choice allows the perceptive mind to redirect them purposefully, turning potential manipulation into deliberate strategy and internal conflict into integrated awareness. Nietzsche's exploration of free will continues into the consequences for moral philosophy, social structures, and personal mastery. The narrative will examine how the perception of choice intersects with responsibility, creativity, and psychological resilience, exploring strategies for exercising autonomy within constraints and using insight into determinism as a tool for self-mastery. Finally, the calm, immersive tone leaves the listener contemplating the subtle architecture of choice. Free will, as commonly conceived, may be an illusion, yet recognition of influence opens the door to deliberate, conscious action. Understanding constraints, biases, and unseen pressures becomes a tool for empowerment, setting the stage for deeper exploration of morality, ethics, and psychological strategy in the following chapter. Nietzsche suggested that the illusion of choice is essential to social cohesion, yet awareness of this illusion transforms perception. Recognizing the hidden forces shaping thought and action, instinct, memory, social influence, and cognitive bias illuminates not only the mind's architecture but also the subtle mechanisms by which culture, institutions, and authority guide human behavior. Understanding this interplay allows the individual to navigate life with clarity and strategic insight. He examined the moral consequences of deterministic influence. If choices are shaped by factors beyond awareness, responsibility becomes a nuanced concept. Nietzsche argued that moral evaluation is not abolished but reframed. Conscious reflection allows the individual to discern true intention, observe hidden influences, and align action with insight rather than impulse alone. Ethical behavior emerges not from blind obedience but from deliberate recognition of the forces shaping behavior, producing a more informed, intentional, and sophisticated morality. The narrative draws the listener to social implications. Collective behavior often mirrors instinctual currents magnified by institutions, ritual, and cultural expectation. Societies assume individuals act freely, yet much of social stability depends on the predictable influence of hidden pressures. Laws, norms, and customs channel behavior, suppressing chaos while subtly shaping desire and action. Nietzsche suggested that understanding these mechanisms grants the perceptive individual both awareness and strategic advantage, allowing navigation of collective life with autonomy, even within constraints. Desire and ambition illustrate the tension between perceived freedom and deterministic influence. Human pursuit of status, recognition, and pleasure is filtered through instinct and social expectation. Choices appear deliberate, yet underlying drives often dictate direction. Conscious observation of these patterns transforms instinct into a tool rather than a constraint, enabling strategic alignment of desire with long-term goals. The listener is encouraged to reflect on personal motivations, uncovering hidden levers that influence decision-making. Nietzsche also examined the role of fear and avoidance. Anxiety and anticipation shape judgment in subtle ways. Individuals rarely evaluate risk purely rationally. Instinct and social coding influence perception. Decisions deemed free may be responses to internalized caution or externalized expectation. By observing these influences, the mind gains clarity, learning to distinguish between instinctive reaction and conscious choice. Awareness of fear as a shaping force allows deliberate engagement rather than unconscious surrender. The chapter explores the interplay between habit and perceived autonomy. Humans rely on patterns of behavior learned over a lifetime. Habits conserve cognitive energy but subtly guide decisions, producing a sense of freedom that is often an illusion. Nietzsche emphasized that mastery involves observation. Habits are acknowledged, understood, and redirected to align with intentional action. Recognition of these patterns transforms routine into a foundation for strategic autonomy, allowing conscious intervention where unconscious momentum once dictated choice. The narrative introduces subtle suspense through paradox. Humans act as if autonomous while continuously influenced by external and internal forces. Nietzsche suggested that the mind that recognizes these invisible levers gains insight and resilience. Autonomy is no longer assumed, it is earned through deliberate observation and integration of instinct, emotion, and social context. The listener is drawn to contemplate the limits of freedom and the potential for conscious mastery within these constraints. He considered the influence of social perception on autonomy. Humans interpret others' behavior through a complex lens of expectation, projection, and cultural conditioning. Misinterpretation is common, yet largely invisible to the conscious mind. By observing the ways perception is shaped, the individual gains agency in social interaction, navigating influence, persuasion, and conflict with awareness. Nietzsche framed this skill as essential for autonomy in a world where collective dynamics subtly guide action. The chapter examines the paradox of creativity under constraint. Even when choices are influenced by instinct and culture, the conscious mind retains the capacity for innovation, reflection, and deliberate disruption of patterns. Awareness of deterministic forces allows the individual to intervene, redirect energy, and generate novel solutions. Freedom, therefore, is exercised not as absolute independence but as strategic engagement with the invisible currents shaping perception, thought, and action. Nietzsche also explored how recognition of constraint will impact psychology. Understanding that instincts, memory, and societal pressure shape choices produces both discomfort and liberation. The listener is encouraged to reflect on the difference between perception and reality, and to embrace conscious observation as a path to self-mastery. Insight into hidden influence provides clarity, resilience, and deliberate alignment of thought and action, transforming apparent limitation into opportunity. The narrative emphasizes ethical implications. The perceptive individual must navigate the tension between societal expectation and instinctual drive. Understanding that most human behavior is guided by unseen forces fosters empathy, patience, and strategic awareness. Nietzsche suggested that ethical action emerges from insight rather than blind compliance, producing a refined morality that balances instinct, reason, and social responsibility. Finally, Chapter 13, Civilization's Hidden Decay. Having examined the architecture of free will, the narrative moves outward to explore how collective constraints, social coding, and unexamined instincts shape societies. The listener is primed to see civilization not as a fixed structure but as a complex organism, where hidden forces of instinct, fear, ambition, and compliance produce fragility, patterns of decline, and opportunities for understanding the psychological underpinnings of cultural transformation. The calm, hypnotic storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the delicate balance between autonomy and influence. Free will is revealed as a nuanced interplay of perception, instinct, and social shaping rather than an absolute truth. Awareness of these forces equips the listener to navigate life with insight, strategy, and deliberate action, preparing them for the exploration of civilization's vulnerabilities, decay, and the psychological architecture underpinning societal structures in the next chapter. Civilization's Hidden Decay. Nietzsche observed that beneath the grand edifices of civilization lies a subtle and often invisible rot, a decay that creeps quietly through institutions, culture, and collective consciousness. Outwardly, societies appear orderly, stable, and rational, yet the underlying currents of instinct, desire, fear, and resentment shape patterns that erode cohesion over time. Compliance, habit, and ritual mask fragility, producing the illusion of permanence. The perceptive mind notices the discrepancy between appearances and reality, revealing the hidden mechanisms that govern social behavior, collective stability, and eventual decline. The philosopher suggested that human instincts, when filtered through culture, produce both cohesion and vulnerability. Fear, envy, and ambition are channeled into structured hierarchies, moral codes, and professional roles, giving the impression of order. Yet these same forces, unexamined or suppressed, gradually undermine the integrity of institutions. Rituals, laws, and social norms stabilize society, but they also fossilize it, creating rigidity that prevents adaptation. Civilization's apparent strength is inseparable from its hidden decay, a tension Nietzsche described as both inevitable and instructive. The narrative invites reflection on historical patterns. Empires rise and fall not only through conquest or catastrophe but through the quiet corrosion of values, attention, and instinctual management. Institutions, rituals, and morality, while necessary for cohesion, can calcify, rendering societies unable to respond effectively to internal or external pressures. Nietzsche emphasized the subtlety of this process. Decay is rarely dramatic at first. It manifests in overlooked habits, tolerated inefficiencies, and unexamined assumptions that, over generations, accumulate and destabilize. He explored the role of collective instinct in shaping cultural fragility. Groups unconsciously reinforce norms, suppress dissent, and valorize conformity, producing stability while limiting creativity and resilience. Social coding ensures predictable behavior but often at the cost of adaptability. Over time, the energy required to maintain cohesion drains vitality from culture and innovation. The perceptive observer discerns these patterns, recognizing that civilization's strength is inherently provisional, contingent on the management of instinctual forces and the capacity for renewal. Nietzsche considered the influence of fear and control in maintaining stability. Authority figures, rituals, and moral codes often suppress destabilizing impulses, directing energy into socially sanctioned channels. Compliance is encouraged through reward, punishment, and the subtle manipulation of emotion. Yet reliance on fear and control produces dependency, alienation, and hidden resentment. While the surface appears orderly, the undercurrent carries tension, deferred conflict, and unacknowledged dissatisfaction, all contributing to gradual decay. The narrative emphasizes the paradox of achievement and fragility. Cultural accomplishments, art, philosophy, law, architecture, reflect mastery of instinct and intellect, yet they coexist with underlying vulnerability. Nietzsche suggested that even the most impressive civilization can be undone by unnoticed internal forces, suppressed desire, unexamined resentment, or instinctual misalignment. Civilization, in this sense, is a delicate ecosystem, constantly balancing preservation and entropy, order and decay. He examined economic and social structures as amplifiers of hidden weakness. Accumulated inequality, unacknowledged exploitation, and reliance on unexamined norms create pressures that eventually produce visible strain. Institutions, while appearing rational and stable, encode assumptions and behaviors that subtly constrain adaptability. Nietzsche framed these forces as natural outcomes of human psychology rather than moral failings, emphasizing that the perceptive mind observes patterns rather than assigning blame, recognizing that decay is an inherent property of complex social systems. The chapter explores the influence of resentment and moral inversion. Nietzsche noted that suppressed instinctual drives manifest as envy, moral judgment, and cultural rigidity. Societies often valorize weakness as virtue and punish strength as transgression, producing subtle cultural entropy. Over generations, these patterns accumulate, eroding innovation, flexibility, and collective vitality. Awareness of these processes allows the listener to perceive civilization as a living organism, shaped as much by unseen psychological currents as by overt historical events. He also considered the role of education and cultural transmission. Knowledge, rituals, and tradition are vehicles for stability, yet they often perpetuate outdated assumptions, constraining critical thinking and flexibility. Children absorb social coding unconsciously, internalizing values and norms that maintain cohesion while potentially limiting adaptability. Nietzsche suggested that the failure to periodically examine inherited systems accelerates decay, producing a civilization that is internally consistent but increasingly brittle. The narrative introduces subtle suspense by revealing how perception masks fragility. Citizens experience the world as orderly, predictable, and rational, yet the structures they rely upon are supported by fragile psychological and social scaffolding. Small perturbations, economic shifts, ideological shifts, or changes in collective attention can cascade unpredictably. Nietzsche framed this tension as instructive rather than alarming. Understanding the hidden architecture of decay provides insight into human behavior, society, and the balance between order and entropy. The chapter also examines innovation and rebellion as both symptoms and remedies of decay. Cultural decline often sparks creativity, experimentation, and the reconfiguration of norms. Nietzsche observed that decay and renewal coexist. Entropy produces instability that allows for adaptation, insight, and evolution. The perceptive mind recognizes these cycles, understanding that civilization is neither static nor irreversible, but constantly oscillating between stability and dissolution, guided by the interplay of instinct, intellect, and social coding. Nietzsche's analysis of civilization's hidden vulnerabilities sets the stage for an examination of herd mentality, ideological influence, and the subtle forces that perpetuate social systems while simultaneously accelerating internal erosion. The hypnotic, reflective tone leaves the listener contemplating the delicate tension between apparent stability and hidden decay. Civilization's grandeur is inseparable from fragility, and the forces shaping society's instinct, culture, and social coding operate largely unseen. The perceptive mind is invited to observe these patterns, cultivating insight into collective life and preparing for the next chapter, where mass human behavior, conformity, and psychological manipulation will be explored in detail. Nietzsche observed that societies are sustained less by rational structures than by collective psychology, habits, rituals, obedience, and unexamined assumptions. Human behavior is guided by herd mentality, social conformity, and a reliance on authority. While these forces create the appearance of order and stability, they also amplify underlying weaknesses, masking entropy until pressure reaches a tipping point. The philosopher explored herd mentality as a central driver of social cohesion and decay. Individuals, even when capable of independent thought, tend to adopt group behaviors, values, and judgments to gain acceptance or avoid conflict. This tendency produces remarkable efficiency in coordinating society, yet it also suppresses critical reflection, encourages complacency, and amplifies conformity. Nietzsche suggested that the perceptive mind, aware of these patterns, can observe collective behavior without being consumed by it, gaining clarity on both the mechanisms and consequences of group influence. He examined the psychological levers that maintain obedience. Rituals, moral codes, and institutional authority subtly shape perception, guiding thought and action while remaining largely invisible. Fear of ostracism, desire for approval, and internalized social coding reinforce compliance. Individuals rarely perceive these forces, believing their behavior is freely chosen. Nietzsche framed this as both a strength and vulnerability. Social cohesion emerges naturally, but invisible pressures constrain creativity, autonomy, and resilience, leaving civilization delicately balanced between stability and collapse. The narrative encourages reflection on history. Nations and empires often appear rational and cohesive until collective biases and compliance magnify instability. Minor perturbations, such as economic shifts, ideological movements, or collective discontent, can cascade into systemic crises. Nietzsche emphasized that the perceptive observer sees patterns invisible to the majority, recognizing the tension between apparent order and underlying entropy. Understanding these dynamics cultivates insight into both human nature and the forces shaping civilization. Collective stupidity emerges as a consequence of herd behavior and unexamined obedience. Nietzsche noted that intelligence and insight are often suppressed in favor of conformity, producing cultures in which innovative thought is undervalued and predictable behaviors are rewarded. This phenomenon is subtle, unfolding over generations, yet its effects are profound: stagnation, vulnerability to manipulation, and eventual societal decay. Awareness of these patterns allows the perceptive individual to navigate culture strategically, observing the currents that guide collective thought without succumbing to them. Nietzsche also considered the role of ideology in perpetuating social cohesion. Shared beliefs, moral codes, and narratives provide meaning, align behavior, and justify hierarchies. Yet these same structures constrain perception, bias judgment, and suppress insight. Ideology stabilizes society while subtly accelerating decay, embedding assumptions that are rarely questioned. The listener is encouraged to observe the invisible influence of collective belief, noting how conformity, ritual, and moral expectation sustain civilization even as they mask its internal fragility. The chapter examines the interplay between authority and autonomy. Societies rely on leaders, institutions, and cultural norms to coordinate behavior, yet these structures shape perception, reward compliance, and suppress dissent. Individuals internalize authority, often unconsciously, aligning instinct and perception with collective expectation. Nietzsche framed this dynamic as a double-edged sword. Obedience creates stability but limits critical engagement, leaving civilization dependent on unseen psychological levers and vulnerable to mismanagement, exploitation, or unanticipated disruption. The narrative introduces subtle tension through paradox. Civilization is simultaneously resilient and fragile. Surface stability masks underlying instability, while herd psychology ensures short-term coordination yet constrains adaptation. Nietzsche emphasized that perceptive observation reveals both the mechanisms sustaining civilization and the forces eroding it, creating a layered understanding of human societies as living organisms governed as much by instinct, memory, and social coding as by rational structures. He explored the consequences of mass behavioral conformity. Large populations operating under similar instincts, habits, and social pressures generate predictable patterns that can be both stabilizing and destructive. Collective compliance allows coordinated achievement but magnifies errors, suppresses innovation, and reduces adaptability. The perceptive mind observes these dynamics, understanding that civilization is not a fixed system but a constantly evolving interplay between instinct, perception, and collective psychology. Nietzsche also highlighted the subtle interplay of morality, resentment, and social expectation. Societies often valorize obedience, punish deviation, and reward conformity, producing hidden resentment and passive resistance. Over time, these tensions accumulate, weakening cohesion even as visible order persists. Civilization, then, is sustained through a delicate balance of psychological influence, ritualized control, and collective inertia. Recognition of these patterns equips the listener with insight into the invisible architecture shaping human behavior at scale. The chapter examines cultural and technological amplification of herd behavior. Media, communication systems, and shared rituals propagate norms, beliefs, and attention patterns rapidly, increasing coordination but also vulnerability. Subtle manipulation of information, attention, and expectation guides collective perception, reinforcing the illusion of stability while masking fragility. Nietzsche framed this as an inevitable outcome of complex societies. The mechanisms that allow large groups to function also increase susceptibility to cascading failures. Finally, Chapter 14, Collective Stupidity Rising. Having examined the hidden decay of civilization and the psychological forces that sustain it, the next chapter explores how herd mentality, conformity, and unexamined assumptions amplify collective weakness, producing stagnation, vulnerability, and societal irrationality. The narrative sets the stage for an exploration of how human psychology interacts with social systems to produce predictable patterns of cognitive and cultural decline. The calm, immersive tone leaves the audience reflecting on the delicate balance of civilization. Apparent stability is maintained by invisible psychological levers, collective compliance, and subtle manipulation, while entropy and decay accumulate quietly beneath the surface. The perceptive observer is invited to trace these patterns, cultivating insight into both human nature and the invisible dynamics that shape social reality, preparing the mind for deeper exploration of mass irrationality, conformity, and societal fragility in the next chapter. Collective Stupidity Rising. Nietzsche observed that intelligence is often subordinated to the herd, and that the collective mind, when unexamined, drifts toward predictability, bias, and inertia. The phrase, collective stupidity, does not refer to ignorance alone, but to a systemic pattern in which conformity, social pressure, and unquestioned assumptions amplify cognitive blind spots. Societies operate under the illusion of rationality, yet group dynamics magnify errors in judgment, suppress independent thought, and valorize mediocrity. The perceptive mind notices these patterns unfolding subtly in daily life, in culture, institutions, and interpersonal interaction, revealing the invisible architecture behind social behavior. He examined the mechanisms by which collective stupidity arises. Humans are social creatures, hardwired to imitate, obey, and conform. Attention, approval, and fear of ostracism shape thought and behavior in subtle ways. When these instincts are magnified across a population, the effect is exponential. Errors are reinforced, poor reasoning becomes normalized, and biases amplify. Nietzsche suggested that this process is largely invisible to the participants, who believe their thoughts are autonomous, rational, and morally sound. The dissonance between perception and reality is the first key insight for understanding collective weakness. The narrative draws the listener to historical and contemporary examples, illustrating how societies repeatedly exhibit mass cognitive bias. Waves of ideological fervor, economic mania, or moral panic often follow similar psychological patterns, regardless of era or culture. Institutions, education, and media magnify conformity, presenting coordinated beliefs as natural, inevitable, or rational. Nietzsche emphasized that the perceptive observer discerns recurring dynamics, seeing past the surface to the psychological levers guiding behavior, while most participants remain oblivious to their own manipulation. Fear, desire, and social approval are central drivers. The herd prioritizes cohesion over truth, rewarding conformity and punishing deviation. Emotional currents flow invisibly, shaping attention, judgment, and action. Even intelligent individuals are influenced, suppressing independent thought to maintain social acceptance. Nietzsche suggested that understanding these invisible currents allows the perceptive mind to navigate society strategically, distinguishing between instinctive adherence and deliberate reasoning, and recognizing patterns that perpetuate collective vulnerability. He explored the role of moralization in amplifying collective blindness. Societies often frame norms, ethics, and laws in absolute terms, valorizing adherence while punishing deviation. Compliance creates a sense of moral certainty, yet this very certainty can suppress reflection, creativity, and insight. Nietzsche described this as the paradox of civilization. Structures intended to maintain order also embed rigidity and amplify group errors. The perceptive individual observes this process, understanding how collective belief structures channel attention and shape perception while limiting intellectual exploration. The narrative examines education and culture as instruments of amplification. From early childhood, patterns of thought, values, and social expectation are transmitted unconsciously. Norms, traditions, and shared narratives guide behavior while remaining largely invisible to participants. Critical thinking is often secondary to conformity, as institutions favor predictable, socially aligned responses over disruptive insight. Nietzsche suggested that this process produces a form of collective cognitive inertia, in which groups become trapped in cycles of reinforcement that resist adaptation. Social media, mass communication, and technological amplification are explored as modern accelerants. Information flows rapidly, and attention is curated, filtered, and rewarded according to collective bias. Popularity, visibility, and social validation guide perception, often more than evidence or reason. Collective stupidity, amplified by speed and scale, becomes both pervasive and invisible, producing synchronized patterns of thought that appear rational yet are deeply constrained by attention, conformity, and bias. Nietzsche also examined the psychological tension between individuality and the herd. Independent thought can be uncomfortable, socially costly, or threatening to cohesion. The perceptive mind must navigate social pressures, instinctual drives, and collective expectations simultaneously, balancing autonomy with survival. Awareness of these dynamics allows strategic engagement, insight, observation, and subtle influence become tools for navigating human groups, preserving agency while understanding the forces shaping collective decision-making. The chapter emphasizes the paradoxical nature of collective stupidity. It is both adaptive and dangerous. Herd behavior allows societies to function, coordinate, and stabilize under complex conditions, yet it constrains insight, amplifies error, and produces vulnerability. Nietzsche framed this as a natural consequence of human instinct rather than moral failing. The perceptive observer recognizes the balance, seeing both the necessity of collective behavior and the subtle ways it erodes judgment, creativity, and resilience over time. Which will explore specific consequences of collective stupidity, social manipulation, ideological dominance, and the mechanisms by which mass behavior shapes power dynamics, knowledge dissemination, and cultural evolution. The narrative sets the stage for an examination of how herd mentality interacts with leadership, persuasion, and cognitive bias to produce patterns that govern both civilization and individual opportunity. The hypnotic, immersive tone leaves the listener reflecting on the delicate tension between individual insight and collective influence. Intelligence, reasoning, and perception are constantly filtered through social currents, producing predictable patterns of thought that sustain civilization while exposing vulnerability. Awareness of these patterns is presented as both a tool and a lens, preparing the mind for deeper exploration of societal manipulation and the subtle levers of mass psychology in the next chapter. Nietzsche observed that mass behavior is rarely rational in the way individuals imagine. Cognitive biases, emotional contagion, and social reinforcement converge to produce synchronized thought patterns that amplify error, suppress creativity, and valorize conformity. The herd, while adaptive in maintaining order, becomes increasingly vulnerable when external pressures or internal contradictions arise, creating cycles of manipulation, irrationality, and stagnation. He examined the role of ideology in amplifying collective blindness. Shared narratives, religious dogma, political slogans, and moral codes provide a framework for coordination, yet they constrain perception and suppress independent thought. Ideas become amplified not because of truth or reasoning, but because repetition, social validation, and fear of dissent creates self-reinforcing loops. Nietzsche suggested that understanding these mechanisms allows the perceptive individual to navigate social influence consciously, distinguishing authentic insight from illusion. The narrative explores how attention and emotion shape group cognition. Humans instinctively follow salient signals: fear, outrage, desire, or fascination, often ignoring nuance or contradictory evidence. When amplified across a population, these patterns guide collective decision-making, producing predictable yet often irrational outcomes. Nietzsche framed this as a subtle, almost invisible process. The herd perceives stability and rationality, while underlying currents of bias, instinct, and reinforcement quietly determine behavior and thought. He analyzed propaganda, social control, and manipulation as natural extensions of herd psychology. Leaders, institutions, and media exploit the human tendency to conform, selectively emphasizing ideas and emotions that guide attention and encourage obedience. Repetition, symbolism, and moral framing create collective patterns that appear rational, yet are deeply constrained. Nietzsche emphasized that awareness of these processes provides insight, empowering the perceptive individual to recognize influence, anticipate outcomes, and navigate social systems without succumbing unconsciously. The chapter examines historical and contemporary examples of collective error amplified by herd mentality. Economic bubbles, ideological movements, mass panics, and cultural fads all demonstrate the predictable consequences of synchronized thought guided more by social expectation than evidence. Nietzsche noted that these cycles often follow similar psychological dynamics, repeating across time and culture, revealing a pattern of collective vulnerability that persists despite apparent knowledge, wisdom, or civilization. He explored the tension between individual insight and collective expectation. Independent thinkers face subtle pressures to conform, risking social isolation, ridicule, or exclusion. The perceptive mind must navigate both the invisible currents of the herd and instinctual drives to belong, balancing autonomy with survival. Nietzsche suggested that this tension produces a delicate form of mastery, the ability to act strategically, preserve insight, and influence outcomes while remaining attuned to social reality. The narrative emphasizes the paradoxical role of collective stupidity. While conformity suppresses innovation, it simultaneously enables coordination and social cohesion. The herd can function as a stabilizing force, yet its errors are amplified, and its blind spots become systemic vulnerabilities. Nietzsche framed this as an inherent property of human psychology. Patterns of obedience and imitation are adaptive in one sense, destructive in another, and largely invisible to those operating within them. The chapter examines the reinforcement of error through moral judgment. Societies valorize conformity, punish deviation, and create moral hierarchies that amplify group thinking. Individuals learn to self-censor, internalize norms, and prioritize social approval over independent reasoning. Nietzsche suggested that these mechanisms, while stabilizing in the short term, constrain long-term adaptability, suppress creativity, and perpetuate collective blind spots. The perceptive observer sees the invisible tension between stability and decay, insight and ignorance. He also explored technological amplification. Mass communication, social media, and information networks magnify herd behavior, creating feedback loops that rapidly disseminate ideas, biases, and emotional contagion. Popularity, attention, and perceived consensus drive perception, while independent analysis is often ignored or suppressed. Nietzsche framed this as a modern acceleration of age-old patterns. The forces shaping collective thought are stronger, faster, and more pervasive, yet equally invisible to those influenced. The narrative introduces suspense by showing how small perturbations can cascade through the herd. Minor shifts in opinion, attention, or emotional state propagate rapidly, producing disproportionate social consequences. Economic crises, viral ideologies, or cultural upheaval often follow these invisible patterns, demonstrating the fragility masked by apparent order. Nietzsche encouraged observation rather than panic. Understanding the dynamics of collective stupidity illuminates the predictable architecture behind seemingly random social events. Finally, Chapter 15, The Psychology of Strength and Weakness. Having explored the rise of collective stupidity and herd-driven error, the next chapter examines the individual's position within these dynamics, analyzing how personal power, resilience, and insight interact with collective influence. Nietzsche's exploration of herd mentality sets the stage for an investigation of psychological dominance, vulnerability, and the subtle forces that define human strength and weakness within society. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience contemplating the invisible architecture behind mass human behavior. Intelligence, reasoning, and perception are filtered through the currents of collective psychology, producing patterns that sustain civilization while simultaneously generating fragility. Awareness of these patterns equips the perceptive mind to navigate society consciously, anticipate influence, and recognize the delicate interplay between autonomy and collective expectation, preparing the listener for deeper exploration of personal power, resilience, and psychological mastery in the next chapter. The psychology of strength and weakness. Nietzsche observed that strength and weakness are not merely physical or social states but profoundly psychological constructs that shape the course of human life. Strength emerges from awareness, mastery of instinct, and the ability to act deliberately within the subtle currents of society and self. Weakness, by contrast, arises when perception is clouded by fear, habit, or unconscious conformity. In every moment, the mind navigates pressures from instinct, culture, and desire, and it is the capacity to perceive, adapt, and intervene that defines psychological strength. The narrative draws attention to the origins of weakness. Social conditioning, moral obligation, and herd influence often suppress instinct and initiative, producing individuals who act out of expectation rather than insight. Nietzsche suggested that such suppression creates internal conflict, a tension between instinctual drives and imposed norms. Over time, this tension manifests as hesitation, indecision, and dependency, eroding the ability to act decisively. The perceptive observer begins to recognize patterns that delineate autonomy from submission, insight from indoctrination. Strength, Nietzsche argued, is cultivated through self-awareness. By observing the invisible forces shaping thought, desire, fear, social expectation, individuals gain the capacity to respond deliberately rather than reactively. The perceptive mind transforms instinct into strategy, aligning energy, emotion, and attention toward intentional action. Unlike blind adherence to morality or social convention, this form of strength arises from understanding and integration, a mastery that allows navigation of both internal and external challenges with precision. The chapter examines fear as both a mechanism of weakness and a lever for power. Fear constrains thought, shapes perception, and governs behavior unconsciously. It drives avoidance, compliance, and social conformity, creating predictable patterns for others to exploit. Yet Nietzsche suggested that the conscious recognition of fear transforms it into insight. Awareness of what frightens, paralyzes, or compels allows deliberate engagement, producing resilience and the capacity to act decisively in situations where others falter. Desire and ambition illustrate a parallel tension. Weakness manifests when desire is unexamined, fleeting, or guided by social validation rather than personal insight. The herd amplifies superficial ambition, rewarding conformity and discouraging deviation. Strength emerges when desire is observed, understood, and aligned with deliberate purpose. Nietzsche framed mastery as the capacity to redirect instinct and drive, transforming raw impulses into focused energy that serves long-term vision rather than transient gratification. The narrative explores the role of suffering in shaping psychological architecture. Pain, loss, and disappointment illuminate vulnerabilities, reveal hidden patterns, and test resilience. Weakness is often revealed by avoidance or denial of discomfort, producing passivity or dependence. Strength is revealed through confrontation, reflection, and integration of experience. Nietzsche suggested that suffering, rather than being merely destructive, serves as a tool for self-discovery, revealing the contours of mind, character, and instinct. He also examined the interplay of social perception and personal power. Strength is not merely internal, it is demonstrated, recognized, and negotiated within relationships and institutions. Weakness is often socially reinforced. Hesitation, deference, or avoidance of conflict perpetuates subordination. By contrast, the perceptive individual leverages insight into social dynamics to navigate influence, anticipate manipulation, and exercise discretion, producing a form of power rooted in awareness and strategy rather than domination alone. The chapter highlights the paradox of moral expectation. Societies valorize compassion, humility, and obedience, often equating these qualities with virtue. Nietzsche suggested that unexamined adherence to moral codes can foster weakness by suppressing instinct, autonomy, and decisive action. Strength arises not from the rejection of morality, but from its conscious integration, recognizing social expectation, understanding the consequences of compliance, and choosing deliberate engagement over blind obedience. Nietzsche also explored resilience as a function of psychological self-mastery. Habits, perception, and attention are tools that can either strengthen or weaken the mind. Individuals who cultivate awareness of their cognitive patterns, emotional triggers, and instinctual drives develop capacity to act deliberately, respond to uncertainty, and influence outcomes. Conversely, neglect of self-observation produces passivity, error, and vulnerability. The perceptive mind recognizes that mastery is not innate, it is cultivated through deliberate attention to both internal and external forces. The narrative introduces suspense through paradoxical insight. Strength and weakness often coexist within the same individual, dependent on context, perception, and engagement with instinct. Moments of insight reveal that what appears as weakness can be transformed into strength through awareness, reflection, and intentional action. Similarly, seemingly confident individuals may harbor vulnerabilities hidden beneath social performance, masking dependency, fear, or unexamined influence. Nietzsche's observation encourages the listener to question appearances, recognizing the nuanced interplay of capability, perception, and psychology, which will examine fear, suffering, and meaning as central forces shaping human resilience, insight, and behavior. Having explored the psychological architecture of strength and weakness, the next chapter will reveal how adversity, existential tension, and internal conflict illuminate hidden potential, expose vulnerability, and define the course of human life. The audience is primed to reflect on both personal and societal dimensions of power, resilience, and insight. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the listener contemplating the delicate architecture of human psychology. Strength is framed not as brute force or dominance but as awareness, mastery of instinct, and deliberate action. Weakness emerges where perception is clouded, conformity is unexamined, and instinct is suppressed. The perceptive mind is invited to observe these dynamics within self and society, cultivating insight into personal agency, strategic autonomy, and the forces shaping both individual and collective behavior, setting the stage for a profound exploration of fear, suffering, and meaning in the next chapter. Nietzsche observed that adversity exposes the boundaries of perception and the fragility of the human mind. Fear constrains thought, dictating behavior through anticipation of harm, social censure, or loss. Suffering tests resilience, forcing confrontation with internal contradictions, suppressed desires, and existential uncertainty. Both operate invisibly, shaping decisions long before conscious awareness registers, and both define the subtle architecture of human strength. Fear is a double-edged force. In the unexamined mind, it produces hesitation, avoidance, and submission, amplifying weakness. The herd responds collectively to perceived danger, reinforcing conformity and obedience, often at the expense of insight or creativity. Nietzsche emphasized that awareness transforms fear from a paralyzing agent into a lens for clarity. Recognizing the origin, mechanics, and consequences of fear allows the perceptive individual to act deliberately, aligning instinct with reason and shaping both response and outcome. Suffering, too, is a catalyst for psychological evolution. Nietzsche suggested that endurance, reflection, and integration of painful experience cultivate insight and resilience. Weakness manifests when suffering is avoided, ignored, or rationalized superficially. Strength arises when discomfort is observed and understood, when the mind confronts its own limitations and integrates lessons from adversity. Pain reveals the invisible architecture of thought, exposing cognitive blind spots, unexamined assumptions, and patterns of behavior that would otherwise remain hidden. The narrative examines existential tension as both challenge and opportunity. Awareness of mortality, limitation, and the fragility of personal and social constructs produces anxiety, yet also sharpens perception. The perceptive mind uses this tension strategically, converting existential pressure into focus, deliberate choice, and deliberate alignment of instinct with conscious intention. Nietzsche framed this tension not as a source of despair but as a tool. The human psyche is strongest when it can navigate uncertainty, integrate conflict, and act with clarity in the face of instability. Desire and ambition intersect with suffering and fear, creating a layered psychological landscape. When desires are unexamined, they amplify weakness, producing distraction, dependence, and susceptibility to manipulation. When examined, aligned, and tempered through reflection, they reinforce strength, guiding energy toward deliberate purpose rather than reactive pursuit. Nietzsche suggested that mastery is achieved not by suppression of instinct but by understanding, observation, and deliberate engagement with the currents shaping thought and behavior. The chapter also examines the social dimension of strength. Individual resilience interacts with collective dynamics, social approval, fear of exclusion, and adherence to norms shape perception and constrain action. Weakness is often externally reinforced through judgment, ridicule, or subtle social cues. Strength emerges when the perceptive mind navigates these currents strategically, preserving insight, exercising autonomy, and influencing outcomes without succumbing unconsciously to social pressures. Nietzsche framed this skill as central to personal power and autonomy. The narrative emphasizes paradox: strength and weakness are rarely absolute. Context, perception, and engagement with instinct determine which emerges at any given moment. A single situation may reveal both, highlighting how the perceptive mind must balance internal mastery with external navigation. Nietzsche suggested that insight arises from observing these patterns, recognizing the interplay between internal and external forces, and adapting action to align with long-term purpose rather than immediate pressure. Suffering, in particular, illuminates hidden potential. Nietzsche argued that adversity forces the mind to confront illusion, habit, and internal contradiction. Strength is measured not by the absence of challenge, but by the capacity to integrate experience, maintain clarity under pressure, and act intentionally. Weakness is revealed when the mind succumbs to avoidance, denial, or reactive behavior. Through reflection, observation, and deliberate engagement with difficulty, the perceptive individual transforms adversity into insight, producing a profound psychological evolution. The narrative introduces subtle tension by contrasting societal perception with internal reality. Social narratives often equate compliance, modesty, and submission with virtue, masking the psychological cost of passivity. Individuals rewarded for obedience may appear strong, yet their insight and autonomy are constrained. Nietzsche emphasized that true strength is rarely visible in the external performance of conformity. It is cultivated within, through awareness, reflection, and alignment of instinct with deliberate purpose. Finally, Chapter 16, Religion, Control, and Myth. Having explored the internal architecture of strength and weakness, shaped by fear, suffering, and meaning, the next chapter examines how external systems, religion, ideology, and myth interact with human psychology to regulate behavior, enforce conformity, and amplify both compliance and internal fragility. Nietzsche's analysis of individual resilience primes the audience to understand how cultural forces shape perception, obedience, and the subtle architecture of societal control. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the listener reflecting on the interplay between fear, suffering, and autonomy. Strength is framed as mastery of instinct, awareness of cognitive and emotional patterns, and deliberate action in the face of adversity. Weakness is revealed where perception is clouded, instinct is suppressed, and conformity is unexamined. The perceptive mind is invited to trace these forces, understanding both personal and collective dynamics, and preparing for the next chapter's exploration of societal control, moral narrative, and the psychological levers that guide civilization. Fear, suffering, and meaning. Nietzsche believed that fear and suffering are not merely obstacles to be avoided but essential catalysts for understanding and personal transformation. The human mind instinctively recoils from discomfort, seeking comfort, security, and predictability. Yet those very instincts can obscure insight, dull perception, and anchor thought in superficial narratives. It is in the quiet confrontation with fear, the deliberate engagement with suffering, that meaning begins to crystallize. Strength emerges not in moments of ease but in moments where the mind faces uncertainty, pain, and existential tension with awareness. The narrative opens with the subtle psychology of fear. Fear, when unexamined, constrains perception, directs behavior, and guides the herd. Individuals instinctively avoid risk, defer judgment, and seek approval, producing patterns of conformity invisible to themselves yet evident to the perceptive observer. Nietzsche argued that fear is a lens. When recognized and analyzed, it illuminates hidden vulnerabilities, social levers, and cognitive biases. Awareness transforms fear from a controlling force into a source of clarity, enabling deliberate choice and intentional action. Suffering is framed as a crucible. Nietzsche suggested that the human psyche is refined through adversity, that discomfort reveals both internal structure and latent potential. Avoidance of suffering produces weakness, indecision, and psychological fragility, while engagement with it cultivates insight, resilience, and autonomy. The narrative paints intimate, immersive vignettes, a solitary figure confronting loss, a mind wrestling with despair, the silent hours when the absence of distraction exposes thought to its rawest form. Each moment demonstrates that suffering, when observed, is not destructive but instructive. The interplay between fear and suffering is explored as a dynamic tension. Fear anticipates pain, shaping expectation and behavior, while suffering delivers experience, confirming or challenging assumptions. Together, they act as guides, revealing blind spots in perception, areas of cognitive resistance, and patterns of avoidance. Nietzsche suggested that mastery lies in observing these currents without being consumed, in maintaining calm awareness amid discomfort, and in using this insight to navigate both internal and external landscapes with clarity. Meaning, the third pillar, emerges from conscious engagement with fear and suffering. Nietzsche proposed that humans do not inherit purpose but must create it through reflection, action, and deliberate framing of experience. Fear and suffering provide context, forcing confrontation with limitation, mortality, and social constraint. Through these experiences, the perceptive mind discovers values, intentions, and personal truths that are invisible to the unexamined herd. The narrative frames this as a slow unfolding, a quiet revelation occurring in the spaces between instinct, reflection, and deliberate choice. The chapter examines cultural amplification of fear and suffering. Societies often exploit these forces, shaping behavior through moral codes, rituals, and narratives that frame pain and risk in prescribed ways. Collective psychology magnifies anxiety, obedience, and conformity, creating invisible pressure that reinforces authority while masking individual perception. Nietzsche's insight suggests that understanding these dynamics is crucial. It allows the mind to navigate social influence without surrendering autonomy, to observe manipulation without succumbing, and to recognize patterns shaping both individual and collective behavior. The narrative explores the paradoxical relationship between pain and creativity. Nietzsche observed that those who confront suffering intentionally or reflectively often produce profound insight, innovation, and aesthetic achievement. Avoidance produces repetition, superficiality, and cognitive stagnation. The perceptive individual recognizes that discomfort, while painful, carries the seeds of transformation, offering a lens through which the mind perceives hidden patterns in self, others, and society. Fear and suffering, rather than obstacles, become instruments of clarity and creation. The immersive storytelling emphasizes internal tension. Moments of fear reveal instinctual biases, suffering exposes cognitive blind spots. Conscious awareness transforms these experiences into psychological tools, enabling strategic engagement with life. Nietzsche framed mastery as the capacity to observe, integrate, and act intentionally, balancing instinct, emotion, and reflection. The narrative portrays this not as abstract philosophy but as practical insight. Those who understand the mechanisms of fear and suffering navigate life with subtlety, clarity, and autonomy. The chapter introduces suspense by examining the thin line between paralysis and transformation. Fear, when unobserved, can dominate, producing reactive behavior and perpetuating weakness. Suffering, when ignored, fosters denial and passivity. Yet the perceptive mind, aware of these forces, leverages them to refine judgment, clarify values, and strengthen resilience. Nietzsche suggested that meaning arises not from avoidance of difficulty but from deliberate engagement with it, transforming existential pressure into insight, creativity, and autonomy. Which will explore how fear, suffering, and meaning shape relationships, social behavior, and broader cultural dynamics. Having examined the internal architecture of human experience, the next chapter will investigate how these forces influence interaction with others, herd dynamics, and collective perception, highlighting the tension between personal insight and societal expectation. The audience is primed to reflect on both the intimate and social dimensions of fear, suffering, and meaning. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the listener contemplating the invisible architecture of experience. Fear and suffering are presented not as adversaries but as teachers, revealing blind spots, latent strength, and the conditions for authentic meaning. The perceptive mind is invited to observe these forces within self and society, cultivating insight into personal resilience, intentional action, and the creation of purpose. Awareness of these dynamics primes the listener for deeper exploration of social influence, control, and cultural manipulation in the following chapters. Nietzsche observed that human perception is inseparable from the social environment. Fear and suffering are amplified when experienced within communities, rituals, or hierarchies. The herd responds collectively to perceived threats, and the psychological architecture that produces individual insight is often overridden by social reinforcement, moral expectation, and emotional contagion. The narrative begins with social fear, the subtle ways individuals regulate behavior to maintain acceptance, avoid ridicule, or secure approval. This fear is rarely explicit; it operates invisibly, guiding decisions and perception without conscious awareness. Nietzsche noted that the perceptive mind observes these currents, recognizing how social signals amplify anxiety and constrain autonomy. Patterns of group attention, approval, and conformity emerge almost imperceptibly, creating invisible pressure that subtly directs thought, emotion, and action. Suffering, when distributed across social structures, acquires new dimensions. Collective hardship, ritualized pain, or shared trauma can unify groups but simultaneously suppress insight and reinforce conformity. Nietzsche suggested that the herd experiences suffering differently from the individual; it becomes codified, moralized, and instrumentalized. In this environment, the perceptive observer discerns layers of influence, recognizing where pain and fear are employed to guide behavior, enforce compliance, and perpetuate hierarchy. The chapter explores the mechanisms of cultural reinforcement. Norms, rituals, and moral narratives translate individual fear and suffering into structured, socially meaningful forms. Religious doctrine, social etiquette, and ideological dogma amplify obedience and limit deviation. Nietzsche argued that these structures are invisible to participants, who believe they are acting freely or morally. Yet beneath the surface, cognitive and emotional currents are shaped by collective patterns, producing predictable outcomes while masking the subtle influence of fear and suffering. Relationships illustrate another dimension of this dynamic. Individuals navigate attachment, intimacy, and cooperation while managing instinct, desire, and social expectation. Fear of rejection, abandonment, or social judgment guides behavior, often unconsciously. Suffering may manifest through loss, betrayal, or moral conflict. Nietzsche suggested that strength in these contexts arises from awareness, observing emotional currents, understanding the influence of expectation, and acting with deliberate clarity rather than instinctive reaction. Weakness, conversely, emerges when perception is clouded, emotion dominates, and social pressure dictates choice. The narrative examines the paradoxical relationship between meaning and social constraint. Meaning is often constructed or reinforced through social narratives, whether moral, religious, or cultural. While these structures provide coherence and stability, they also limit independent interpretation and suppress critical insight. Nietzsche proposed that the perceptive mind recognizes this tension, creating personal meaning while navigating societal expectation. Insight emerges from observing the invisible scaffolding of cultural influence while consciously shaping one's response and purpose. Collective fear, suffering, and meaning interact to produce predictable patterns of behavior. Rituals of conformity, moral enforcement, and shared belief align the herd, creating both cohesion and blind spots. Nietzsche emphasized that this synchronization is not accidental; it arises from fundamental human instincts: imitation, attention to social signals, and prioritization of cohesion over truth. The perceptive mind discerns these patterns, gaining strategic awareness of social levers, while the majority of participants remain oblivious, following currents without conscious examination. The chapter delves into the role of authority and symbolism. Leaders, institutions, and moral arbiters exploit fear and suffering to maintain influence, often codifying meaning in ways that suppress critical thought. Nietzsche framed this as a natural extension of herd psychology. Human groups are guided as much by invisible emotional currents as by explicit rules or laws. Understanding these dynamics allows the perceptive mind to maintain autonomy, navigate influence, and identify both the mechanisms of control and the avenues for self-determination. The narrative introduces tension through the interplay of individual and collective insight. Fear, suffering, and meaning are experienced differently by those who observe versus those who participate unconsciously. The perceptive individual recognizes patterns, anticipates reactions, and engages with both internal and external dynamics strategically. Nietzsche suggested that mastery emerges not from denial of social reality but from deliberate engagement, observation, and adaptation, transforming potentially paralyzing forces into tools for awareness and agency. The immersive storytelling highlights subtle psychological cues, hesitation, conformity, moral reasoning, and emotional contagion. Each serves as evidence of the invisible currents shaping thought, belief, and behavior. Nietzsche framed these cues as windows into the architecture of human experience, allowing the perceptive mind to decode herd behavior, recognize patterns of influence, and anticipate consequences. Fear and suffering, when understood, illuminate both internal limitations and social mechanics, revealing the interplay between instinct, cognition, and culture. Finally, Chapter 17, Religion, Control, and Myth. Having explored how fear, suffering, and the search for meaning operate within both individual and social dimensions, the narrative now moves to examine external systems that codify, amplify, and manipulate these forces. Religion, ideology, and myth emerge as instruments for directing thought, behavior, and belief, shaping collective perception while interacting with the psychological dynamics explored in previous chapters. The perceptive listener is primed to understand the invisible scaffolding of societal control and the subtle levers that influence both personal and collective psychology. The calm, hypnotic storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the interconnectedness of emotion, cognition, and society. Fear and suffering are not only individual experiences but mechanisms that shape relationships, herd dynamics, and cultural narratives. Meaning arises at the intersection of personal insight and social context, revealing the delicate architecture of perception, influence, and resilience. Awareness of these dynamics prepares the mind for deeper exploration of external control, moral structures, and the psychological mechanisms embedded in religion and myth in the next chapter. Religion, Control, and Myth. Religion and myth, Nietzsche observed, are more than mere stories or moral frameworks. They are profound instruments that shape perception, behavior, and social cohesion. They operate as subtle architectures of control, encoding values, fears, and desires into narratives that individuals internalize, often without conscious awareness. What is presented as sacred truth is simultaneously a guide, a constraint, and a lever that aligns behavior with collective expectations. Within this invisible scaffolding, the human mind learns to navigate fear, suffering, and the unknown according to prescribed meaning. The narrative opens with the psychological mechanics of belief. Humans are wired to seek coherence and certainty, particularly when confronted with existential uncertainty or personal vulnerability. Myths and religious structures offer the illusion of stability, converting fear into ritualized practice and suffering into moral or cosmological significance. Nietzsche observed that the perceptive mind can see beyond the apparent comfort. What appears as clarity is often a system of subtle influence, guiding thought and action toward conformity while rewarding obedience and punishing deviation. Ritual is a central mechanism. Daily practices, ceremonies, and habitual moral acts reinforce the internalization of doctrine, encoding social values into instinctual responses. Fear and reverence are interwoven, creating automatic responses to moral and supernatural signals. Nietzsche argued that these rituals shape cognition, habituating the mind to recognize authority, predict consequences, and suppress deviation. The perceptive individual, aware of these mechanisms, can trace the invisible currents that guide not only their own behavior but the collective behavior of the community. The narrative examines morality as a codified tool for control. Concepts of good and evil, right and wrong, are framed within religious or mythological structures, creating a framework that organizes behavior while suppressing independent judgment. Nietzsche observed that these moral systems rarely align with truth or natural instinct. Instead, they operate as instruments of power, shaping perception, attention, and social interaction. The perceptive mind discerns the tension between moral appearance and underlying influence, revealing the architecture of control embedded within culture. Fear, suffering, and reward are amplified through mythic narrative. Stories of divine punishment, cosmic justice, or heroic virtue provide both guidance and constraint. Nietzsche suggested that these narratives operate on multiple levels. Consciously, they offer meaning and coherence. Unconsciously, they manipulate instinct and social behavior. Collective adherence amplifies both fear and conformity, producing stability while simultaneously reinforcing the mechanisms of control. Individuals within the system often remain unaware of the invisible influence shaping perception and action. The chapter explores the subtle interplay between personal autonomy and cultural imposition. While religion and myth provide structure, they also shape perception of self, morality, and possibility. Weakness emerges when individuals internalize doctrine unquestioningly, allowing fear and reverence to dictate thought and behavior. Strength emerges when individuals observe these influences, recognizing patterns of expectation and response, and choose engagement or detachment consciously. Nietzsche framed this as a delicate exercise in psychological mastery, navigating external authority without surrendering insight or autonomy. Historical and contemporary examples illustrate these dynamics. Religions, ideologies, and mythologies across cultures employ remarkably similar mechanisms, codifying fear, ritualizing suffering, and prescribing meaning. Social cohesion is maintained, obedience is rewarded, and deviation is discouraged. Nietzsche emphasized that these patterns are predictable, arising from fundamental aspects of human psychology. Recognition of these mechanisms equips the perceptive mind with the tools to navigate cultural influence consciously, balancing internal insight with external expectation. The narrative examines symbols as instruments of control. Sacred objects, sacred texts, and ritualized language serve as anchors for attention and emotional energy. Symbolism amplifies adherence by creating perceptual shortcuts, emotional resonance, and implicit authority. Nietzsche observed that the perceptive mind can decode symbolism, tracing how meaning is constructed, attention is guided, and behavior is subtly influenced. This insight allows for deliberate navigation, transforming potential manipulation into understanding and strategic awareness. The chapter introduces tension through paradox. The very structures that offer protection from fear and suffering simultaneously constrain insight and autonomy. Religious and mythological narratives convert existential uncertainty into moral or cosmological significance, yet in doing so, they limit independent reasoning and obscure alternative perspectives. Nietzsche framed this paradox as central to human experience. The mechanisms that produce cohesion also produce blind spots, and the perceptive individual must navigate both forces with awareness and discernment, which will explore the broader consequences of these mechanisms, including cultural manipulation, social conformity, and the psychological levers embedded in collective myth. Having examined the internal and interpersonal dynamics of religious and mythic influence, the narrative now moves to investigate the societal scale, revealing how control is exercised invisibly across generations, institutions, and communities. The perceptive listener is prepared to recognize the invisible architecture of power and the subtle forces guiding thought, belief, and behavior. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the subtle mechanisms by which belief systems guide both individual and collective perception. Religion and myth are portrayed not as abstract philosophy but as living architectures of influence, shaping attention, emotion, and cognition. Awareness of these patterns equips the perceptive mind to navigate social and cultural landscapes with autonomy, strategic insight, and the capacity to observe both the visible and invisible forces that shape human thought. How religion and myth operate at a societal level, subtly shaping collective perception, reinforcing obedience, and cultivating conformity. Nietzsche observed that these systems are more than moral frameworks. They are invisible architectures of influence, encoding fear, desire, and authority into shared narratives. Across generations, myths and doctrines normalize hierarchy, dictate behavior, and construct meaning in ways that are largely imperceptible to those within the system. The perceptive mind discerns patterns of control hidden beneath ritual, doctrine, and collective belief. The narrative opens with herd psychology in action. Individuals, motivated by fear of exclusion, desire for approval, and anticipation of reward or punishment, align behavior with group norms. This unconscious synchronization amplifies the authority of religious and mythic structures. Nietzsche suggested that societies operate as networks of mutual influence, where perception, emotion, and cognition are guided by invisible social levers. Those who internalize these patterns uncritically surrender autonomy, while the perceptive individual observes, anticipates, and navigates the currents strategically. Collective fear is a primary mechanism. Narratives of divine punishment, karmic justice, or cosmic order shape perception of risk and consequence, guiding attention and behavior without explicit enforcement. Ritualized suffering and obedience reinforce adherence, embedding authority in both habit and instinct. Nietzsche emphasized that this influence is often imperceptible. Individuals believe they act freely or morally, yet their decisions are constrained by emotional and cognitive frameworks imposed by tradition and culture. The chapter examines the social reinforcement of conformity. Religious ceremonies, festivals, and communal practices codify behavior, reward adherence, and penalize deviation. Observers within the herd internalize expectation as instinctual guidance, producing predictable patterns across time and geography. Nietzsche noted that such systems amplify psychological leverage, fear, reverence, and moral obligation become invisible tools of control, shaping behavior more effectively than overt coercion. The perceptive mind recognizes the scaffolding, tracing both the explicit and implicit levers influencing cognition and action. Suffering, when codified socially, serves multiple functions. It can unify groups, reinforce authority, or signal membership, creating both cohesion and vulnerability. Individuals who question doctrine or resist ritual often experience isolation, moral scrutiny, or subtle psychological pressure. Nietzsche observed that such mechanisms maintain collective stability while simultaneously suppressing insight. Awareness of these dynamics allows the perceptive individual to navigate social expectations, retain autonomy, and discern patterns of influence that remain invisible to the majority. The narrative explores the paradoxical role of meaning. Myths and religious structures provide frameworks that give life coherence, offering narrative, moral order, and explanation for suffering and uncertainty. Yet in doing so, they constrain interpretation, limit independent reasoning, and mask alternative perspectives. Nietzsche suggested that the perceptive mind can simultaneously recognize the utility of collective meaning and the subtle mechanisms of control embedded within it. Insight arises from observing both the form and function of societal belief. Symbols are central to cultural influence. Sacred objects, iconography, texts, and ritual gestures concentrate attention, emotion, and cognitive energy. These symbols encode authority, moral expectation, and cultural norms, creating automatic patterns of perception and behavior. Nietzsche framed symbolism as a tool. Those who recognize its function can navigate influence deliberately, while those who accept it unexamined unconsciously align with social and institutional power. Awareness of symbolic architecture equips the perceptive mind with subtle leverage over both internal and collective perception. The chapter introduces tension through paradox. The same structures that provide guidance and coherence also produce conformity and blind spots. Fear, suffering, and meaning, when experienced collectively, enforce obedience and suppress independent insight. Yet, the perceptive mind can engage consciously with these forces, extracting clarity and understanding while resisting manipulation. Nietzsche framed this tension as fundamental to the human condition. Social systems shape perception and behavior, but awareness permits autonomy, strategic observation, and selective engagement. Herd dynamics are explored as extensions of fear and suffering. The majority follows invisible currents, reacting predictably to moral, ritualistic, and symbolic cues. Deviance is penalized subtly through judgment, exclusion, or ridicule, reinforcing compliance. Nietzsche observed that awareness of herd mechanics allows the perceptive individual to navigate social influence, anticipate outcomes, and engage without surrendering internal authority. Strength arises not from confrontation alone, but from observation, adaptation, and deliberate action informed by insight. The narrative highlights the interaction between personal autonomy and cultural imposition. Individuals who internalize doctrine unquestioningly surrender autonomy to social, religious, and mythic structures. Strength emerges through observation, reflection, and conscious navigation of influence. Weakness appears in automatic compliance, reactive fear, and moral dependency. Nietzsche suggested that mastery arises not from rejecting cultural meaning but from recognizing its mechanisms, understanding its impact, and choosing engagement deliberately rather than unconsciously. Finally, Chapter 18, Art, Creativity, and Chaos. Having explored how religion and myth manipulate collective perception, enforce obedience, and encode fear and meaning, the narrative transitions to the creative and disruptive forces that challenge these structures. Nietzsche's insight into autonomy, perception, and cultural influence prepares the audience to explore the ways in which art, creativity, and chaos intersect with human psychology, offering both liberation and confrontation with social and internal constraints. The calm, hypnotic storytelling leaves the listener contemplating the invisible architecture of society. Religion and myth are framed as instruments of influence, fear, and conformity, shaping perception and action across generations. Awareness equips the perceptive mind to navigate these systems strategically, balancing personal insight with social reality, and observing the subtle levers of cultural power that shape both thought and behavior. With this foundation, the audience is primed for the exploration of creativity, chaos, and the transformative potential of artistic expression in the next chapter. Art, creativity, and chaos. Nietzsche observed that art is not mere decoration or idle indulgence, it is a profound instrument for exploring the boundaries of perception, meaning, and chaos. In the carefully ordered routines of daily life, humans often seek stability, comfort, and predictability, yet the perceptive mind yearns for disruption, challenge, and revelation. Art, in its most potent forms, introduces chaos deliberately, confronting assumptions, awakening hidden awareness, and revealing the structures that govern thought, fear, and desire. It is simultaneously a mirror and a hammer, reflecting reality while reshaping perception. The narrative opens with the subtle psychology of creative engagement. Observation alone is insufficient. Art demands interpretation, imagination, and emotional resonance. It evokes tension, surprise, and recognition, compelling the observer to reconcile internal expectations with external stimuli. Nietzsche argued that these experiences awaken latent insight, illuminate blind spots, and provoke reconsideration of deeply held beliefs. Fear and discomfort are central. A painting, a symphony, or a narrative that challenges perception can disturb as much as it delights, exposing the invisible scaffolding of cognition and social expectation. Chaos is integral to the creative process. It is neither destructive nor random, but a controlled destabilization of habitual thought. Nietzsche suggested that confrontation with chaos cultivates strength. The perceptive mind navigates uncertainty, observes patterns emerging from disorder, and integrates novel perspectives into conscious understanding. Through this engagement, instinct, reflection, and deliberate thought converge, producing insight, psychological flexibility, and awareness of both internal and external forces. Weakness arises when chaos is avoided, ignored, or rationalized superficially, while strength emerges from immersion, observation, and reflection. The narrative explores art as a vehicle for autonomy. Whereas social, religious, and mythological systems shape perception through fear, ritual, and collective expectation, art invites personal interpretation, emotional engagement, and active cognition. The perceptive individual encounters ambiguity, conflict, and tension, and is compelled to resolve it internally, fostering independence and deliberate thought. Nietzsche framed this process as essential for developing psychological resilience. Engagement with creativity and chaos strengthens perception, enhances awareness, and cultivates a capacity for intentional action. Suffering and fear, which were explored in previous chapters, intersect with artistic experience. Confronting difficult themes, unsettling imagery, or existential dilemmas through art mirrors the internal experience of adversity. Nietzsche argued that this encounter allows for rehearsal, reflection, and integration of challenging material in a safe, symbolic space. The perceptive mind can explore its own responses to fear, ambiguity, and tension, observing instinctive reactions while exercising conscious judgment. Through this interplay, creativity becomes both a tool for insight and a rehearsal for real-world engagement. The narrative examines the social dimension of art and chaos. While some individuals encounter art as a private, introspective experience, communities and cultures encode meaning, expectations, and interpretation collectively. Artistic movements challenge conformity, disrupt traditional hierarchies, and reveal the limits of moral or ideological authority. Nietzsche suggested that those who engage with such works perceptively gain both internal autonomy and insight into societal mechanisms, recognizing the tension between collective expectation and individual interpretation. Symbols, metaphor, and abstraction are essential to this process. Artistic forms concentrate attention, provoke emotional resonance, and guide interpretation in subtle ways. Unlike religious or mythological structures, these symbolic systems are deliberately ambiguous, resisting fixed meaning and encouraging the observer to actively participate in the construction of understanding. Nietzsche emphasized that perceptive engagement with art cultivates discernment, creativity, and cognitive flexibility, offering a counterbalance to the rigid structures of doctrine, ritual, and social expectation. The chapter introduces suspense through contrast. While chaos in art can inspire liberation, it also risks disorientation. A mind unprepared for ambiguity may experience discomfort, anxiety, or cognitive tension. Nietzsche suggested that the perceptive individual navigates this tension deliberately, using observation and reflection to convert disruption into insight. The narrative portrays this process not as abstract theory but as a lived experience, encountering the unpredictable, observing instinct and emotion, and integrating meaning through deliberate engagement with uncertainty. The narrative further explores the psychological interplay between creation and perception. Artists externalize internal dynamics, fear, desire, conflict, and reflection, while observers internalize these dynamics through engagement. Nietzsche framed this as a profound dialogue. The perceptive mind decodes patterns, reflects on instinctive responses, and negotiates the space between internal understanding and external stimulus. Creativity and chaos, therefore, are not only aesthetic experiences but instruments for psychological development, cultivating insight, autonomy, and the capacity to navigate disorder with clarity. Which will examine chaos and creativity as disruptive forces in society, exploring their potential to challenge authority, undermine conformity, and catalyze transformation. Having examined the internal and individual dimensions of artistic engagement, the narrative now extends to the social consequences of creativity, illustrating how perception, fear, and cultural expectation interact with disruptive innovation and aesthetic rebellion. The perceptive audience is primed to understand the tension between order and chaos, conformity and insight, and the transformative power of art on both mind and society. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the dynamic interplay between creativity, chaos, and perception. Art is framed as a tool for insight, a lens through which fear and instinct are observed, and a mirror revealing both internal and cultural patterns. Awareness of these forces equips the perceptive mind to navigate ambiguity, integrate tension, and cultivate autonomy. With this foundation, the listener is prepared for the next chapter's exploration of the psychological and social consequences of chaos in human behavior and culture. Nietzsche observed that while art cultivates insight and autonomy at an individual level, its ripple effects extend far beyond the private mind. Creative expression destabilizes predictable patterns, awakens latent awareness in others, and exposes the invisible levers of social and cultural control. Where fear, ritual, and myth guide the herd, chaos introduced through creativity becomes both a revelation and a subtle form of resistance. The narrative opens with the mechanics of cultural disruption. Artistic movements, radical ideas, and aesthetic innovations provoke tension within societies accustomed to order, repetition, and expectation. Nietzsche suggested that disruption is neither accidental nor purely aesthetic. It arises from the collision of perception with novelty, ambiguity, and emotional resonance. When individuals engage with unconventional ideas, whether in visual art, literature, or performance, they confront assumptions, challenge habitual cognition, and glimpse alternative interpretations of reality. Fear and curiosity intertwine, compelling deeper reflection. Chaos as a social force operates in subtle layers. Beyond overt rebellion or shock, it infiltrates perception through suggestion, metaphor, and symbol. Nietzsche observed that perceptive minds detect patterns, anticipate shifts, and reinterpret social structures through engagement with creative disruption. Those unprepared or unwilling to engage may experience confusion, anxiety, or instinctive rejection, reinforcing their alignment with authority. Meanwhile, individuals who observe, reflect, and integrate insight gain autonomy, resilience, and subtle leverage over both thought and social influence. The chapter examines the tension between order and disorder in human culture. Institutions, norms, and hierarchies maintain cohesion through predictability, while creativity and chaos introduce uncertainty and unpredictability. Nietzsche emphasized that these forces are complementary. Without order, insight is scattered. Without chaos, perception remains limited and stagnant. Art navigates this tension by offering controlled destabilization, allowing perceptive minds to explore the edges of cognition safely, cultivating awareness and psychological flexibility. Symbols and narrative structures within art amplify its disruptive potential. Metaphor, allegory, and abstraction encode meaning in ways that bypass conscious defenses, engaging emotion, instinct, and attention simultaneously. Nietzsche suggested that these forms provoke reflection by revealing hidden assumptions, confronting fear, and destabilizing habitual interpretations. For the perceptive observer, art becomes a tool for self-examination, cognitive expansion, and psychological empowerment, providing insight into both personal perception and the architecture of social influence. Creativity also interacts with collective psychology. When artistic expression resonates with a community, it can amplify awareness, challenge group norms, and catalyze subtle shifts in perception. Nietzsche noted that such influence often occurs invisibly. The majority may not consciously register change, yet patterns of thought, attention, and expectation are quietly altered. This interplay between individual insight and social resonance illustrates the power of creative chaos to shape not only personal autonomy but collective consciousness. The narrative introduces the psychological tension inherent in disruption. Chaos excites and disturbs simultaneously, forcing perceptive minds to reconcile discomfort with insight. Nietzsche argued that mastery lies in navigating this tension deliberately, observing instinctive responses while maintaining reflective awareness. The perceptive individual experiences fear, curiosity, and ambiguity as instruments of understanding, transforming uncertainty into a tool for perception, judgment, and strategic engagement. The chapter explores the interplay of innovation and resistance. Authority, ritual, and collective expectation naturally resist disruption, reinforcing conformity, obedience, and hierarchy. Creative expression exposes these defensive structures, revealing the invisible scaffolding that maintains social cohesion. Nietzsche framed this as a psychological paradox. The same mechanisms that stabilize culture also generate their own vulnerability. Perceptive engagement with creative chaos illuminates these dynamics, offering insight into both individual cognition and the subtle levers of societal influence. Art and chaos also cultivate empathy, insight, and understanding of the human condition. By encountering diverse perspectives, confronting ambiguity, and reflecting on emotional resonance, individuals develop awareness of both internal and external complexity. Nietzsche suggested that this process enhances perception, emotional intelligence, and psychological resilience, equipping the mind to navigate fear, suffering, and social dynamics with deliberate clarity. The perceptive observer transforms chaos into opportunity for growth rather than threat. Finally, Chapter 19, The Dark Side of Love and Relationships. Having examined how art and creativity disrupt conformity, awaken insight, and challenge authority, the narrative now moves to intimate human dynamics. Love, desire, and interpersonal connection represent arenas where fear, instinct, and social expectation converge. Nietzsche's insights into chaos, perception, and psychological tension prepare the audience to explore the shadowed dimensions of relationships, attachment, and the subtle interplay of autonomy, control, and emotional influence. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience contemplating the transformative and destabilizing power of creativity. Art and chaos are framed as instruments of insight, perception, and subtle influence, both internally and socially. Awareness of these forces equips the perceptive mind to navigate ambiguity, integrate tension, and engage with social and cultural currents deliberately. With this foundation, the listener is primed for the exploration of human relationships, emotional complexity, and the psychological mechanisms shaping connection in the next chapter. The Dark Side of Love and Relationships. Love, desire, and intimacy are among the most powerful forces shaping human thought, emotion, and behavior. Nietzsche observed that these forces are far from purely benevolent. They are interwoven with fear, obsession, and subtle manipulation, creating both ecstasy and psychological peril. While society often idealizes romantic connection as comfort and fulfillment, the perceptive mind discerns the hidden architecture underlying attachment, desire, and emotional interplay. Love is both a lens and a lever, reflecting internal impulses while influencing the perceptions, instincts, and behavior of those involved. The narrative opens with the subtle mechanics of attraction. Desire emerges not only from personal longing but also from instinctive appraisal, social signaling, and emotional feedback loops. Nietzsche noted that attraction often masks deeper currents of fear, projection, and unconscious need. What appears as affection may conceal control, validation seeking, or instinctual negotiation for dominance. The perceptive individual observes these dynamics carefully, noticing how emotion, expectation, and instinct converge to guide perception and decision-making. Attachment is explored as a psychological construct that balances connection with autonomy. Nietzsche suggested that dependence can create subtle vulnerabilities. Fear of loss, rejection, or judgment guides behavior often more than conscious desire. Suffering becomes encoded into the structure of relationships, and social expectation reinforces patterns of compliance, avoidance, and negotiation. Perceptive engagement requires observing both self and partner, recognizing emotional currents without being consumed by them, and navigating tension between instinctual impulse and reflective choice. The narrative examines obsession, control, and subtle manipulation. Nietzsche observed that desire can generate intricate behavioral feedback, where affection is both offered and withheld to produce predictable psychological responses. Emotional influence becomes a powerful tool, shaping thought, perception, and action in ways often imperceptible to those involved. The perceptive mind recognizes these currents, discerning patterns of influence and the interplay between autonomy, compliance, and instinctual reaction. Weakness emerges from blind immersion. Strength arises from observation, awareness, and deliberate engagement. Fear and insecurity amplify relational dynamics. Anxiety about attachment, social perception, and personal desirability heightens emotional sensitivity, influencing decision-making and perception of partner behavior. Nietzsche suggested that perceptive insight allows one to observe the interplay of fear, desire, and projection, avoiding the unconscious entanglement that drives much of human suffering in love. Relationships become a mirror for internal dynamics, revealing both personal instinct and the mechanisms of influence at work within emotional exchange. The narrative explores power dynamics in relationships. Even in the absence of overt domination, desire and attachment create subtle hierarchies. Emotional leverage, social expectation, and instinctive negotiation guide behavior, producing patterned responses that reinforce control, compliance, or reciprocity. Nietzsche framed this as a fundamental aspect of human connection. Love is not only emotional but strategic, and understanding its architecture provides insight into both personal psychology and collective behavior. Suffering and ecstasy are inseparable in relational dynamics. Nietzsche suggested that intensity of feeling, whether pleasurable or painful, magnifies awareness of instinct, projection, and expectation. Emotional highs and lows highlight the invisible scaffolding of perception, revealing both unconscious influence and deliberate choice. The perceptive mind observes, integrates, and reflects, converting intensity into insight rather than mere reaction. Fear, desire, and vulnerability become instruments for self-knowledge, awareness, and psychological autonomy. The narrative examines the interplay between social and internal forces. Romantic expectation, cultural ideals, and moral narratives intersect with instinct and perception to guide relational behavior. Fear of judgment, moral reproach, or social consequence amplifies unconscious patterns of control, compliance, and influence. Nietzsche emphasized that understanding these forces allows the perceptive mind to engage with relationships consciously, discerning both internal desire and external influence, and choosing response rather than reflex. Attachment, desire, and obsession are also explored through the lens of projection. Individuals project hopes, fears, and personal narratives onto partners, interpreting behavior through subjective patterns rather than objective reality. Nietzsche suggested that this process is natural but often unconscious. Relational suffering arises when projection distorts perception, while insight emerges when perception is sharpened, reflection is deliberate, and awareness guides emotional engagement. Love becomes a laboratory for understanding perception, influence, and instinctual reaction. Finally, which will explore the shadow side of intimacy and desire more deeply, including obsession, emotional manipulation, and instinctual conflict. Having examined the architecture of attraction, attachment, and relational influence, the narrative now moves to reveal the darker dimensions of human connection where desire intersects with fear, power, and instinct. The perceptive listener is primed to navigate these forces with reflection, awareness, and psychological clarity, preparing to understand the complex dynamics of love as both a mirror and a tool of human insight. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience contemplating the subtle power dynamics inherent in relationships. Love is framed not as simple pleasure or comfort, but as a psychological instrument, revealing instinct, influence, and perception. Awareness of these dynamics equips the perceptive mind to engage with intimacy deliberately, observe both self and partner, and navigate emotional complexity without surrendering autonomy. With this foundation, the listener is prepared for Part B, where the exploration of obsession, manipulation, and relational instinct will continue. Nietzsche delves deeper into the hidden mechanisms of obsession, emotional manipulation, and instinctual conflict that permeate human relationships. Nietzsche observed that love is rarely a simple alignment of affection and desire. Beneath the surface of intimacy lie currents of fear, power, and instinct that subtly influence thought, emotion, and behavior. The perceptive mind, aware of these forces, discerns the invisible architecture that shapes attachment and the choices made within it. The narrative begins with obsession as a psychological amplifier. Desire, when entwined with fear or insecurity, magnifies perception and instinct, creating intense feedback loops between thought, emotion, and behavior. Nietzsche noted that obsession often emerges unconsciously, as the mind interprets signals of attention, approval, or rejection as markers of survival and value. The perceptive individual observes these patterns without being consumed by them, recognizing that intensity can illuminate hidden instincts while simultaneously revealing vulnerabilities. Emotional manipulation is explored next, not as a rare or malicious occurrence but as a natural dynamic of attachment. Subtle influence, whether intentional or instinctive, shapes perception and behavior through attention, expectation, and response. Nietzsche emphasized that in intimate relationships, these currents are amplified. Proximity, shared vulnerability, and emotional investment create fertile ground for influence. The perceptive mind recognizes these forces, tracing patterns of attention, desire, and compliance while maintaining deliberate autonomy. Fear of loss, rejection, or abandonment amplifies these dynamics. Individuals unconsciously adjust behavior, suppress impulses, or conform to perceived expectation in order to maintain attachment. Nietzsche framed this as a fundamental interplay between instinct and cognition. Attachment is not only emotional but strategic, with unconscious mechanisms guiding thought, perception, and action. The perceptive observer discerns the invisible currents, learning to engage without surrendering internal authority. The narrative examines the role of projection. Humans often project internal fears, desires, and narratives onto partners, interpreting behavior through subjective lenses rather than objective reality. Nietzsche suggested that much relational suffering arises from these distortions. By observing instinct, projection, and emotional reactivity, the perceptive individual gains insight into both personal psychology and relational dynamics, transforming potentially destructive patterns into tools for understanding, awareness, and psychological mastery. Power dynamics permeate intimate relationships. Even subtle hierarchies emerge from differences in emotional control, attention, and social signaling. Nietzsche observed that awareness of these structures allows the perceptive mind to navigate them consciously, avoiding unconscious entanglement or manipulation. Love and desire are simultaneously sources of vulnerability and instruments for insight. Perception and observation determine whether instinct becomes guidance or enslavement. The narrative explores the tension between autonomy and attachment. True intimacy, Nietzsche argued, arises when individuals engage consciously, observing both internal instinct and external influence. Blind surrender produces dependency, fear, and suffering, while deliberate awareness transforms relational intensity into insight, reflection, and growth. Attachment becomes a mirror, reflecting not only the desires and fears of the self but also the invisible currents shaping relational perception. Emotional intensity acts as both teacher and challenge. Ecstasy and pain illuminate instinct, projection, and cognitive bias, revealing patterns that remain hidden in ordinary perception. Nietzsche suggested that perceptive engagement transforms emotional turbulence into psychological awareness, allowing the mind to observe and integrate both fear and desire without surrender. Relationships become laboratories for understanding influence, autonomy, and instinctual interaction. The narrative examines cultural and social influences. Romantic expectation, moral norms, and societal ideals amplify relational tension, guiding behavior and perception through subtle reward and punishment mechanisms. Fear of judgment, conformity, or moral censure reinforces instinctual patterns, often masking the unconscious influence of desire and attachment. Nietzsche emphasized that recognizing these forces equips the perceptive individual to navigate love with clarity, observing both instinct and social pressure while preserving autonomy. The chapter introduces suspense through paradox. Love is at once liberating and constraining, revealing insight while producing vulnerability. Obsession, emotional manipulation, and instinctual conflict magnify both fear and awareness. Nietzsche suggested that mastery lies not in controlling others, but in observing patterns, understanding influence, and engaging deliberately. The perceptive mind transforms relational turbulence into a source of knowledge and insight, navigating both internal and external forces with psychological clarity. Finally, Chapter 20, Nietzsche versus Modern Psychology. Having explored both the intimate mechanics and shadowed depths of love and relationships, the narrative moves toward contemporary understanding of the mind. Nietzsche's insights into fear, instinct, influence, and perception provide a framework to examine modern psychological theories, revealing parallels, divergences, and the enduring relevance of his observations. The perceptive audience is prepared to bridge historical insight with contemporary understanding, connecting philosophical depth to psychological reality. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the complex, shadowed nature of intimacy. Love is framed as both revealing and challenging, an arena where instinct, fear, desire, and influence converge. Awareness equips the perceptive mind to navigate emotional complexity deliberately, observe both self and partner, and extract insight from intensity without surrendering autonomy. With this foundation, the listener is prepared for the exploration of Nietzsche's relevance in modern psychology in the next chapter. Nietzsche versus modern psychology. Nietzsche's exploration of the mind anticipated many concepts that would later emerge in modern psychology, yet his approach remained profoundly distinct. Where contemporary psychology often seeks to categorize, measure, and normalize behavior, Nietzsche's lens examined perception, instinct, and influence as fluid, dynamic, and often uncomfortable truths. He explored fear, desire, morality, and social expectation not to prescribe solutions, but to reveal the hidden currents shaping thought and action. In doing so, he created a framework that is both philosophical and psychological, offering insight into the mechanisms behind human behavior that modern science only began to formalize decades later. The narrative opens with the nature of perception. Nietzsche observed that humans rarely experience objective reality. Instead, the mind filters, interprets, and structures input through instinct, projection, and social conditioning. Modern psychology confirms the mind's role in shaping experience, exploring cognitive biases, heuristics, and unconscious patterns. Nietzsche's contribution was to frame these tendencies as both dangerous and illuminating. What is unseen often controls behavior more powerfully than conscious choice. The perceptive mind, therefore, engages observation and reflection to discern hidden influence, just as modern psychology encourages awareness of cognitive distortions and behavioral patterns. Instinct and impulse are central to this comparison. Whereas modern psychology studies motivation, drives, and reward systems, Nietzsche approached these dynamics philosophically, emphasizing their role in perception, morality, and relational influence. He identified patterns of control, herd behavior, and projection long before empirical studies codified them, highlighting how unconscious instinct shapes both personal and collective behavior. Modern theories, such as the concept of the unconscious mind, cognitive emotional feedback, and attachment theory, echo Nietzsche's observations, yet his insights are framed within a broader existential and ethical context, emphasizing autonomy, awareness, and the consequences of unexamined instinct. Fear, suffering, and morality are explored as mechanisms of influence. Modern psychology categorizes fear responses, moral development, and emotional regulation, yet Nietzsche emphasized the experiential and philosophical dimensions of these forces. He observed how fear molds thought, how suffering informs perception, and how moral codes often serve invisible architectures of control. The perceptive individual, Nietzsche argued, learns to observe these forces, transform discomfort into insight, and navigate the interplay of instinct and reflection, just as contemporary psychology teaches awareness, self-regulation, and cognitive restructuring. Projection and interpretation are central to both perspectives. Nietzsche described how individuals project internal narratives onto the world and others, creating distorted perception and emotional turbulence. Modern psychology parallels this with theories of cognitive bias, transference, and self-concept projection. Nietzsche's lens, however, emphasizes the philosophical consequences. Unchecked projection shapes not only thought but morality, social alignment, and relational behavior. Insight emerges when the mind recognizes patterns, integrates reflection, and observes both internal and external forces, bridging ancient philosophical exploration with contemporary psychological understanding. The narrative examines power, control, and social influence. Nietzsche explored authority, obedience, and herd behavior long before modern social psychology formalized these dynamics. Experiments such as Milgram's and studies of conformity illustrate empirically what Nietzsche described philosophically: fear, expectation, and social structure subtly shape thought and action. Awareness of these mechanisms is essential for autonomy and perception, allowing the individual to navigate influence deliberately, discern patterns of control, and resist unconscious alignment with collective expectation. Creativity, chaos, and cognitive flexibility are also highlighted. Nietzsche understood that disruption, ambiguity, and artistic engagement challenge perception, strengthen observation, and cultivate psychological resilience. Modern psychology similarly recognizes the benefits of cognitive flexibility, divergent thinking, and emotional exploration, linking engagement with novel experiences to insight and adaptive behavior. Nietzsche's unique contribution is the framing. Chaos and art are tools for understanding both self and society, offering deliberate pathways for developing perception, autonomy, and resilience that extend beyond empirical measurement. The narrative introduces a contrast between philosophy and science. While psychology systematizes and quantifies human behavior, Nietzsche probes the unmeasurable: fear, projection, morality, instinct, and perception as lived experience. Modern theory may explain mechanism. Nietzsche illuminates meaning and consequence. The perceptive mind integrates both, recognizing scientific patterns while engaging with the experiential, philosophical dimensions of thought, awareness, and influence. Insight emerges not from data alone but from reflective observation, synthesis, and deliberate engagement with human nature. Nietzsche's critique of reductionism intersects with contemporary debates in psychology. He warned against simplifying behavior to mere stimulus and response, emphasizing the interplay of instinct, perception, culture, and autonomy. Modern psychology increasingly recognizes complexity, incorporating social, cognitive, emotional, and cultural dimensions. Nietzsche's philosophy remains relevant because it addresses the why behind the how, understanding not just mechanisms but motives, perception, and the consequences of unexamined thought. The perceptive observer navigates this interplay, integrating empirical insight with philosophical depth. Finally, which will examine practical implications and contemporary relevance. Having compared Nietzsche's observations with modern psychology, the narrative now explores how his insights can be applied to personal perception, emotional regulation, social awareness, and decision-making. The perceptive audience is guided to connect philosophical understanding with real-world practice, bridging historical depth with actionable insight for navigating thought, behavior, and influence in contemporary life. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the parallels between Nietzsche and modern psychology. Philosophy and empirical science converge. Both reveal hidden patterns, mechanisms of influence, and paths to awareness. Nietzsche's insights illuminate perception, fear, morality, and social behavior, providing tools for navigating complexity, ambiguity, and instinctual influence. Explores the practical implications of Nietzsche's insights when applied to modern psychological understanding and everyday perception. While much of psychology emphasizes observation, categorization, and therapeutic intervention, Nietzsche's philosophy provides a framework for deliberate reflection, autonomous thought, and conscious engagement with instinct, fear, and social influence. This is not about prescriptions or rules, but about perceiving hidden patterns, observing internal and external forces, and using insight to navigate complexity deliberately. The narrative opens with perception as a tool. Modern psychology identifies cognitive biases, attention patterns, and unconscious influence, revealing that the mind is far from neutral. Nietzsche's approach complements this by highlighting the philosophical consequences. Unexamined perception shapes morality, relationships, and social alignment. Observing how instinct, projection, and cultural expectation guide thought allows the perceptive individual to recognize manipulation, both internal and external, while cultivating autonomy over reaction, interpretation, and choice. Emotional intelligence is central to practical application. Nietzsche emphasized that fear, desire, and attachment can distort judgment, influence behavior, and generate suffering. Modern psychology measures and categorizes these effects, yet Nietzsche framed them as opportunities for insight. By observing emotional intensity without surrender, the perceptive mind integrates instinct, reflection, and awareness. Emotional turbulence becomes a laboratory for understanding both internal drives and relational dynamics, enhancing clarity, resilience, and cognitive flexibility. The narrative examines relational perception. Nietzsche's observations of attachment, obsession, and power dynamics mirror contemporary findings in social and relational psychology. Individuals unconsciously influence one another through attention, expectation, and instinctual feedback loops. Recognizing these patterns allows the perceptive individual to navigate intimacy deliberately, balancing emotional engagement with autonomy. Modern psychology supports this approach, teaching awareness of projection, attachment styles, and relational influence, while Nietzsche provides the philosophical depth to interpret meaning and consequence. Autonomy and self-mastery are central themes. Nietzsche suggested that observing instinct, perception, and social influence equips the individual to act deliberately rather than reflexively. Modern psychology emphasizes self-regulation, mindfulness, and metacognition, yet Nietzsche adds the ethical and existential dimension. Understanding patterns is inseparable from the responsibility to engage consciously. Insight becomes both practical and philosophical, guiding thought, decision-making, and relational engagement in real-world contexts. Creativity and cognitive flexibility are also highlighted. Modern research demonstrates the benefits of divergent thinking, problem-solving, and engagement with ambiguity. Nietzsche's philosophy frames these qualities as essential for perception, autonomy, and psychological resilience. Chaos, disruption, and artistic engagement are tools for understanding both self and society, providing practical pathways to navigate uncertainty while enhancing cognitive, emotional, and social insight. Perception becomes both expansive and disciplined. The narrative examines the role of fear and suffering in cognitive development. Modern psychology emphasizes exposure, habituation, and emotional processing, while Nietzsche adds philosophical interpretation. Suffering illuminates perception, reveals instinct, and challenges assumptions. Awareness of discomfort, projection, and unconscious influence transforms fear into a guide for deliberate engagement. Both perspectives converge on the idea that conscious observation of internal and external forces cultivates autonomy, reflection, and strategic insight. The social dimension is explored next. Nietzsche observed herd behavior, conformity, and collective expectation long before modern social psychology formalized these dynamics. Understanding these patterns allows the perceptive individual to navigate influence deliberately, recognizing both overt and subtle forms of manipulation. Modern psychology provides empirical insight, while Nietzsche provides interpretive depth, emphasizing not only mechanism but consequence, perception, and the ethical dimensions of awareness. The narrative addresses projection, interpretation, and internal narrative. Modern psychology identifies biases, transference, and cognitive distortion. Nietzsche's philosophy expands this understanding, showing that unexamined projection shapes morality, attachment, and perception of reality. Insight emerges when perception, reflection, and instinct converge. The perceptive mind observes patterns in self and others, discerns influence, and engages consciously with thought, emotion, and social expectation. Finally, Chapter 21, Are We Becoming Posthuman? Having explored the intersections between Nietzsche's insights and modern psychological understanding, the narrative now turns toward future implications. Technology, cognitive enhancement, and evolving social dynamics challenge traditional perception, autonomy, and relational patterns. Nietzsche's exploration of the mind provides tools for navigating this transition, offering insight into human potential, instinct, and the consequences of unexamined influence in a rapidly transforming world. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the practical application of Nietzsche's insights. Philosophy and modern psychology converge. Awareness of instinct, perception, projection, and social influence equips the perceptive mind to navigate both internal and external complexity. Nietzsche's lessons provide depth, ethical framing, and reflective guidance, while contemporary psychology confirms mechanisms and patterns. Together, they form a cohesive lens through which perception, autonomy, and insight can be cultivated deliberately, preparing the listener for exploration of humanity's next phase in the following chapter. Are we becoming post-human? The boundaries of humanity are shifting. Nietzsche's philosophy, written long before the technological revolution, anticipated the psychological and existential implications of transformation. He urged perceptive minds to consider the consequences of evolving beyond instinct, tradition, and social expectation. Modern advancements in artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and neural augmentation are accelerating this evolution, creating a world in which perception, cognition, and emotion can be shaped in unprecedented ways. The perceptive observer recognizes that these changes do not merely enhance human potential, they alter the very framework of thought, desire, and social interaction. The narrative opens with the psychology of enhancement. Nietzsche's warnings about instinct and projection remain strikingly relevant. As cognitive abilities and sensory perception expand through technology, the mind becomes capable of processing information, recognizing patterns, and influencing others in ways that were previously unimaginable. Yet these advancements are double-edged. Greater cognitive power can amplify perception and insight, but also magnify fear, anxiety, and subtle bias. The perceptive mind must navigate this complexity consciously, observing internal and external influence without succumbing to technological or social manipulation. The narrative examines the evolving definition of identity. Nietzsche emphasized the fluidity of self-perception and the danger of unexamined conformity. In a post-human context, identity is further destabilized by external enhancement, virtual environments, and social feedback loops amplified through digital interfaces. The perceptive individual is challenged to maintain psychological cohesion, balancing instinct, reflection, and conscious choice while interacting with augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and new forms of relational influence. Understanding the interplay of internal cognition and external input becomes essential for autonomy. Fear and desire remain central, even as human cognition evolves. Technology may amplify or suppress these forces, but it cannot eliminate the instinctual currents Nietzsche described: fear of loss, projection, attachment, and the drive for status and influence continue to shape perception. The post-human mind encounters these instincts in novel forms, encountering augmented complexity in social structures, moral expectation, and relational interaction. Awareness allows perceptive minds to observe these patterns, integrate reflection, and navigate both technological and psychological evolution deliberately. The narrative explores social influence and collective adaptation. Nietzsche's critique of herd behavior, conformity, and collective expectation remains relevant in a hyper-connected post-human society. Digital networks, algorithms, and globalized communication channels create amplification loops, where perception, belief, and emotion propagate rapidly. The perceptive observer sees how instincts, biases, and social expectation interact with these tools, producing subtle control, influence, and alignment. Navigating this environment requires both philosophical insight and practical awareness. Obsession and attention are amplified by technology. Nietzsche warned of unexamined focus and projection. Today, social and cognitive interfaces intensify these tendencies. Humans interact with simulated environments, constant feedback, and continuous measurement of social value, magnifying desire, fear, and instinctual reaction. The perceptive mind must cultivate awareness of influence, reflection of intention, and deliberate observation, transforming potentially chaotic or manipulative input into insight and autonomy. The narrative examines the ethical and psychological consequences of enhancement. Nietzsche emphasized responsibility, autonomy, and self-mastery. In the post-human era, technological power extends influence over thought, perception, and relational dynamics. The perceptive mind must integrate awareness, reflection, and intentional action to navigate moral, social, and psychological complexity. Technology magnifies both insight and vulnerability, creating unprecedented potential for growth and peril. Understanding these dynamics is essential for maintaining autonomy and ethical engagement. Projection and perception are magnified in the post-human landscape. Nietzsche's insights into the unconscious shaping of thought, morality, and desire remain crucial. Enhanced cognition and social amplification reveal patterns more vividly, but also increase the risk of distortion, bias, and unconscious manipulation. The perceptive mind must observe both instinct and reflection, integrating insight from internal and external forces while maintaining psychological cohesion and deliberate agency. The narrative explores relational dynamics in post-human contexts. Love, attachment, and social influence evolve as cognition and perception are augmented. Obsession, desire, and projection continue to shape behavior, but technological interfaces and artificial intelligence amplify intensity, feedback, and subtle control. Nietzsche's framework equips the perceptive mind to navigate these dynamics consciously, observing patterns of influence, instinct, and relational perception while preserving autonomy, reflection, and deliberate engagement. The story introduces suspense by highlighting uncertainty. Humanity is entering a liminal state where instinct, cognition, and technology converge. Nietzsche warned that unexamined evolution, whether moral, social, or cognitive, can lead to confusion, manipulation, or loss of autonomy. The perceptive observer recognizes opportunity within this uncertainty, using awareness of instinct, projection, and social influence to navigate transformation deliberately, integrating philosophical insight with practical psychological observation. Finally, which will explore potential futures, ethical dilemmas, and the limits of human perception. Having examined the psychological and relational implications of post-human evolution, the narrative moves toward speculative consequences. What happens when cognition, emotion, and social influence are amplified beyond traditional human limits? Nietzsche's insights provide a lens to navigate these unknowns, guiding perception, autonomy, and reflection in a rapidly transforming world. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the evolving definition of humanity. Perception, instinct, and social influence continue to shape thought and behavior even as technology expands possibility. Awareness, reflection, and deliberate engagement remain essential, echoing Nietzsche's call for autonomy, insight, and mastery of self. With this foundation, the listener is prepared for Part B, where post-human potential, ethical tension, and psychological consequences will be explored further. Exploring the intersection of technology, cognition, and instinct that Nietzsche's philosophy anticipated. The mind, once bounded by biological limits, now faces amplification through artificial intelligence, neural enhancement, and global interconnectivity. While these tools promise unprecedented insight and capability, they also magnify the unconscious currents Nietzsche identified: projection, fear, desire, and social influence. The perceptive mind must navigate these forces with awareness, understanding both potential and peril in a rapidly transforming human experience. The narrative opens with amplified perception. Modern tools extend sensory input, cognition, and memory beyond natural limits, creating new layers of awareness and experience. Nietzsche foresaw the psychological tension this would create. The more one perceives, the more the mind must integrate and filter, or risk being overwhelmed by instinct, projection, and social influence. Observing these currents allows the perceptive individual to convert overwhelming complexity into deliberate understanding, balancing expansion of perception with reflective integration. The story examines ethical dilemmas of enhanced cognition. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Nietzsche's warnings about autonomy, self-mastery, and unexamined instinct resonate in a post-human context. Decisions influence not only self-perception but relational networks, social behavior, and the dynamics of collective influence. Technology amplifies both insight and vulnerability, raising questions about moral responsibility, psychological resilience, and the capacity to navigate influence consciously. The perceptive mind must integrate philosophical insight with practical awareness to act deliberately. Obsession, desire, and relational influence are magnified by post-human tools. Artificial interfaces and enhanced cognition accelerate feedback loops, intensifying attachment, projection, and social comparison. Nietzsche's exploration of relational instinct, power dynamics, and projection provides a framework for interpreting these intensified interactions. Awareness allows the perceptive individual to navigate complexity without surrendering autonomy, transforming relational turbulence into insight rather than unconscious reaction. Observation, reflection, and deliberate engagement remain essential even as amplification intensifies emotional and social currents. The narrative explores social networks and collective influence. In a post-human landscape, communication, attention, and validation are amplified through technology, creating novel forms of herd behavior and collective alignment. Nietzsche's critique of conformity, obedience, and herd mentality applies more profoundly. Augmented perception exposes patterns but also magnifies susceptibility to subtle control. The perceptive mind observes both instinct and social influence, discerning manipulation, projection, and unconscious alignment while preserving reflective autonomy. Fear and suffering remain central, even in enhanced cognition. Advanced perception amplifies sensitivity to threat, uncertainty, and relational dynamics, echoing Nietzsche's insights on suffering as a teacher and guide. The perceptive mind integrates discomfort, projection, and instinctual reaction into deliberate awareness, transforming vulnerability into insight. Modern psychology and Nietzschean philosophy converge here. Conscious engagement with fear, suffering, and relational complexity cultivates autonomy, resilience, and reflective power in a post-human context. Projection, interpretation, and internal narrative gain unprecedented complexity. Augmented cognition, constant social feedback, and artificial interaction increase the potential for unconscious distortion. Nietzsche's philosophy highlights the enduring relevance of awareness, reflection, and deliberate observation. By monitoring projection and relational influence, the perceptive mind can maintain coherence and agency, avoiding entanglement in amplified emotional, social, or cognitive feedback loops. Insight becomes both practical and existential, guiding perception, emotion, and relational engagement. The narrative examines potential futures of human cognition. Will enhanced perception and connectivity lead to liberation, or will amplified instinct and fear produce new forms of dependence, projection, and manipulation? Nietzsche's observations provide a lens to explore these possibilities, emphasizing the interplay between autonomy, awareness, and social influence. The post-human mind faces both opportunity and risk. Understanding instinct, projection, and relational dynamics becomes essential to preserving freedom, insight, and deliberate thought. Obsession with enhancement and perfection introduces ethical tension. Nietzsche's critique of overvaluation, ambition, and unexamined desire applies to post-human aspirations. Individuals may pursue cognitive or emotional amplification without reflection, producing internal and social distortion. The perceptive mind balances ambition with observation, integrating enhancement with self-awareness and ethical reflection. Knowledge of psychological mechanisms, fear, attachment, projection, guides deliberate engagement with post-human potential, preventing unconscious surrender to amplified desire or external influence. Finally, Chapter 22, The Future Nietzsche Predicted. Having explored post-human cognition, relational dynamics, and the amplification of instinct and perception, the narrative now turns to Nietzsche's foresight regarding the evolution of thought, culture, and human potential. The perceptive audience is prepared to examine how philosophical insight, awareness, and deliberate engagement with the mind provide guidance for navigating emerging realities, bridging historical reflection with speculative foresight. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience contemplating humanity's next phase. Instinct, perception, and social influence continue to shape behavior even as cognitive and technological capabilities expand. Nietzsche's philosophy provides both interpretive depth and practical guidance. Observing, reflecting, and engaging deliberately allows the mind to navigate amplification, complexity, and uncertainty. With this foundation, the listener is prepared for exploration of Nietzsche's predictions about humanity, culture, and mind in the next chapter. The future Nietzsche predicted. Nietzsche's vision of the future was not a prediction in the scientific sense, but a philosophical foresight that blended observation, intuition, and reflection on human nature. He saw the trajectories of thought, culture, and morality bending under the weight of unexamined instinct, collective conformity, and the subtle erosion of individual autonomy. For Nietzsche, the future was a landscape shaped not by technology alone, but by the depth or shallowness of human perception, reflection, and awareness. In this chapter, the narrative explores the nuances of his foresight, revealing how perceptive minds can anticipate, understand, and engage with the challenges and transformations that lie ahead. The narrative begins with Nietzsche's critique of cultural stagnation. He foresaw societies increasingly dominated by herd behavior, moral conformity, and superficial knowledge, where comfort replaced courage, and repetition replaced reflection. The perceptive individual observes these dynamics in both historical and contemporary contexts, recognizing the subtle erosion of independent thought, creativity, and critical engagement. Nietzsche suggested that civilizations which fail to nurture awareness and autonomy will experience decay, not immediately, but gradually, in patterns that remain largely invisible to those enmeshed in conformity. The story explores the consequences of declining depth in thought and perception. Nietzsche warned that a focus on comfort, repetition, and external validation diminishes the mind's capacity for insight, resilience, and autonomy. Modern parallels are evident in the rise of algorithm-driven social interaction, collective amplification of opinion, and reliance on externally curated truth. The perceptive mind discerns how these forces amplify fear, attachment, and unconscious influence, while simultaneously suppressing curiosity, reflection, and the deliberate engagement Nietzsche celebrated. The narrative examines the evolution of morality and meaning. Nietzsche anticipated that moral systems, when unquestioned and externally imposed, become instruments of subtle control. In the future he envisioned, individuals risk losing the capacity to create personal frameworks of value and meaning, substituting inherited codes for reflection, insight, and deliberate engagement. The perceptive mind observes the tension between instinct, social expectation, and conscious choice, recognizing that meaning arises not from conformity but from reflective, intentional engagement with experience and perception. Nietzsche also foresaw the rise of what he called the higher type, the individual who transcends conventional limitation through awareness, courage, and deliberate engagement. These perceptive minds do not simply reject social norms, they observe, reflect, and navigate instinctual, relational, and cultural forces consciously. They transform fear, suffering, and desire into insight, leveraging emotional turbulence as a lens for understanding both self and society. Nietzsche's foresight positioned these individuals as the architects of cultural and psychological evolution, capable of shaping future civilization through perception and awareness. The narrative explores the tension between advancement and decay. Nietzsche recognized that innovation, technology, and cultural evolution amplify both potential and vulnerability. Unexamined enhancement, whether cognitive, social, or technological, risks magnifying projection, fear, and unconscious influence. Conversely, deliberate engagement transforms opportunity into insight, instability into growth. The perceptive individual navigates this tension, observing both the benefits and dangers of future evolution, integrating philosophical reflection with practical awareness to maintain autonomy and clarity. Social influence and collective behavior occupy a central role in Nietzsche's foresight. He anticipated that societies could oscillate between liberation and control, creativity and stagnation, insight and conformity. Herd behavior, projection, and unconscious alignment shape thought subtly, while perceptive minds navigate complexity consciously. Nietzsche's vision suggests that the future will favor those who cultivate observation, reflection, and psychological resilience, using awareness of instinct, projection, and social currents to engage deliberately with an evolving world. The narrative examines relational evolution. Nietzsche foresaw transformations in love, attachment, and human interaction driven by perception, instinct, and cultural pressure. He understood that relational influence is both opportunity and challenge. Attachment amplifies projection, desire magnifies fear, and intimacy exposes vulnerability. Yet these dynamics, when observed consciously, provide a mirror for understanding the mind. The perceptive individual transforms relational turbulence into insight, maintaining autonomy while integrating reflection, observation, and deliberate engagement into daily life. The story introduces suspense and contrast. The future Nietzsche envisioned is not simply dystopian or utopian, it is a landscape of tension, ambiguity, and possibility. Those who remain unaware of instinct, projection, and collective influence risk decay, manipulation, and psychological atrophy. Those who cultivate insight, reflection, and deliberate engagement gain unprecedented autonomy, perception, and power over thought, emotion, and relational influence. Nietzsche framed this tension as a test of consciousness. The mind itself is both challenge and opportunity. Cognition, creativity, and chaos are explored as tools for shaping the future. Nietzsche believed that the perceptive mind must engage with uncertainty, contradiction, and disruption to cultivate insight and autonomy. Creativity, art, and deliberate exploration of the unknown amplify perception, illuminate hidden patterns, and foster resilience. The narrative draws parallels to modern contexts, where adaptive thinking, divergent exploration, and conscious engagement provide pathways for navigating the amplified complexity of human thought, social systems, and cultural evolution. Finally, which will examine practical application of Nietzsche's foresight. Having explored the philosophical landscape of predicted cultural, psychological, and relational transformation, the narrative moves toward actionable insight, how perceptive minds can navigate complexity, cultivate autonomy, and engage deliberately with the future. The audience is prepared to bridge Nietzsche's philosophical foresight with real-world relevance, connecting theory to practice in both psychological and cultural contexts. The calm, Immersive storytelling leaves the audience contemplating the balance of fear, instinct, and insight. Nietzsche's foresight emphasizes the consequences of unexamined thought and the potential of deliberate engagement. The perceptive mind observes patterns, integrates reflection, and navigates complexity consciously, cultivating autonomy and awareness. With this foundation, the listener is ready for Part B, where practical implications, psychological application, and speculative futures will be explored, bridging insight into deliberate action. Explores the practical and philosophical implications of Nietzsche's foresight, guiding the perceptive mind through the subtle challenges and opportunities that the future holds. Nietzsche's vision was never prescriptive, yet it illuminated patterns that emerge when human perception, instinct, and culture intersect with rapid change. In this section, the narrative examines how conscious engagement, reflective observation, and deliberate action allow the perceptive individual to navigate technological, social, and psychological evolution while avoiding the traps of conformity, fear, and unexamined desire. The narrative opens with the principle of deliberate awareness. Nietzsche foresaw that societies often drift toward repetition, comfort, and herd behavior, with instinct and projection driving thought unconsciously. In an era of amplified cognition, technology, and connectivity, these tendencies are magnified. The perceptive mind must cultivate continuous observation, integrating reflection with action. Awareness becomes both shield and compass, revealing hidden patterns in perception, social influence, and relational dynamics. By understanding the forces shaping thought, the individual navigates complexity with both clarity and intention. The story examines the cultivation of autonomy. Nietzsche emphasized the importance of observing instinct, projection, and social pressure without succumbing to them. Autonomy is not merely the absence of external control, it is the capacity to observe internal and external influence, integrate insight, and act deliberately. In the future Nietzsche envisioned, amplified social networks, algorithmic influence, and cultural acceleration to challenge this autonomy. The perceptive individual must learn to distinguish authentic insight from external suggestion, balancing engagement with reflection to maintain independent thought and psychological integrity. Relational insight is explored next. Nietzsche predicted transformations in love, attachment, and human interaction, intensified by evolving perception and cognitive capability. Projection, desire, and social expectation magnify relational influence, creating both opportunity and risk. Awareness of these dynamics allows the perceptive mind to navigate intimacy deliberately, observing relational currents while preserving autonomy. Reflection on emotional intensity, attachment patterns, and social influence becomes a tool for understanding both self and society, bridging philosophical insight with practical psychological awareness. The narrative addresses fear and suffering as instruments of insight. Nietzsche recognized that discomfort, loss, and emotional turbulence are inevitable, yet they provide profound opportunities for reflection and growth. Modern parallels in psychological research demonstrate how stress, challenge, and exposure cultivate resilience and awareness. The perceptive individual integrates these experiences consciously, transforming fear and suffering into observation, insight, and deliberate action. The future Nietzsche imagined rewards those who engage with discomfort rather than evade it, cultivating depth of perception and autonomy. The narrative examines the interplay of creativity and chaos. Nietzsche foresaw that disruption and uncertainty are essential for evolution of both thought and culture. Creative engagement, experimentation, and exploration of ambiguity challenge perception and encourage reflective insight. The perceptive individual leverages chaos not as a source of fear but as a laboratory for understanding, growth, and autonomy. In a rapidly evolving world, the ability to navigate complexity creatively becomes both a survival skill and a path toward insight, echoing Nietzsche's vision of higher types who transcend convention. The story explores social amplification and collective influence. Nietzsche predicted that collective expectation and conformity shape perception subtly but powerfully. In an accelerated future, social networks, algorithmic reinforcement, and cultural messaging magnify herd behavior, projection, and unconscious alignment. The perceptive mind observes these patterns, recognizing both overt and subtle manipulation, while engaging deliberately with social systems. Awareness of relational and social influence becomes essential for autonomy, reflection, and deliberate choice in navigating an evolving cultural landscape. Projection and internal narrative are magnified in the future Nietzsche envisioned. Unexamined thought, fear, and desire manifest in amplified forms, shaping behavior, perception, and relational dynamics. Nietzsche's philosophy provides a framework for observing these currents without being swept away. By integrating reflective observation with deliberate engagement, the perceptive mind maintains coherence, autonomy, and insight. The convergence of philosophical reflection and psychological awareness allows the individual to navigate amplification of instinct, projection, and relational influence consciously. Ethical responsibility emerges as a central theme. Nietzsche emphasized that awareness and autonomy carry consequences. In the future, technological, cognitive, and social amplification heighten the stakes. Decisions shape not only self-perception but collective behavior, cultural evolution, and relational dynamics. Conscious observation, reflection, and deliberate action provide a pathway to ethical engagement, ensuring that autonomy is exercised responsibly amidst amplified perception and influence. Nietzsche's foresight highlights that insight without responsibility risks distortion, manipulation, and loss of coherence. Finally, Chapter 23, The Forbidden Blueprint for the Mind. Having explored both the philosophical foresight and practical implications of Nietzsche's vision, the narrative prepares the audience for an exploration of the ultimate lessons embedded in his psychology, the hidden, often unsettling truths about thought, perception, and influence. This final chapter distills centuries of insight into a framework for deliberate awareness, autonomy, and psychological resilience, providing tools for navigating the deepest currents of human consciousness. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience reflecting on the responsibility, opportunity, and tension embedded in Nietzsche's predictions. Insight, autonomy, and deliberate engagement with perception, instinct, and social influence become essential. Philosophy and modern psychology converge, illuminating patterns, potential, and risk. With this foundation, the listener is ready for Chapter 23, where the forbidden truths of the mind, the blueprint of perception, and the ultimate lessons from Nietzsche's dark psychology will be revealed in full. The Forbidden Blueprint for the Mind. The final chapter unravels what Nietzsche concealed in layers of paradox, metaphor, and subtle observation, the blueprint of the mind itself. This is not a diagram of neurons or a manual for behavior. It is a map of perception, instinct, projection, and consciousness, a framework for navigating both internal and external reality. Nietzsche observed that most humans live under the influence of unconscious drives, societal expectation, and inherited belief systems, rarely perceiving the underlying architecture of thought. The forbidden blueprint is the key to understanding, observing, and deliberately navigating these hidden currents. The narrative begins with instinct as the foundation of consciousness. Nietzsche recognized that every human thought, reaction, and judgment is shaped first by instinct, the impulses, fears, desires, and drives encoded within our biology and reinforced by culture. Modern psychology confirms these mechanisms, yet Nietzsche framed them as tools for deliberate insight rather than limitations. The perceptive mind can observe instinct without being enslaved by it, transforming natural impulses into mirrors that reveal both self and society. By perceiving the invisible scaffolding of thought, the individual gains access to autonomy previously inaccessible to the unobservant majority. The story examines projection as a structural principle of the mind. Nietzsche warned that humans constantly project internal patterns, beliefs, desires, fears onto external reality, distorting perception without awareness. The forbidden blueprint illuminates this mechanism, revealing how perception, interpretation, and emotional reaction are intertwined with unconscious expectation. By observing projection, the perceptive individual deciphers the interplay between internal narrative and external stimuli, recognizing where thought is authentic and where it is a reflection of hidden drives. Insight emerges as observation becomes deliberate and reflective rather than reactive and habitual. The narrative explores the architecture of fear and desire. Nietzsche emphasized that these two forces govern behavior more than conscious reasoning. Fear, both primal and social, constrains thought, while desire amplifies projection and bias. The blueprint of the mind demonstrates how these forces interact with perception, shaping morality, attachment, and social engagement. Awareness of their subtle operation allows the perceptive mind to transform them from manipulative constraints into tools for insight, resilience, and deliberate action, illuminating hidden pathways through both internal and external complexity. Attention and consciousness are presented as navigational tools. Nietzsche's philosophy implies that the mind can train attention, directing it toward observation, reflection, and integration rather than habitual reactivity. Consciousness, far from a passive stream, becomes a controlled instrument for perceiving instinct, projection, social influence, and relational dynamics. The blueprint shows that deliberate observation of thought patterns and emotional currents allows for active engagement with reality, enabling the mind to navigate both social structures and internal drives with clarity, intention, and autonomy. The story addresses relational influence as a structural element of the mind. Nietzsche observed that attachment, obsession, and projection shape perception of others and self. The blueprint reveals that every relational interaction is a node in a complex network of influence, where unconscious expectation, desire, and projection can subtly manipulate thought and behavior. Awareness transforms relational engagement into a laboratory for insight, allowing observation of patterns without surrendering autonomy. Nietzsche presents relationships as both mirrors and magnifiers of the hidden architecture of mind. The narrative examines collective influence and social architecture. Nietzsche foresaw the subtle control exerted by culture, tradition, and collective expectation. The forbidden blueprint illuminates how social forces interact with instinct, fear, and projection to shape perception and decision-making. Amplification through group alignment, herd mentality, and cultural reinforcement can obscure independent thought. The perceptive mind learns to navigate these currents consciously, observing alignment, expectation, and influence while preserving autonomy, insight, and reflective clarity. Cognitive flexibility and creativity are presented as functional pillars of the mind. Nietzsche valued engagement with paradox, chaos, and ambiguity, recognizing that these conditions challenge perception and stimulate growth. The blueprint emphasizes that cognitive rigidity is a trap. It obscures the architecture of instinct, projection, and social influence. By cultivating mental flexibility, curiosity, and creative engagement, the perceptive individual can explore the hidden depths of thought and perception, integrating insight from internal and external dynamics into coherent awareness and deliberate action. The story explores the integration of suffering and awareness. Nietzsche repeatedly emphasized that pain, loss, and existential challenge illuminate the hidden workings of thought and perception. The blueprint reveals that suffering is not a nuisance but a teacher. Each emotional upheaval exposes instinctual bias, projection, and relational influence. The perceptive mind observes, reflects, and integrates these experiences, transforming turbulence into insight. Conscious engagement with suffering allows the mind to navigate fear, desire, and attachment with deliberate clarity, cultivating resilience and psychological mastery. Finally, which will reveal practical application of the forbidden blueprint. Having explored the architecture of instinct, projection, fear, desire, social influence, and relational dynamics, the narrative moves toward deliberate engagement, how perceptive minds can use Nietzsche's insights to navigate thought, emotion, and social systems consciously. The listener is prepared to integrate philosophical foresight with practical psychological awareness, discovering the ultimate lessons from Nietzsche's dark psychology. The calm, immersive storytelling leaves the audience contemplating the unseen architecture of thought. Nietzsche's forbidden blueprint illustrates that perception, instinct, projection, and relational influence form the foundation of cognition. Awareness, reflection, and deliberate engagement allow the perceptive mind to navigate complexity, maintain autonomy, and transform instinct and fear into insight. With this foundation, the listener is prepared for Part B, which will synthesize these elements into a final framework for mastery of mind and consciousness. Blueprint to Life, revealing how perceptive minds can navigate perception, instinct, and influence with deliberate clarity. Nietzsche's insights, once encoded in paradox and aphorism, are applied here as a guide for conscious engagement with thought, emotion, and social currents. The blueprint demonstrates that mastery is not dominance over others but an understanding of the hidden architecture of the mind and the deliberate cultivation of autonomy, reflection, and insight. The narrative opens with deliberate observation as the first step in mastery. Nietzsche emphasized that most humans act unconsciously, driven by projection, instinct, and social expectation. Awareness of these forces is the foundation for autonomy. The perceptive mind observes internal drives, the subtle tug of desire, fear, and projection without judgment. By identifying the mechanics behind thought and emotion, one transforms reactive experience into deliberate understanding. This practice allows the mind to perceive hidden patterns in both self and society, revealing connections and causality often overlooked. The story examines deliberate engagement with fear and suffering. Nietzsche repeatedly portrayed discomfort as a mirror into the architecture of the mind. Fear magnifies instinct, desire, and projection. suffering exposes projection, attachment, and social influence. The blueprint reveals that conscious observation of these forces transforms them from constraints into instruments of insight. By engaging with emotional turbulence, the perceptive individual can map hidden currents, integrate experience, and navigate both internal and external complexity without surrendering autonomy. Projection, once unconscious, becomes an instrument for reflection. Nietzsche warned that humans constantly map internal narratives onto external reality, often distorting perception. Awareness of projection allows the mind to separate truth from reflection, recognizing how instincts, fears, and desires shape relational dynamics and social influence. The perceptive individual observes these patterns in real time, discerning authentic perception from distorted interpretation. Projection, rather than a trap, becomes a lens through which the architecture of thought is revealed, illuminating connections between self, society, and cognition. Relational influence is explored next. Nietzsche identified attachment, desire, and obsession as critical determinants of thought and behavior. The blueprint demonstrates that relational dynamics are magnifiers of projection and social expectation. By observing relational currents consciously, the perceptive mind navigates intimacy, power, and influence deliberately. Emotional intensity becomes a tool for insight, reflecting hidden mechanisms of thought and behavior. Awareness allows engagement without entanglement, preserving autonomy while deepening understanding of human instinct, social interaction, and relational psychology. The narrative examines the amplification of social influence in modern contexts. Nietzsche foresaw subtle cultural, moral, and relational control, amplified today by connectivity, algorithms, and social reinforcement. Awareness of these currents is crucial. The perceptive mind observes alignment, conformity, and collective expectation without surrendering autonomy. By mapping the intersection of social influence, projection, and instinct, the individual navigates relational networks deliberately, transforming potential manipulation into insight and clarity. Social dynamics become both a mirror and laboratory for mastery. Cognition, creativity, and flexibility are essential pillars of the blueprint. Nietzsche valued engagement with chaos, paradox, and ambiguity as mechanisms for insight and growth. The perceptive mind leverages uncertainty to explore the architecture of thought, identifying patterns in instinct, projection, and social currents. Cognitive flexibility allows integration of complex information without distortion, enabling deliberate action. The blueprint demonstrates that rigidity obscures awareness, while reflective exploration fosters autonomy, insight, and resilience. Creativity is not decoration, it is a structural tool for navigating the hidden architecture of the mind. The story addresses integration of insight and action. Nietzsche's philosophy emphasizes that understanding alone is insufficient. Deliberate engagement with perception, instinct, and relational influence completes mastery. The perceptive individual applies awareness to daily life, observing internal drives, relational currents, and social influence while making deliberate choices aligned with reflection and insight. This integration transforms thought and emotion into practical guidance, cultivating autonomy, coherence, and resilience even amidst uncertainty and amplification of instinctual, social, and emotional forces. Finally, the narrative examines the ultimate synthesis of the forbidden blueprint. Instinct, projection, relational influence, fear, and desire converge into a coherent framework. Awareness, reflection, and deliberate engagement allow the perceptive mind to navigate these elements consciously. Nietzsche's hidden architecture of thought provides both interpretation and instruction. Observe without surrender, reflect without bias, act without unconscious compulsion. The perceptive individual is neither bound by fear nor blinded by desire, but guided by insight, integrating instinct and cognition into deliberate, autonomous mastery of mind. The narrative closes with reflection on legacy and possibility. Nietzsche's blueprint is both warning and guide, emphasizing that the architecture of the mind is subtle, complex, and often obscured. Mastery is not a destination but a continuous practice. Deliberate observation, reflective integration, and conscious engagement with instinct, projection, and social influence. In a world of amplified perception, technology, and relational influence, the forbidden blueprint equips the perceptive mind to navigate the deepest currents of thought and consciousness deliberately, consciously, and autonomously. The calm, immersive storytelling concludes the journey through Nietzsche's dark psychology, leaving the audience with a sense of introspection and awareness. The forbidden blueprint is now a living guide, showing how perception, instinct, projection, and relational dynamics interact beneath conscious thought. Awareness, reflection, and deliberate action provide both autonomy and insight. Nietzsche's philosophy, once hidden in paradox and layered narrative, emerges as a map for navigating the mind, transforming fear, projection, and social influence into clarity, resilience, and deliberate mastery of thought.